The Joker is a recurring supervillain from DC Comics and is the archenemy of Batman. In the many books and movies about the Joker, he is portrayed as an unpredictable, bloodthirsty, crazy psychopath that wants to see the world burn. Hence his nicknames like Clown Prince of Crime, the Ace of Knaves, and the Jester of Genocide. Now, the movie Joker, released in 2019, shows us a more in-depth look into the psychology of this character and slightly reveals his philosophical positions towards life and modern society. This video explores the psychological as well as the philosophical side of the Joker based on Jungian psychology and the philosophical ideas of Albert Camus. Beware, this video contains spoilers. The Joker's life starts out as tragic. Arthur, which is his real name, lives with his sick mother named Penny Flagg that he takes care of religiously. In return, she validates him for being a good person. The movie shows that Arthur takes pride in the fact that he is indeed a very good person and that his purpose in life is to put a smile on people's faces in the cold, harsh world we live in. Also, his mother taught him to always put on a happy face towards the outside world. He has a job as a clown to entertain children, and his dream is becoming a successful stand-up comedian. So Arthur grows up as a people pleaser, or as someone whose life revolves around serving others and make people happy, his mother in particular, while disregarding his own needs. He fantasizes about an audience that likes him, and external validation seems to be his life breath. Later becomes clear that beyond the surface of Arthur's personality grows a huge, ugly monster that he doesn't seem to be aware of. Snippets of this monster come out sometimes, in the form of a laugh that he cannot control. Even though his condition is brushed off as a sickness, he later tells his mother that it's not. The laughs are really part of his personality. Swiss psychologist Carl Jung wrote extensively about the phenomenon called the shadow, which I've made a separate video about. The shadow is a set of personality traits that are deemed undesirable either by the person itself or the environment, but often both, and therefore these traits are pushed away into the unconscious. According to Jung, everyone carries a shadow, but the more it is repressed, the denser it becomes. Arthur's clown face symbolizes the persona, the false self that we show the environment, while the uncontrollable laughs can be considered the manifestations of an utterly dense shadow that Arthur is unaware of. After all, he sees himself as a good person, until he receives a gun after he has been beaten up by a bunch of boys in an alley. When three so-called yuppies attack him on a subway train, Arthur, while dressed up as a clown, kills two out of self-defense and chases after the third one and murders him. From this point, Arthur discovers what evil he is really capable of, and that he isn't that good of a boy that his mother tells him he is. Probably, he spent his life living the image that his mother has created for him, ignoring everything that festered in the darkness. In regards to Arthur's relationship with his mother, we could say that she partly fulfills Jung's devouring mother archetype. The devouring mother feeds on her own fruits, her children, because they validate her role as a mother. I suspect that she has been clinging on to him in a way that he never obtained the skills to, metaphorically, leave the womb and establish himself in the world. Despite the apparent abuse in his childhood, Arthur indeed stays at his mother's side, and we can sometimes see glimpses of spossification, in which the child takes on the role of the parent's spouse. Now, Arthur's killings on the subway train lead to an explosion in the media. His own shadow manifestations seem to resonate with a large collective shadow that has been growing in the poor areas of Gotham City, resulting in violent protests, with "Kill the Rich" as a slogan. The mysterious clown that killed the rich guys that worked for Thomas Wayne, a famous physician, philanthropist, and Batman's father, is seen as a hero of the city's economically marginalized. Jung noticed the danger of collective shadows during the Nazi uprising in Germany, saying, "The change of character brought about by the uprush of collective forces is amazing. A gentle and reasonable being can be transformed into a maniac or a savage beast. One is always inclined to lay the blame on external circumstances, but nothing could explode in us if it had not been there." End quote. We see this manifest itself in the increasing violence and brutality of the protesters. Also, we can see a complete disregard for the collective shadow by Thomas Wayne, who calls the protesters clowns and patronizes them by saying that he has the solution for their unfortunate state. Arthur, however, doesn't really seem to have hatred for rich people specifically. He just can't stand the fact that people are so cruel to each other nowadays. He later admitted that this was the reason why he killed the three yuppies, his former co-worker and TV show host Murray Franklin. Nevertheless, he becomes a martyr for the collective shadow. Arthur doesn't really get to the individuation phase. Rather, he is completely taken over by his shadow. Because he wasn't aware of it in the first place, the monster inside was able to grow beyond his control when it comes out as the Joker. But we do see brief moments of self-awareness during his transition. He seems to experience the shadow coming to the surface as a manifestation of his true self, saying, "Through my whole life, I didn't know if I even really existed, but I do, and people are starting to notice." Arthur is delusional and psychotic. This becomes clear when all of his interactions with his neighbor and crush, Sophie Dumont, were just his fantasy, which could be a product of his intense loneliness and desire for companionship. When he finds out, he becomes aware that there's something not right in his mind. But the final blow is the revelation of the truth about his mother and himself as a son. It turns out that his mother had an affair with Thomas Wayne in the past and claims that Arthur is their illegitimate child. Arthur snaps at his mother because of this and confronts Wayne, who tells him the truth. His mother adopted him. When Arthur finds out what his mother did, he kills her by choking her with a cushion. He says afterward that he always thought that his life is a tragedy, but now realizes that it's a comedy. At that moment, he merges with his new identity, the Joker, and his philosophical view on the world shifts from being an agent for good to the acceptance that life is nothing more than a comedy show. Now we arrive in the domain of French Algerian philosopher Albert Camus, who believed that life is absurd. In his novels, we can see that when we look at the circumstances and the way life plays out. There's not much to say for true universal morality and ethics. Everything seems to happen randomly. Arthur makes a similar conclusion when he states that when three rich yuppies that happen to work for Thomas Wayne are killed, the whole city is in turmoil. But when something similar would happen to him, no one would bat an eye. Comparable to the thoughts of Camus, he questions the validity of what is good and what is bad, or specifically, what is funny and what isn't. He sees that these things are decided by society and that we judge each other based on a normative framework that is not universal but just a product of the human mind. In his novel The Stranger, Camus tells us about a character named Meursault who kills an Arab man who has a dispute with his friend Raymond. Before this event, Meursault's mother dies. The fact that he didn't show emotions at the funeral annoyed and amazed his environment. When he is on trial for killing the Arab, he is sentenced to death, mainly because of his emotionless appearance during his mother's funeral. What Camus shows here is a man that was simply himself and hardly shows emotions outwardly, not even when his mother dies. But because this behavior deviates from the norm, society sees him as a suspect. When you think of it, it's kind of absurd to sentence someone to death almost entirely based on being a bit different from what's perceived as normal in a certain culture. In a similar way, calling people clowns because they think differently and act differently is kind of absurd as well. So the Joker comes to the conclusion that the current system of morals and ethics is kind of ridiculous and that he is going to decide for himself what's good and bad. But by doing so, he raised himself to the position of judge, who feels that killing bad people is justified. At the same time, he points out that the riots and the killings are simply a matter of cause and effect. You get what you deserve, he says, before he shoots Murray Franklin. The Joker embraces the absurd, in which he finds freedom and empowerment. He changes his position towards life from tragedy to comedy. And because it's a comedy, it transcends all existing morals and ethics into chaos. I guess that this makes him so unpredictable. What's good at one moment could be bad in another. What does it matter? It's one big joke anyway. From Camus' philosophical viewpoints, I suspect that he doesn't fear God either, because the absurd man knows that if there's a godlike being, it's probably completely indifferent towards the affairs of human beings. The absurdity of life, the unfairness, the randomness, the realization that being evil often pays and being good doesn't, is evidence that supports that conclusion. Now, we could see the absurdity of life as an opportunity to find our own sense of fulfillment and meaning. Unfortunately, being subjected by an utterly dense shadow, the Joker's embrace of the absurd unfolds in chaos and destruction. Thank you for watching.
We get to do whatever the fuck we want to do. Whatever we say is the closest thing to God, because we're man or woman in its purest form. You are a servant. You're here to serve us. We created you, so we control. That's a maxim of equity. Man created government. Man sat down and drafted up a charter and made a contract. The people, conceptually, it's still the case. So man creates the corporation we know as government. That corporation only exists legitimately to serve the people. When it becomes destructive of its ends or its principles, it is to be ignored and is no longer legitimized. If you folks would just get your asses in gear and start civilly disobeying and documenting these people and putting them on record with the higher ups of the system while not complying. See, it's not this or that, it's this and that. I'll meet you in the middle. I'm saying spiritually, whether they notice or not, if they're in a corporate capacity, they're there to serve. So what they know and what they do, I don't know. What I know about me is I've already put them on record with the feds and other organizations. We are the ones who stand between the deep state and them completely doing global government on everybody, let's be clear. And we need to get it on record. Not only the folks doing this, but the folks saying they're trying to stop it while not doing anything. Right? We need to get Donnie and all these people on record that they said they were going to do it this time. The daddy promised this time. He was going to uphold the law. He was going to secure the ability for people to choose to exercise their rights. If he's not doing that, he and the party and everyone who's around him needs to get put on record. Another batch of criminals. They have the position and the false power, but the false power, no matter how much you have of it in false position, isn't quite as powerful as the minority of one with true power. We manifest that in the way we live, and then we use the system and the record to put them on record forever with the cosmos and with this system, who and what they are, what they're doing. And then we're the answer to that. So one day, if and when they come for everybody, because, you know, these truthers all have this fever dream fantasy that one day they're all going to come for us, right? Which is possible. I don't deny it. I don't want to believe that's going to happen. But you won't be able to be brought to the camp and say you didn't try to do your part some way, somehow. That you were living on the land, you were doing the documentation, you got your land exempted from taxation, right? You got clean food and water, you're living free, you're attempting to exercise your right to travel and have property, okay, and speak freely and live freely, and however it's going to go, it's going to go. But you'll at least be able to say from now till then, you did your fucking part. You acted and lived as an American, right? That was the little piece that you could do for your country and the land and the people and your fucking self. Testing. We're back at the office. I plan to, and we're still going to make the main aspect of today's broadcast a rebroadcast. We're actually going to watch it together because I haven't watched and listened to it yet, but Brian from High Impact Flicks put out a video yesterday with the video of someone getting arrested. We played it here a while ago when it first came out, but it's been making the rounds again. So, it's definitely, I guess, controversial. The sovereign citizen folks, the folks who make the sovereign citizen videos and, say everyone who thinks rights and freedoms are a thing and legal versus lawful, they're clowns, they're idiots, they're crazy people. So they've been sharing it and commenting on it, and I'm sure that's why Brian saw it and heard of it, because it is making the rounds again. So we'll go to his video and get some commentary from him and see what he's thinking about it. While I was planning on doing that and kind of preparing everything, Ethics showed up and Long John Silver showed up as well. So I'd like to give them some time if they'd like to go over some things, either before or after. What are the chat creatures feeling like? I guess I'll leave it up to them. Do we want to go to Brian from High Impact Flicks commenting on a video that's gotten hundreds of thousands of views where a man and his family get arrested, and then bring me up, mention me, that they watched or listened to me and got the idea they could do some stuff and didn't realize they were going to get arrested? Or do we go to them first? Presuming you care, either way, and it's not a toss-up. But I guess one in the chat. If we go to Brian High Impact Flicks and the arrest video first. 2 in the chat. If you it seems pretty unanimous right off the bat. They want the high impact. They want to see what he's got to say about me in the video where they're blaming me. And this is a good time to give a proviso. I may even go over to the comment section of the original channel, the Shadow Band channel, as I've termed it now. And we can read some of the comments, because there's still people showing up for that. They don't show up when I do the live videos, but day to day, 5-10 people here and there show up. Mostly it seems because that travel video that I did where I was successful has been covered, and videos like this. So they're still all right. It's unanimous. We'll go to that first and foremost. Long John Silver, Ethics, if you guys want to hang out. I know Ethics, I just met him. He was sent over here by Broken System, Joshua. He's apparently got some court experiences that I'd like to talk with him about and go over. They seem rather interesting at first glance. We'll swing back around if you guys got time. Hang out. We'll go to this video, see how much I can take of it. I mean, you know me, I'm easily frustrated at times. At least I can be. Although I've been going through some changes recently. For those of you who know and have been here, definitely been going through some tests and some challenges, some sort of rediscovery period, I guess you could say, for myself and my life, is how I'm choosing to see it. I'm not going to, make it a negative thing. Midlife crisis at 36. Let's just say that. Okay. That's potentially one of the narratives going around, and I'm going to further that narrative. That may be the case. So, all right, let's go to it. It's the title is Window Break, Mama Bear with Kid Don't Take No Shit from Deputies. Of course, that's what was the most ironic thing about this video to me, is the woman was the most manliest person in the interaction between the participant who was attempting to uphold his rights and the police. And I think that's she's the unsung hero, and that's the narrative that is oftentimes lost in the sauce that really has to be revisited. Is when we watch this video, we just keep in mind the whole time that we can't get anyone in a public service position, by and large, to do what's true and what's right, and have some courage, think for themselves, uphold the law, right, and secure people's rights. And we, by and large, we can't get the folks on the other side who may think rights and freedoms are a thing to actually practice as much as they could. I mean, I'm kind of broad brushing because we are having some results. We have inspired some folks. They are practicing more and getting results. But yeah, that's the dynamic that I would highlight in this interaction. Is the fact that we're now at a time where oftentimes the women are coming forth to actually do the work that the men won't do on both sides. All right, I'm overly yapping. Let's just get to it. Ryan has to offer regarding myself and these folks.
I just want you to know that you're a major asshole.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Beat it.
On the roadside, this rock star mom instructs her child during a traffic stop how tyrannical American cops actually are. And she does it while the police body cam is rolling.
You did nothing wrong. This is what the police will do to you if you don't comply and surrender to their every whim. Okay? That's that simple. Your dad did nothing wrong.
Paul Unslaved gets an unusual and rare shout out during this police body cam interaction, but things don't go for him like it went for Paul Unslaved, because Paul Unslaved was able to travel freely after the interaction with the cops, unlike this guy.
Did anybody tell you that was allowed?
Yeah. YouTube? Yeah, I mean, Paul Unslaved, that's the name of it, and they let him go.
Who's that?
That's his name, like some guy that says the right to travel is legit. That's where I got the case law. If you look up Paul Enslaved, they'll come right up. And then they let him go.
Videos like this are super important because people believe that laws are the edicts of God himself and that the Supreme Court are the gods who rule us. Because if the Supreme Court had made the law that said your right to travel cannot be infringed upon, licenses aren't required, nor is registration, and anybody who does that has committed an unconstitutional act and has therefore violated 18 USC 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. So therefore, traveling from point A to point B in your own vehicle is a constitutionally protected right. If that was the supreme law of the land, this whole interaction would go completely differently. All right, before we go over this video, you've got to understand that there are two kinds.
By the way, does anyone, and this is also why, like, you don't do anything in this life with anyone and not expect it to come back on you. So you just live how you live because it's authentic to you. Because that right there, like coming from the criminal world at one point, that right there is a perfect snapshot of how everything goes down, right? As soon as people are put in cuffs and brought to the back, you're done. They're throwing you right under the bus. This is all his idea. He did it. But yeah, can anyone, I'm still waiting for someone to come in and explain to me how we got to a point on America, a supposedly free and brave land, where moving your property from point A to point B is not only not considered a right, you're a crazy person if you think that it is. You're a crazy person if you think that you don't need to pay corporations to pay for you if you get in an accident, pay tax on moving that property, and not ask your servants for permission to do it because unsafe. And by the way, just keep this. I know many of you here, most of you here know this, but for the few who may be stopping in who just don't get it yet, keep this idea in mind, because this idea is going to be the undoing of everything here that we once saw as good and great, if you let it be, right? Because we're now at the point where you can't own property without paying tax on it and asking for permission to use it by code. You can't like do what you want with your children and raise them how you want without following the statute, policy, and code. You can't have a right to bear arms and protect yourself without statute, policy, and code. And you also don't have a freedom to be a danger to the rest of the air around people when this corporation deems it to be so, right? Because why? What's the answer for all of these rights that most people didn't even know they have, that they're now potentially losing or up for grabs? You guessed it. It's the old for safety rap, okay? So it's literally being incarnated in this realm is like, it is. It's like one big game / joke where no matter what road you take, you always come back to the same place, right? It's like, if I'm describing that accurately, it's rather difficult to language out but from my perspective, a crazy sovereign citizen, quote unquote, schizophrenic, who may have done too much drugs and definitely good weed at one point, right? It's almost like an infatuation that happens where you start to split from reality, you know, and then you wonder how much of this reality is even real when the majority of people are running around believing shit that they can't substantiate and repeating shit that was programmed into them for a certain purpose. And the purpose is obvious the more we live, to me, not to most of the participants. So rather fascinating, interesting time to be alive, never a dull moment. If nothing else, because of what these people are going to sign on with that they believe is going to make everything better, or just questioning ourselves and each other about what this place actually is and what the purpose is. Where does this all go? Cage Creature is now here. Cage Creature, just hang out. We're right in the middle of something here. I shouldn't even have stopped at the comment. But yeah, I just, you know me. Crazy me. I'm still asking stupid questions and wondering how we got to the point where, as I said, moving property without paying tax on it or asking for permission is not only not a right, you're crazy if you think that it is on America. I really would like to know. Call in. That's my point. Click the link or call in, and that's for anyone. You guys, the statists, the fascists, right? The leftists, the right wingers, all of you regular, well-to-do, normal people, because that's not me. I'm not regular, well-to-do, decent, or normal. I'm none of that. But for all of you folks who are that and seem to know how this reality all works and all say the same stuff, you guys get a pass anytime, any place. No matter what I'm doing, if you come up here or you call in to explain reality to me and how it works, you get to the head of the line, the front of the line. Because I got to hear from you. Indirectly, see, I'm one of these people. I don't hate what seems to be my opposition. You give me purpose in life. When I do this broadcast, there's nothing I want to hear from more than a person who's going to explain to me why they voted for Donald Trump, why I'm a crazy or stupid sovereign citizen, and why I need to follow all these policies and codes for us to have a country, right? For us to have an America that is great, or will become great again. I got to hear all about it. Okay, but we're never going to get through this video. You can already see
of people in this world
happening here.
Those who think that government is here to protect and serve them. And the other group are those who actually think, because most people are propagandized into believing that laws are holy writ that have descended from Mount Sinai, and the law writers, the Supreme Court justices, are the God who spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. Because when the Supreme Court says something or makes a decision, that's the decision that stands. And no matter what, we, the law enforcers, have to carry that out. For example, Pennsylvania versus Mims. If we tell you to get out of the car, it's because the Supreme Court said it's legal for us to tell you to get out of the car. So if you don't get out of the car, then you've gone against the gods of the universe. Same thing with Terry v. Ohio, or any of the other case law that basically says officer safety trumps unalienable individual rights. And that brings us to this guy right here. There's also another group of people. There's a group of people who believes that they're free to be unmolested and unencumbered and unbound to another man's edict, as long as they don't harm somebody, threaten to harm somebody, damage people's property, or steal property and not pay for that property. Hey, I just want to travel down the road. I want to be left alone. That's that group of people. Then there's another group of people that says, well, because my superiors told me that I have to enforce this law, I have to pull you over. I have to infringe on your rights. I have to detain you, arrest you, kidnap you, and lock you into a cage because my masters, the Supreme Court justices, my political parasitic overlords, and my command staff and my local police department told me that I need to do this to you. And because you don't have a thin piece of metal on your vehicle, well, that's not going to wash with my political masters. Therefore, I'm going to go against my own conscience. And I, as just a mere mortal, a mere man like you, believe that I have the justification, all the justification I need to infringe on your rights and your very life. Because they're conformists, doing what they're told regardless of what is right, instead of being moralists, doing what is right regardless of what they're told. In other words, Shaggy here believes he's doing right by just traveling down the road minding his own business, and in actuality, he is doing right by that. And this guy with the funny metal pentagram on his chest in the clown costume thinks he's doing right by enforcing the unconstitutional laws that his political masters told him to enforce. It's the same with Sergeant Curtis, as he mocks those who want to be free and applauds those who want to take away that freedom. Let's go through this video and make some comments along the way. This is super interesting.
Sovereign citizens love to put exempt plates on their vehicle to show that they are exempt from the law. But look what happens when this sovereign citizen decides not to put a plate on their vehicle at all.
You know what's hilarious about this? What kind of plates do law enforcement and emergency vehicles have on the back of their cars? Oh, exempt plates, which would tip Sergeant Curtis and the Sergeant Curtises of this world off to the fact that those are the true sovereign citizens, which he's going to point this out here in a second.
Right. I've said this for years now. It's good to see that after years of me repeating the same stuff and even cursing people out at points and calling people bitch ass slaves and all the rest of it, that finally the collective consciousness of the YouTube legal lawful sphere is starting to update and realize that. And I put it very simply when I used the term, they flipped the script on everybody. They turned us into a corporation, are calling themselves the people, just like the prosecutor at court, right? So they made us the person in a corporate capacity who has duties and obligations to the state of, through registration and other application processes, and they've made themselves exempt from all the statute, policy, and code while in a corporate capacity. So we're all in a corporate capacity. We're now beneath them in status and standing because of our record that we've created. That is the core of corporatism, also known as fascism, right? This is what eventually leads to, some might say, Nazism. Many isms, you know that I contend behind all the isms is the same ism. You can argue Satanism. And when I use that term, I'm not talking LaVeyan Satanism. I'm talking this idea of kill, steal, destroy through the lie, through the deception, right? Which is clear. So again, jurisdiction is big. It's very important. I think it's the most important thing. Jurisdiction means just to speak the law. It's another way of saying spelling. And if you want to get a bunch of men and women tricked out of their power and their position and therefore their rights and property, just convince them to sign up as fill in the blank, right? A corporate entity, and then declare yourselves exempt from that, right? The interesting thing, if you go to the code, you'll see all gun codes, cops and emergency responders are exempt from. All licensing and registration requirements for vehicles, they're exempt from, right? So again, they flipped the script. We now have, according to them and our record, duties and obligations to the state of and United States Corporation, owing allegiance to that, while the supposed servants for that dictate to us and enforce policy on us. And then when you show up to court, claim to be that of the people, which is why most of the time when you go to court, they tell you, shut up and keep your head down. You already signed the paperwork. You agreed to be in a corporate capacity beneath us. And that guy right there is the people. He's a man or a woman of the people. He has all the rights. He's going to move this court. They are, this is what's so ironic about this place, this holographic reflective simulation that we call a universe, is it's always projection. It's always holographic projection, right? 9 out of 10 times, it's the whole that's you phenomena. So while they keep asking if we're sovereign citizens and projecting that onto us, it's actually them. See? And this is, once you start to see it, you can't unsee it. And then you start to realize how this whole place works almost constantly, ubiquitously.
Is an oxymoron. You're either sovereign or you're a citizen, because you can't be both. But if you want to group sovereign citizens together and note some identifying characteristics, the people who have a metal plate on their car that says exempt are sovereign citizen police forces.
Roll it up, please. Oh, sovereign. Oh, is it?
Window down 2 inches, no plate, paperwork out the window. Officer caught it within a few seconds. He's dealt with this before.
My name is Zelle Video. I'm stopping it on the side of your vehicle. That's your driver's license, please.
If you notice here at the obscure rear window, this is incredibly dangerous. I hated doing stops like this because I can't tell what's back there. Is it a danger area? Is there a person sitting back there? A lot of things could be going on. So this is definitely a stop that's much.
Okay, so I'm just realizing that this is an cop. And so he's going to like give us his perspective, right? Because these are very intelligent, enlightened people who are like very courageous and powerful, and they're commonsensical, right? You know, these are very logical, moral, ethical, powerful people. That's obvious. So never mind why you're using emergency lights to make stops on the side of the road for supposed trafficking code when trafficking is a commercial term, like human trafficking, drug trafficking. We won't even ask those questions because why? That's sovereign citizen lingo and mumbo jumbo, right? This is 85 to 90% of the people who surround me in this reality are guys like this who go to the gym every day, have a job, make six figures, fashion themselves to be well-to-do, civilized, sophisticated, professional people, and they can't get their IQ high enough to ask the right questions, to get the right answers, to realize we're going deeper and deeper into slavery and genocide, folks. Just imagine what it's like to be me since about 12 years old. About 12 years old, I started asking questions that adults like this couldn't answer, and it led me down a path of truth-seeking that set me free, only to have to turn back around and realize that the only thing we do with this truth, this understanding, and this freedom is give it away. So that some folks somewhere at some time can free themselves of the same mental and emotional slavery that they're going to project as powerful, ethical, and moral, right? So don't bother asking him and others the question, how did they get the delegation of authority on a land where consent to the governed is the principle to go around and use emergency lights to stop every man and woman and check on their equipment and then potentially take them to a box without a warrant and steal their property? They won't ask those questions to get the answer. And then when you give them the answer that it's all contractual because you all want to call yourselves citizens of a United States, which is defined by U.S. code as a business instrumentality, part of a foreign corporation on this land. Let's go to it because I got to do this rap at least once per broadcast. I promised at one point that I would. I'm holding to that. So let's go right down. We're going to do it real quick, as we're known to do here. There it is. United States means a federal corporation. That's U.S. Code 28 U.S.C. Section 3002. Now, this is where the legal beagles and the folks who you can't pile the evidence high enough for them to get reality will say, well, Paulie boy, that's only one part of the code. Don't care. Don't care what it is, where it is, what it's concerning. Sometimes, some places, United States is a federal corporation. So we're on to something here. Don't say it doesn't exist when it exists. You just want to either take it out of context or you want to say there's a context where it can change. No, either United States is a landmass and a group of people, or it functions as a corporation. And it makes more sense that United States is a corporation when you include the fact that you're all voting for presidents, vice presidents, secretaries, and other corporate positions. And I could go on and on and on. Why this makes more logical sense than anything else that the average person has been told or taught or what they buy into. But most of them will never get the point, right? Their mind can't click into what it actually is and how it's all working. Let's go to the next one. United States business. The term United States business means A, United States citizen. Wow. B, a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws / codes, because they're not laws, they're codes, statutes, and policies. I could repeat this till I'm blue in the face. The majority are not going to get it. Some folks, it's going to start to click with them at some point, and they're going to continue to do this work and spread the understanding. And slowly but surely, you're going to see the collective consciousness update, right? It's exponential 100th monkey effect. So we got United States defined in the code as a corporation. We got United States business defined as a United States citizen. What's our next one? Our next one is right. Where's the United States located, folks? The District of Columbia. Of course it is. Of course it is. 289-307 of U.S. Code, revealing, like the other two, that the United States is not what you think the state of California is. That's another subsidiary corporate entity, right? See, it's Russian doll games, corporations within corporations within corporations dealing with corporate entities. It is not the state of New York, the state of California, and all the rest. The United States is located on a 10 square mile region called the District of Columbia. It was just that easy to defraud not only a whole nation, but a whole world. Because I contend in my crazy conspiratorial sovereign citizen-like way, this is the model that's going on worldwide. This is Earth Inc. And this is why if you go to any country, they have the same goofy uniforms with the same goofy procedure, the same goofy constitutional contracts and compacts, the same type of centralized banks, and the same type of statute, policy, and code governing men and women's affairs. Because someone or something has turned the whole planet into a corporation with a bunch of dead, non-speaking individuals in a personified class where they are now subject to dictates from supposed servants, right? And they all use the same words and terms and process and procedure and have the same outcome for the same behavior, right? Do this or else. Basically extortion. So I know that's a grand layout. I know that sounds kooky and crazy. I know it sounds impossible because do you know how many people would have to be in on it? Right. As if we don't have examples of worldwide events that go on from the beginning of time where pretty much 85 to 90% of the world is involved in it, whether they know they are or not, and carrying out the will of someone or something, somewhere or somewhen. Okay. And this is, of course, this understanding or this revelation is what leads me to connect this all back to the spiritual component, which is this idea of God or what is true and what's right and what is good, versus Satan, which is a deception given to us, shown to us, told us, that takes us away from that initial experience, right? Which is what I contend has been going on in this place since the beginning of time. Okay, and it might almost be a necessary component of this reality, the expand and contract component, right? Right, as within, so without. I've talked about this many times before. The same way that our intestines have to expand and contract, this peristaltic motion, in order for it to exist, there has to be an expand and contract formation for existence to be what it is in the third dimension. So again, I'm not necessarily at war with this. I'm just fascinated by it. I'm interested by it. It makes more sense to me than the majority of stuff I hear and see on a physical, legal, lawful level, and on a spiritual level. Okay. And I think the last 5 years or more, you could argue the last 50 years, the last 500 years, are evidence for this theory, right? You know how many people would have to be in on the fear-based reality that something's in the air and in us and all around us, and we have to take 14 shots to be safe from it? Yeah, I do know how many people would have to be in on it. And it doesn't have to be an officially organized, co-created event, right? As a matter of fact, the best organized event is one that is disorganized and full of a bunch of willing dupes. Okay, that's the best. The best conspiracy is when the majority doesn't know they're a part of it, but they're still carrying out the will of the something, somewhere, or somewhen. We're never going to get through this high impact flicks video because of all my looping and yapping. But we're going to try. Where were we here? All right, Mama Bear.
More concerning than most.
It's so dangerous. If you want to eliminate the danger, hey, I got a tip for you. Maybe don't pull innocent people over for no reason other than you've got a law that you got to enforce. You got it, Mr. Curtis?
Brian, I gotta stop Brian again. I know Brian watches and listens here from time to time, especially when he's the focus of the conversation. Brian, please, you and everyone, I'm giving you the memo. You guys never have to give me credit. We know you don't. I'm not brought up anywhere. I'm pretty much blackballed. I did that to myself because I went off on everybody. I'm an insane person on some level. We know that. Please stop calling them laws. There's natural law. This has been ruled on at the Supreme Court. You want me to pull up the half a dozen Supreme Court cases where the judge, non-judge, the man in a costume has conferred, I guess, with God or his fellow man and concurred that man is only subject to laws of nature, and they have to be revealed or interpreted. You know, like gravity is one of them. You throw something up, it comes down, whether you like it or not, hits you on the head. That's just an example, right? And then we can philosophize and move out from there. But they're not laws. Okay, you could argue the closest thing to a law we have indwelling that we bring from within outside and codify is this idea we're not supposed to be lying, we're not supposed to be cheating, we're not supposed to be harming people, and we're not supposed to be stealing, no matter how profitable the world makes it, right? Loss, injury, harm, and a debt owed. Okay, this is the idea of truth and or goodness and or prosperous society and or civilization and sophistication to an extent. Okay, so that's the body of law. We have that revealed to us through experience and through our studies, wisdom, knowledge converted into experience. And then we practice that, right? That is the interpreted, revealed body of law that the experience as a human being, a being of conscience, that's what that reveals to us, right? Everything else is codification. Codification isn't necessarily legitimate. If you take a bunch of sick people who don't understand logic, morals, ethics, and philosophy because they've grown up in Babylon and you tell them to write up code about the law of the universe, this is the best they can do. Okay? So we have to make that distinction. Who just left? There was a creature back there who just left. For the folks who are in the back, just let me get through this first hour or so, hour and a half, this segment. I'm going to go to you, and then you can present whatever you like within reason. Okay. So again, I know I'm being a stickler. I'm probably being overly technical, but I think it's a very important point. We need to radically change the way that we speak and how we write for the record. And one of these sticking points is statute, policy, and code is not law. It's only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That is the Declaration of Independence and or Bill of Rights. The foundation of codification for this later to become corporation and what their service perspective is, what their duties and obligation is, not only physically, but philosophically, right? And when they become destructive of those ends, their limited power and scope to serve goes right out the window. This is why I laugh at qualified immunity. If there is immunity, then it's qualified. If it's qualified, there are certain qualities. If you don't embody those qualities, your qualification goes away. You only enjoy qualified immunity when you're in a service capacity and adhering to your original duties and obligations. Okay? When you stray from that to cause loss, injury, and harm to the men and women you serve, you not only don't have immunity, you have a double liability because you're in an official service capacity. You're in an official position enjoying the benefit of a qualified immunity while not upholding the law and protecting the people truly. You're using protection and safety as a way to interfere with rights and property administration. That is doubly worse, you could argue, than when a man or woman does it in an unofficial capacity.
I guess if I was sir. Step out of the truck for me, please. I already got one en route. I'm not going to ask you again, sir.
Tire deflation device put in the rear tire. These guys have definitely dealt with sovereigns before. They almost have a playbook on how to deal with this, and so far they're doing everything right.
Okay.
They got a playbook on how to deal with ... Wait for it. Innocent people who want to be left alone that haven't committed a crime.
People who like rights and freedom. If you want freedom, you're a sovereign and you're bad and need to be dealt with. That's what we know.
I'm sorry? Okay, that's fine. You can reserve your rights, but I'm telling you a lawful order to exit your vehicle. Okay? If you fail to comply with my lawful order, I will place you under arrest.
It's so childish. It's like saying lawful more times gets you what you want, as though it were some kind of magic incantation. This is something a child would say. Oh, I said open sesame and the door didn't open. I don't understand it. Lawful isn't some magical word. And just because it's lawful doesn't mean it's moral. It doesn't mean it's right. As a matter of fact, oftentimes lawful is completely immoral. It used to be lawful to arrest people who had alcohol. It used to be lawful to arrest people who freed slaves. It used to be lawful to arrest people who actually possessed physical gold. If you doubt that, look up Executive Order 6102 under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So there were a lot of things that were lawful that were completely immoral. And so if you are the enforcer to enforce those immoral laws, you are an immoral individual.
Okay, so this is where Brian misses the mark again, and I'm going to repeat it for the 1,000th time so he can get it right for his broadcast and his audience. I'm doing service here, even right now. Nobody even asked me. No one's paying me officially, okay? Which I have to get to some few people for value and whatever else. It was never lawful, Brian. It was legal. This is the difference between legal and lawful. I get where you're going with this, but we're not saying it correctly for my liking, right? I guess it's subjective. But it was never lawful. It was considered legal. Legal is not always lawful because lawful would be synonymous with moral, logical, and ethical. So yes, at one point it was legal to take a black person or an Irish person or anyone as a piece of property and treat them as such and trade them for coin and all the rest of it. It was legal, but it was not lawful. Why, you ask? Because through philosophy, okay, like the love of wisdom and knowledge, through this idea of what we call thinking and imagining and even experiencing, we come to realize that even if something is legal, it's not always lawful because it causes someone loss, injury, and harm without a consensual proper claim or contract. Okay? And again, this is where we have to transition. Brian has to accept, as much as I can get passionate here and frustrated with slavery and genocide, Brian and others have to accept the consensual, covert or not so covert, conspicuously in covert or non-covert contract is this idea of democracy, registration, application, and not rebutting the record, right? Not putting proper affidavit on the record and not rebutting what's already on the record, okay? So whether you all like it or not, I unfortunately here, or fortunately, right, this is the position I have to play. I have to play the bad guy. And I have to remind you folks that this is consensual. They do have a consensual contract and claim, at least presumed and assumed, right? And again, a man, this is another maxim, a man who does not assert his rights has none. That is a maxim of law at court. So if you have all the licenses, the registrations, the applications, the agreements, the contracts, and you won't rebut any of that or state a claim, they're going to presume and assume that you're under that and that you have duties and obligations to that code, right? So again, we have to make the distinction between what has been legal or illegal versus how that reflects on the idea of lawful, logical, moral, ethical, part of the foundational understandings of the revelation of law here, philosophically, how we interpret that and apply that understanding, because that's what's going on, right? I know a lot of these folks think that like Supreme Court judges, men in costumes, are this like monolithic Borg-like creature. Like the AI just takes in all the information and just puts out an objectively true judgment and statement. No, these are people, they've had experiences, and through their experience and revelation, they interpret the complicated facts of the matter of law to deduce what's going on or what should happen. That's only as good as the being's experience and therefore wisdom who is practicing, that implementation, that modality. Okay, so again, we're back to the same idea. If you have a bunch of sick, illogical, immoral, unethical people who go along to get along and think collectivism is the backbone of America, they think America is a demosocracy, a mob rule democracy, or a corporatist, capitalist, crony capitalist state, right? They will not be able to put on the costume and adequately judge or administrate property and uphold people's rights, okay, and keep the people safe. Quite the opposite. They'll say they are, they may even believe they are, but they're doing the exact opposite. Historically, we see that's true over and over again. Okay, so the people who laugh at me and scoff at me when I say philosophy is a cornerstone of law, they're too stupid to go back and research what led to the practice that we call law, right? How does that come about? What is the foundation of the practice that we call legal and or lawful, right? And of course, it was a being on a journey, right? Philosophizing, thinking and feeling, experiencing, having revelations, and then using that experience to make interpretations about right from wrong. And as we see, we're now at a point in time in history where you're less likely than ever to get somebody in an official position who can determine right from wrong objectively. They can or they won't do it because it's just too profitable to continue to go along to get along, or it's too much of a risk for them, right? Because again, these are mostly corrupt and or cowardly people. I said and or because it's oftentimes both. Okay, they're not only corrupt, they're cowardly, and they're not very bright either. You know, I've had extensive conversations with these people. I've gotten to learn how they think in correlation with how they speak, how their mind works, the connections they make and don't make. Most people, unfortunately, folks, not very bright people, very easily susceptible to corruption and very willing to waver on what's true and what's right when fear comes into play, aka cowardice. Graham, I'm going to keep timing you out if you keep spamming my chat, okay? I know you need attention from daddy. Potentially go find your father or your stepfather and have a long talk with them about why they didn't raise you to be a logical, moral, ethical, empowered, inspired man on some level. We're never going to get through this video.
And your evil isn't cleansed away, and you're not excused, and you're not by any means justified if you say, well, I was just following orders. I was just obeying and enforcing the law.
You see a registration and a driver's license for insurance. You have no tag display. I'm going to tell you one more time to exit your vehicle. You can have this conversation simply on the side of the road, or you can go ahead. No, I'm telling you to exit your vehicle. Pennsylvania versus Mims. I'm telling you to exit your vehicle, sir.
There you go. The law of the land is not the Constitution. The law of the land is the interpretation of the Constitution by the black robe tyrants of the Supreme Court, Pennsylvania versus Mims.
Okay, I'm telling you to exit your vehicle, or I will remove you from your vehicle.
That's police radio traffic for something that a lot of people might not have picked up on. When he says, give us the channel, that means we have a high priority, high risk situation going on. Our radio traffic will be the only traffic that goes across the radio. Many times in these situations, other officers will roll to the scene because they're about to conduct or do something that's high risk and dealing with the person who's not.
Imagine how far we are down the line where being on America, believing you have a right to move your property and not ask for permission, makes the people with all the guns and supposed legal power feel really unsafe to the point where they need backup because this is a high-risk situation. The levels of comedic irony and projection and rejection, denial and disempowerment are off the charts. So man and woman in its purest form under God, within their rights, not causing loss, injury, and harm, shouldn't be up in arms or feeling like a high-risk situation with servants who are using emergency lights to stop and force contract and make you live by their policies and codes. That's not a high-risk, dangerous situation where we're careening off of a cliff. No, this man with his family traveling without the proper papers is the high-risk situation that we need backup for. It's beyond laughing. Do these guys realize how pathetic and cowardly they look and sound? If they don't, I'm going to remind them, okay? Imagine going to the gym every day, packing on all this muscle, eating all your protein, to then get on here and do a live stream talking about how scared you are. You're in a high-risk situation enforcing policy on a free man or woman, on a land known as America, supposedly a free and brave land. We are in for it, folks. There's no denying it. These next 10, 20, 50 years are going to be some of the years for the books. I don't think there's any way to avoid that or deny that.
In other words, we've created a high-risk situation, so I need you to clear the radio.
Exit your vehicle. What?
You have a pump? Yeah. Grab that. All right, here's the thing, man. We've given you a lawful order. At this time, you are under arrest.
Now they're getting a window punch because the next step in this is that they're going to breach by punching out the window and extracting the guy. That's exactly what it looks like is going to happen. These guys have done this before.
So Sergeant Curtis
breach and extract,
approves of and advocates those who are going to threaten to commit the crime of damaging property. They've already committed the crime of interfering with somebody's right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now they're going to damage the property, and then they're going to steal the property by towing the property away.
So if you don't want to step out of the vehicle, we will remove you from the vehicle. We would like to not do that, but if we have to, we will. I'm not threatening you. I'm explaining what's going on. At this point, your tires have deflation devices on them. So if you want to drive away, your tires are going to go flat as well.
Notice what he said, and they all say this. We don't want to do this. We don't want to break your window. We don't want to steal and impound your vehicle. We don't want to kidnap you. We don't want to put you and your wife and your infant children at risk, but then they do it anyway. So the implication is, okay, well, if we did that, we were forced to do it by somebody who didn't comply with our authority.
All right, step out of the vehicle. This is your last opportunity before we take you out of the vehicle. Last opportunity, man.
They're ready for the next step in this, so the talking looks like it's done.
Pop right.
Who committed the crime? Who committed the crime here? The badge tyrants. The problem is we live in a world full of people who've been propagandized and hoodwinked into believing that these guys right here are here for our safety. And the only reason they're committing violence under their monopoly on violence is because they got to keep everybody else safe. How is this keeping people safe? How is having a tag on your vehicle and paying the extortion, registration, and licensing fee, how is that keeping people safe? It's not. It's only enriching the state and empowering and reinforcing and employing these guys.
I just told you that.
Yeah, you're not breaking the law.
Yeah, you are breaking
Out of it. He's got a knife on him.
No. It's here. Here, what are you doing?
We told you you're under arrest.
For what?
Failure to play a lawful order.
I gave you my paperwork.
I told you to step out of the vehicle. I asked you documentation.
I gave you my
Boy wouldn't identify, wouldn't contract. You learn his lesson now.
You told me you don't have to.
No, I think I said I gave you my paperwork. Please wait for
I told you to exit your vehicle.
I didn't.
You don't have to.
Give you my paperwork. Let me just tell you another grave irony here. I see this a lot in conservative circles. I see people rightly criticizing what happened in late 1930s, early 1940s Germany, where the SS soldiers, the Gestapo, would stop people at checkpoints saying, show me your papers. Now, conservatives will say, hey, just show me your papers. No, we live in the land of the free, home of the brave. We don't show papers here unless you have to show your papers under corporate traffic law. Now, all of a sudden, they've walked away from principle and they operate on indoctrination and propaganda because they were mentally programmed to accept the trampling of rights and show me your papers under the color of corporate traffic law. So now this is okay with them. So people see this as an honorable act on the part of the police officers to keep us safe from all these violators who don't want to show us their papers.
Don't want to follow instructions and follow orders. The United States Supreme Court says I can travel my private property.
Deputy Daddy's Fire County Sheriff's Office.
Don't take my keys out of my vehicle.
This vehicle's being towed.
I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm traveling in my private property.
They don't like the term sovereign citizen. In fact, many times they'll consider it an oxymoron because if you're sovereign, how can you be a citizen of anything? Because sovereignty means that you're of your own being, not attached or engaged in anything else.
All right.
You're of your own being, not attached to or engaged in anything else. Yeah, that's right. Right, Sergeant Curtis? A man should not submit and does not have to submit to another man because he has a funny costume and a badge on or comes with the authority of the state or is called a politician or a police officer, right? Or are you saying, Sergeant Curtis, that a politician or a police officer has a higher claim over your life and property than you? Are you saying that? And if you're saying that, where did they get this right? And how come you don't have it? I know at one time you thought you had it because you used to be a police officer, but do you still have it? Did you lose it because you stepped down from that position as a police officer? What magic is this? What fairy tale?
Well, this is the magic right here. Because you have folks who will hobble in here and say things like this. These are the people we do this broadcast for. We do it for the people who from day one had an intuition that this is all nonsense, looked into it and had the words and terms and process confirm it. And we also do it for these people who are willfully ignorant, blissfully unaware, and will carry on business as usual. They'll pay for it. They'll even step into costume and do it, right? all the wannabe tyrants for supposed safety and order, right? All the statists, all the fascists, all the swine scum of this reality who are ruining everything. They're destroying everything, by the way, while claiming that's us. It's really the people who want the law upheld, right? True law and order, the people who advocate for rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. You guys are ruining everything. Did you see all the problems you caused during Slavid-19 when you wouldn't get the 14 shots so we can all open back up again? Hello. What world are we in here? So not true, right? And it's Stacy's not going to explain to us how she came to the understanding it's not true. She's going to talk from emotions like most of these people do. They have no actual, not that in the black and white written word means anything anyway, but they have nothing to cite or correlate their feeling-based understanding with in black and white. They have no idea why they believe what they believe, where the delegation of authority is, where the evidence is for their position. They just believe it because they have a feeling, and that belief and that feeling has been given to them by their friends and family and their community and their society because they're fucking collectivist, Babylonian collectivist. Laws have always been law. You can either comply or get your ass handed to him. See, this is a person who can't even put 5 words together in a sentence. This is unfortunately, folks, you're stuck in the middle with me. Clowns to the left of us, jokers to the right. Okay, so we have corrupt, murderous, thugged out scum to the left and retarded people to the right. And there's really not much difference between them, right? And I don't mean retarded people like those mongoloid people who just have a good time everywhere they go, right? They're like, hey, I'm here. This is fun. I'm a little retarded. I'm not doing loss, injury, and harm to anyone. I'm just being retarded and going about my day. Those people, we love those people. I'm going to do a Trump here. We love our retarded people, the actually retarded people. These are people who are just very stupid people who want more power and things in life and don't know how to go about it the right way, or do, but are too lazy to. So this is what they come up with. This is the best that we got, folks, right? Like, this is the best schemes they come up with. Let's convince the public voting slaves for masters to pay us to keep them safe and go around telling everybody what to do and be, and then calling statute, policy, and code law when it's literally in the word policy enforcement. They're police because they enforce policy. Can Stacy or any other NPC status fascist tard here explain to me how a statute, policy, or code becomes a law? How does that happen? The best you're going to be able to do is say someone somewhere voted for someone who put on a costume, wrote something down, and then said we all have to follow it. And that means what exactly to me and everyone else here? At the beginning and the end of the day. That means what exactly other than you're involved in a group extortion event? Well, we got together. We said this is legitimate. We're going to do whatever we want, and you have to follow it. And if you don't, we're going to do loss, injury, and harm to you, including stealing or taking your body somewhere and locking you up for profit. And this is just normal for you people? This is what you do all day, every day in this realm? And the answer for a Babylonian collectivist is yes, yes, and yes. And we're going to fund it.
Fiction, pixie dust, are you actually
What's your problem,
because that's
Polly
all
boy?
this is. This is
What
the
don't you
belief in
get?
authority that people have the right to rule me. People have the right to demand my ID, and I have the obligation to give them my ID, or I should be punished. Is that really the world we want to live in? Because the people who will be drawn to those positions of power,
it's called the Constitution, you dumbass. So this is great. We now have Stacy engaged in a dialogue with me from text. I would love for you to call in and come up here so everyone can hear how stupid you are and willing to embarrass yourself. I'm the same way, in my own way. I'm willing to embarrass myself here and take a risk. You're going to do great at it. Okay. I got a feeling. So it's called the Constitution, dumbass. Can you cite which part of the Constitution gives men and women in a service position the right to interfere with my property and rights and pursuit of happiness, including carrying guns, owning property, traveling freely, and more? Can you explain to me where that is exactly? And then when you're done with that, can you explain to me how a constitution, which is essentially a contract that like 10 or 50 guys got together and signed 300 years ago, applies to me exactly? You guys are mentally and emotionally ill. You're engaged in a group hallucination. You're completely over the edge when it comes to logic, morals, and ethics, and you have no understanding about anything in life and how it works. And the worst part is You are the people in most of the professional positions in this society. That's why the banking system is going over the edge. That's why everything is literally going over the edge. Because we have a bunch of corrupt, retarded people who just repeat whatever they hear and what they see and think that what they see is all there is, when there's an old saying, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. See? That's what we have going on here. So can you explain to me, Stacy, and all the other voting, retarded, corrupt collectivists who want to project your terrorism onto the individual, how does a constitution, a piece of papyrus that 10 guys got together, wrote up and signed, that a bunch of servants swear to, how does it apply to me? What gives it, that piece of paper, a force of law to overtake my moral compass and my right to choose and be free and own property and carry a gun and smoke dope and use my dick however I please, as long as I'm not causing loss, injury, and harm? Because you people at some point, you're already doing it, by the way. You're going to tell us where we can and can't go on the internet. Well, we think you watching videos, maybe that's where this whole rant is coming from. It could be argued on a Freudian subpsychological level, okay? Maybe I went recently to go watch porn, and instead of me getting the porn that I'm used to, some woman came up to lecture me, a grown man, in theory, right? I'm somewhat immature in certain ways. We can get into that at some point, but not right now. Tried to lecture a grown man on what to do with my genitalia. Joke's on her. I masturbated to her, X'd out, and went on with my day. She thought that she was going to change something or stop something. Or did she think that? Was this all just one big power play for that woman? You know the woman I'm talking about. If I have to, I will go to all the porn sites right now that you can't bring up on Arizona, because the same woman pops up on every website and tells grown men what to do with their genitals nowadays. Okay? So either she and others really want to be involved in our life to keep us safe and have power and control over us, or she just wanted attention. Because imagine how many other guys out there are just like me. She didn't curb our enthusiasm. She didn't stop the masturbatory activity. We just did it to her or on her and then went on with the rest of our day. Now, for all of you new folks who are here, this is a bit non-bit I'm doing right now. I figured I should call it out so folks can recognize it clearly and completely, because they get confused easily. They may not know what just happened, right? How did Paul E-Boy go from this to this? I have an inappropriate comedic edge to me, right? Where I like to jump out of the box sometimes, be awkward. I'm the king of cringe. Okay. That's one of my monikers here. I'm great at it. And sometimes I lapse into a bit non-bit. Where was I going there? Right. Complete control, taking over of power and property, even down to what we're going to view as consensual adults on the internet, because we have to be tracked and traced and kept safe. Okay, this is the bottom line of what everyone needs to get used to. And guess what? Stacy and your supposed friends and family and your coworkers and everyone around you, they like this shit. They want more of it. They're going to support it. They're going to pay for it. And they're going to tell you, you have to follow it. And if you don't, you're a bad man or woman. And they can't see what's wrong with this. Right?
Who want the ring of power, those will be the psychopaths, because normal people don't want to rule other people.
What?
You only take that position where you can rule over somebody because you have a control freak problem.
This time you're under arrest.
For what?
Failure to comply, resisting arrest.
I didn't resist arrest.
All right,
sir.
we gave you lawful orders. We explained to you
All I
multiple
asked
times
was for the
what was going to occur if you failed to act. We don't need to wait.
Stacy, that's good, right? I want to check in with Stacy. Stacy's going to be my new co-host from the chat box. Stacy, this is good, right? That it's now considered to be a crime where we're going to take somebody's body and property away and keep them in a box and profiteer off of it because they didn't comply. This is great, right? This is what we vote for. This is what our taxes are supposed to be going for. This and the roads to keep us all safe. This is good. I want to hear it directly from Stacy and others. They like this, they want more of it, and they're willing to pay for it.
Court supervisor. All right. So we've given you lawful orders. We explained what the consequences of those orders are. You continue to refuse. So we did as minimal damage as necessary to remove you from the vehicle. At this time, you are under arrest. Okay.
Didn't work out how it showed on Facebook or however.
We're not going to get through this video. And I've gotten to the point with this person. This is why I don't do this broadcast every day like I used to, because I want to vomit looking at this cuck. Okay. This militarized, they all look the same. They have the same hair. They have the same way of talking. They have the same empty, hollow, addicted look in their eyes. They make me sick. Okay. So and that's what drives this broadcast. I'm aware of what the subpsychology is here, is that I take all the frustration and even the fear that's in me, and I try to amalgamate it and transmute it into something that is somewhat entertaining. If nothing else, they go, there's his crazy sovereign citizen. He's going to yell and curse again and bring up his masturbatory habits. We're somewhat entertained by that. It's a freak show. Debbie checking in. Debbie, the cousin of Stacy. Okay. Debbie and Stacy. This is good. This is good what we're doing here. We're getting all the Debbies and Stacys of the world right. Are you against the construction that protects your rights? The construction, they asked. Right? Am I reading that correctly? Yes. So Stacy and Debbie can't form a sentence. You're why we do this broadcast, okay? Debbie, good to have you here. Okay, it's definitely good to have you and Stacy here. No, I'm not against the construction that protects my rights. Are you aware of what the actual construction is that protects your rights? Yeah, it used to be called a man. Okay, it's just, I want to boil this all down. Used to be called a man. That was the construction of and by God that kept your rights intact. Okay, so I think you meant constitution, but construction's just as good, right? Like, who really gives a fuck about the truth and the facts or what any of it means? Who really cares, right, Debbie and Stacy? So no, I'm not against the construction / constitution that protects rights. I'm pointing out that the Constitution is only as good as the men and women who can understand it, how it applies, who it applies to and doesn't apply to, and practice the foundational principles of the law of the land, right? I'm not against anything. See, these are people who are very easily put off. If you ask them a question that reveals an obvious answer, instead of them taking that answer and running with it, they get annoyed with you. And then they start presuming things. Paul must be against the construction / constitution that protects your rights. No, I'm expanding your perspective potentially of what it actually is and how it actually works. So it is a document. It is signed by certain people. You and I are not a party to it. We don't need to be, and it's better off that we're not, because the servants all swear to it, and that means they're a party to it indirectly. So we're free to use the Constitution as we wish to bind them in a service capacity and not overtake our rights. And we're free to be dynamic as individuals. That's part of being free, and not be bound or latched or controlled by a piece of paper and a document. See? The document is codified and sworn to protect us, the men and women, from the agents in a service provider position. Because guess what, Debbie and Stacy? From the beginning of time, the service providers, the agents, are the ones who always take the rights and property of men and women historically. Okay? They're usually the biggest problem. That's why the Constitution exists to begin with, to keep government or the corporation known as United States in checks and balances, so it doesn't get completely out of control and, exempt itself from all statutes and policies while enforcing policies on the rest of us. Oops, we're a little late. Okay. So no, I'm not against the Constitution. I'm really not against anything as much as I'm for other things. But again, in a world where you're for certain things, you must be against other things to a person with a limited perspective and understanding, right? It's called a person who can only think or see in black and white. These are the same people who will call me a liberal if I'm a Republican talking to them, or call me a Republican if they're a liberal while I'm talking to them, because they can only see the black and white they've been programmed to see and uploaded to see. They can never find the gray area where the truth usually lives. Okay, that's why the Tao, one of my favorite spiritual texts, is the way to the way. It's also known as the middle way. Okay, and it's a great symbol, the yin and yang, the black and the white circles. You remember that, Stacy and Debbie? And then the little sliver that goes up the middle is the gray area. It's a little sliver up the middle because few people can attain that perspective or come to that understanding. See, the black and the white area is way bigger. That's where most folks find themselves residing. That's where they occupy the majority of the time, right? That's how this simulation continues to go the way that it's meant to go at this point. Because again, you heard me say one thing and then presume something else because they've taught you what to think, and you've never learned how to think. You've never learned how to stop thinking and just look and listen and understand, right? That's pure conscious and awareness. That's something that's not taught. That's something that is denied, right? See, that's the inversion world that we occupy, that you call normal society, right?
Someone who told him to.
Guy just said, he just admitted that one of the worst things you could do or be, he didn't say this directly, he indirectly intimated, one of the worst things you could do or be in this culture and society is claim to be sovereign and have rights. Imagine this. Imagine how far we are.
Do it this way. It didn't work out that way.
Could you please give my stuff to my wife?
By the way,
And that's
let's
how
just not
inconsistent-
point out that if you look at this guy's like face and features, he looks like a devil straight out of Central Casting. I mean, that's always a coincidence, right? It's just their eyebrows, their eyes, the way they look, right? They supposedly have it all together, but when you look at them, there's something that kind of filters through. And what it is these people are completely devoid of conscience. They're not conscient-able beings, so they don't have the capacity to do or be good. All they have the capacity to do is follow orders and engage in deception and corruption. That's why they start to even look evil, okay? Right out of Central Casting. If I had to pick a Lex Luthor type of seemingly well-to-do, clean and articulate being who's completely over the edge, corrupt and doing evil while projecting onto the good people of Gotham City, it would be this ex-cop who you see here commenting on the video saying sovereignty is bad and evil. We need to do something.
Law enforcement is, because sometimes it does work out. Sometimes it does work out for Cameron or Paul Unslaved or some of these other people. And at other times it doesn't work out because the cop or the deputy is going to play hardball. And that's the inconsistency. That's where you get to, oh, well, I'm an officer. I can exercise discretion. Well, is it right or is it not right? Is it right or wrong? If it's wrong, then who did I victimize? What crime was actually committed? You haven't committed a crime. I mean, contrary to popular belief, I know we live in a world that believes that if you freed those slaves, you committed a crime. If you hold that gold or that silver that the government told you not to hold, you've committed a crime. If you have that liquor in your cabinet or you're transporting it in any way in your private conveyance, you've committed a crime. I know people want to believe that, but is that true? Is that the facts? Is that in accordance with morality? Is that the world you actually want to live in? Because it's getting worse, and the control freaks and the psychopaths are growing in number, and the people who are applauding control freaks and psychopaths are growing in number. And that's why we do these videos, so we can call out the immorality of the mentality of the Sergeant Curtises and the people who applaud thin blue line tyranny.
Name.
I refuse. I'm not.
All right. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law.
Assaulted.
You have the right to have an attorney present during the before any questioning. If you cannot
You
afford
literally
an attorney,
assaulted.
one may be appointed to represent you. Anytime you can decide not to answer any questions or making statements. Do you understand that?
You assaulted.
Do you understand
I
that?
overstand.
I
overstand.
You overstand?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So overstand is just another play on the word. They don't want to be under anything, but they can overstand the situation. So they're over. It's just playing a word game.
Do you want to provide your name or no?
Yeah, it's just playing a word game. Pull over, because I told you to. Because I got a uniform and a badge and a gun. And this right here says you need to respect my authority. It's just a word game. That's what it is. It's a word game on the part.
Right. It's more projection. They're the ones with legislature taking words out of context, giving them other definitions and applying them to everyone without a proper contract, using fraudulent contracts where they extort you and say, fill out the contract, sign it, do what we say, or else. Right. It's totally us playing the word games. AWACS, good to have you here because you're saying stuff that is it's the official narrative. You're one of the reasons we do this broadcast along with Stacy and Debbie. Okay. Good to have you here. Special shout outs today for certain individuals who may need my attention. So AWACS points out the common theme, the narrative is, and you're going to love this. I hate the government, so I voted for Trump. Okay. And then Gerald, of course, because Gerald's a lot like Stacy and Debbie, and many others. Exactly AWACS, right? So either he's being ironic and comedic, which I don't think he is, but if he is, it's because he's mocking the generalized public who literally will say shit on social media, and just in life. I don't like the government. That's why I voted for Donald Trump. Yeah, he's totally been an anti-government or a reformer of government procedure, right? Do we have to go over the list? For you, again, are you corrupt, retarded, or both? Which comes first? What's the core of your being? Donnie did the lockdowns, did the shots, hosts Bill Gates regularly. We know what Bill Gates is up to, doing the chemtrails and all the rest of it. He sits around with these other folks saying we're going to make America healthy again while eating McDonald's. He says we're going to take guns without congressional approval or without due process because people might be deemed crazy by others. He wants to do expansionist and has been doing expansionist wars on a bunch of countries that are coincidentally lacking a centralized Rothschild bank. Let's put this one up because, you know, the tards, they can't decode, they can't figure out why it's all happening, right? But there it is right there in one memed image, you can start to see what Donnie's up to. Donnie's not his own person. Okay, let's sit the children down and let's teach them a lesson for today. Presidents are representatives for the corporation. They don't run the corporation. There are people behind who you see as representatives who actually fund all this stuff and pull the strings. I know that's scary, very scary, but we're going to have to confront this, okay? And that's why Nathan Rothschild thanked Donnie officially on his Twitter YouTube. He said, great job, Donald, because Donald is doing wars on behalf of the centralized banking system to install their centralized banks so they can move forward with digitized currency and pull everyone out of the gold and silver market, which they're now altering, right? They're now using insider trading and various market manipulations to alter the prices of a lot of these commodities. While we're in an inflation-based economic bubble, everything bubble, because of a currency that's backed by nothing and overprinted, right? So you guys are duped. You guys are part of a massive fraud. And you keep saying you don't like government, slavery, and genocide, but you keep voting for people who are puppets of the same people who continue to propagate and profess openly, out in the open, that they want New World Order, okay? So here we go, 2000, and this is going to really shock you guys, because it turns out whether it's Georgie Boy Bush, Barack Obama, Billy Clinton, or Donnie Trump, the U.S. corporation marches on with its agenda that is not specific to any of these people who you keep voting for. It is a specific agenda, but it's not specific to these subjects, right? It's not specific to the subjective experience. 2000, there were 9 countries out of Rothschild-owned central bank. Libya, check, been there. Sudan, check, been there. Afghanistan, you remember that, got to get the terrorists. Syria, right? Remember bombing of the Syrian strip and the bases and all the rest of it? Yep, you remember that. Cuba, which isn't crossed off the list, but should be, because we have a concentration camp there they call Gitmo, right? Where we like to take people because, you know, it's not we, it's them. But I'm a U.S. citizen, according to everyone, so I have to buy into all this. I have to be part of it. I have to fund it. And I have to say it's just fucking dandy for all of us, and we need more of it. So you can cross Cuba off the list, okay? Corporate takeover there. You got Iraq. You remember that. Terrorism. Venezuela more recently. And what do we have left on the list? Right. Iran and North Korea. And we have the video of Clausen over 20 years ago, Israeli lobbyists standing up and telling everyone that all modern day wars are organized to get to a certain goal and that we need to figure out how we're going to get to war with Iran. Okay. So, you know what? Let's play it now. One of my favorite clips. I promised Brian O'Shea at one point I'd play it every broadcast. I've been slacking on that. So for Gerald and for Nancy and Stacy and Debbie and all the other NPC, statist, fascist, collectivist slaves somewhere in a business suit by the water cooler, this one's for you. Clausen admitting all major wars are organized and we need to figure out how to get to war with Iran. And of course, he is a lobbyist for the state of Israel. And if we ever get through this video with Brian from High Impact Flicks, I got videos from 10 years ago, from 5 weeks ago, backroom videos where people are admitting and even advocating with themselves and each other and policymakers to go to war at these places for the state of Israel, which is another centralized banker-backed front. Government business front, right? They're now using governments as corporate fronts to do their activity. Not now. They've been doing it for the longest time. But Stacy and Gerald and Debbie and all the rest of the normal, sophisticated, civilized, well-to-do, intelligent people can't figure this out historically, right? And then at some point we can go back to the 3 World Wars and Albert Pike and Morals and Dogma, you know, the head of World Freemasonry in 1860 in his letter to a centralized banker, Giuseppe Mazzini, and what he forecasted. We can go back to that little ditty as well. And we have many of it. Okay, Clausen, major world wars are organized, and we need to figure out how to do some covert operations with Iran. And what he goes on to say is maybe a submarine goes down, maybe it doesn't come up, who knows what happens. And that's called staging attacks so you can continue to go to war around the world, and using a president as a dupe ruse to take all the flack and the liability, while the hidden hand who's really empowered is never seen or spoken about or even understood or conceptualized by the average fascist, statist, collectivist, NPC slave who's trying to figure out which next poison meal they're going to have, which next piece of paper backed by nothing they're going to trade their time for, and which vaccine they're going to get to keep them safe, right?
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. Which leads me to conclude that if, in fact, compromise is not coming, that the traditional way of America gets to war is what would be best for U.S. interests. Some people might think that Mr. Roosevelt wanted to get us into World War II, as David mentioned. You may recall we had to wait for Pearl Harbor. Some people might think Mr. Wilson wanted to get us into World War I. You may recall he had to wait for the Lusitania episode. Some people might think that Mr. Johnson wanted to send troops to Vietnam. You may recall we had to wait for the Gulf of Tonkin episode. We didn't go to war with Spain until the until the Maine exploded. And may I point out that Mr. Lincoln did not feel he could call out the Federal Army until Fort Sumter was attacked, which is why he ordered the commander at Fort Sumter to do exactly that thing which the South Carolinians had said would cause an attack. So if, in fact, the Iranians aren't going to compromise, it would be best if somebody else started the war. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. I mentioned that explosion on August 17th. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why? We can do a variety of things if we wish to increase the pressure. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just suggesting that this is not a either-or proposition. Of, you know, it's just sanctions has to succeed or other things. We are in the game of using covert means against the Iranians. We could get nastier at that.
Stacy responding down there, it's almost as if I didn't just say anything, let alone 10 things, and she's just on repeat. You know, most of these people are like the dolls they used to make back in the day where you pull the string and they got about 5 things in them they can spew out, right? And you just keep pulling the string till you get bored with the 5 responses. So if anyone is listening to this, it's Aunt Stacy, right? This is how I imagine the majority of holiday dinners go that I'm never invited to. Aunt Stacy has an idea and an understanding, and she's going to put us up on it, right? Because we're the crazy fools who just don't get how life works. If anyone is listening to this guy and trying to find some meaningless fight with the U.S., nobody said anything about fighting, going against, or overthrowing. I said stop buying into and believing and supporting your own disempowerment and destruction. 2 very different statements. Are things perfect? No. By the way, this is more hoe logic. If you meet a hoe and they're getting lied to and beaten and abused, they're always going to tell you why their guy, right? Their guy, whether they do wrong or not, is the best game in town, right? Because the alternative is you'd have to like go within, be with yourself, find some meaning and purpose in your life beyond hoeing for some pimp, right? So are things perfect? No. But your option is to attack the rule of law. It makes you a complete fool. That's you, unknowingly, because you think legalism, collectivism, corporatism, democracy, wars around the world, and all the rest of it are what the U.S. is and stands for. And on one level it is, but it's not American. It's not what makes America great. You and many others are against the rule of law because you think you can use paperwork and feelers to violate the law of this land and international law and do whatever the fuck you want to do for cheaper gas and because daddy says so. It's hoe logic. So you're projecting, I'm for the rule of law, the foundational principles of law that made this land great, rights, freedom principles, spiritual faith, and a limited government that is there to serve the people by upholding their rights. That is how we keep everyone safe and prosperous. The servants uphold our rights, okay, and protect our property, not try to claim it and dictate and administrate it and then take it if we don't listen. You are a corporatist, democratically indoctrinated slave who doesn't want the rule of law. You want enforced policy, statute, and code. See, I'm the rule of law guy based on the codified understanding of the law of the universe that became the law of this land. You are the legalist, collectivist, corporatist, fascist scum who wants to overthrow the rule of law of this land and everything that made this place great because you're a hoe for an inauthentic corporate mail-run system of cowards who are corrupt, okay? And or completely bereft of any kind of true intelligence or understanding that makes anything better off here in this world or more beneficial for the individual and the collective, okay? So you have to understand the actual roles and positions that we play. You don't know it yet, but if you stick around here long enough, you're going to finally realize how you've been duped and deceived on many levels. And Gerald just wrote down there that I must be talking, again, he repeated it, that I must just only be talking about the Democrats. You can't even explain to me the difference between a Republican or a Democrat, because by the end of the day, when the smoke clears, it all winds up the same way. I'll say it again for the 1,000th time. What is fascism? By definition, Benito Mussolini, the merger of state and corporate powers. I gave you 3 definitions today, like I do every day, straight from U.S. Code, defining citizens and the United States as a corporation located on a foreign territory, 10 square miles. It's called a corporate takeover. So we got fascism, check. Merger of state and corporate power, one better, they turn themselves into a corporation and claim that they're now government for everybody, and you got to vote for president so they can enforce their political ideology on the individual, or else. That's the CIA, FBI definition of terrorism, by the way, in case you were wondering. What is Marxism? The abolition of private property. Where's all your precious Republicans who've signed on to bills, statute, policy, and code giving the corporation right to extract tribute from each man and woman here in order to own land and use their own home, okay? It's called property tax, right? So when you have to pay the state to use your own house and property, and if you don't pay, they come and take it with their agents, that means you don't have a right to private property and ownership anymore, technically by definition. That's Marxism, check. Socialism is the redistribution of wealth. Kind of like when they take your income tax, your property tax, your gas tax, your sales tax, your licensing tax, and all the rest of the tribute you've given to the corporation, and they redistribute that wealth to, let's say, the state of Israel and Ukraine and other places where they're part-time doing expansionism and half the other part of the time training supposed terrorists to be released into the world to carry out attacks so they can use the prerequisite of needing to be safe to enact more policy and code and do the cycle all over again? Right. It's called black budget projects. So men and women, ladies and gentlemen, okay, I'm here today to remind you that by definition, you're already in fascism, you're already in Marxism, you're already in socialism, and you're going to sit here and tell me all about voting for Donnie and it's just the Democrats. No, it's all of you. You're all in deception. You're all deceived. You're all part of the same system, and that system is built to do the same thing. Please get a fucking clue. We're never going to get through this video.
Or the law enforcer as well. And it's sad that we have to have all these semantics when all you have to do is say, hey, I'm a man just like you. You don't have rights that I don't have. I don't have rights that you don't have. I don't have the right to force you to do something. I don't have the right to coerce you or defraud you or with the implied threat of force, get you to do something that you don't want to do. I don't have that right. And it doesn't make it legitimate for me to do that by calling myself a police officer or a politician or a governor.
That's fine. I'll just book you as a dumb.
So what happens if you don't give your name or information can't be identified, then you get booked as John Doe. What happens is you sit in jail until you're identified by some means through the court. So you can end up sitting in jail for an extended period of time. And that's why it's an IG bullet, because most people say, I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. I'm going to just give my information and my name because I don't want to sit in jail.
Yeah, isn't there?
We have to comment now. We're never going to get through this video. So we're heavy on audience engagement today because we got a lot of bright people here today, as usual. Ryan Fuller, communism is redistribution of wealth. Socialism is a collective ownership of business. You're an idiot. That's you, because you think you know something and you just proved you're the idiot projecting it onto me. So socialism and communism share several key similarities, including their roots in opposition to capitalism, their focus on social welfare, and the advocacy for public ownership of the means of production. Okay, so communism, socialism, and Marxism are all somewhat similar, if not interchangeable, to certain levels, degrees, and extents. And then there's nuance there. Okay, so please don't tell me that by definition, I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to these ideas. And let's just say I didn't and you were right. And I'm the idiot here. Great. You're right, Ryan. It's not socialism. We're in communism. So America is in fascism, Marxism, and communism. Is that better for you? And if you'd like, you can call in or come up here and explain to me the difference, exactly what the technical difference is between communism and socialism, because I'm such an idiot and you're so smart. I'm dying to hear all about it.
A problem there then, Sergeant Curtis? All right, I'm just going to give my name because this guy is threatening me. He's threatening to put the torture cuffs on me. He's threatening to kidnap me. He's threatening to cage me. He's threatening to mar my record for the rest of my life. And he's threatening to call back up if I don't comply. I mean, he's going to bring me to heel. So
this is great.
I'll just go ahead and show my eyes.
This is great. This is why when I get in the algorithm, I can't finish anything. I can't either way, because the audience is so great to interact with. So now Gerald, and if you watch over the course of hours, days, weeks, and months, these people become completely reformed by arguing with me. It's something to behold, right? A lot of the regulars who've been here for years, they come here for that. They come here to watch status slaves who have no idea what they're talking about, come here to shout things out and me to answer. And then over the course of days, weeks, months, and years, watch the inevitable and variable change of this being's perspective and the way they start to understand reality themselves and how it all fits together. So Gerald has now gone from it's the Democrats, I must be one, to accepting what I'm saying is true, but arguing that the problem is we have more Marxism and communism than fascism. He's even subconsciously taking up for the right-wing side of things indirectly, right? This is what's fascinating to me about doing this here. He's now moving the goalpost and changing his argument where, okay, Paulie boy, you're right, but it's not the right-wing fascists that are the biggest problem here that we vote for and pay for and support. It's the damn leftist, communists, and Marxists. Again, Gerald, it's all of you. You're all engaged in destroying America as it is known to be and understood and what makes it great, while you advocate for your ism, for your side of the perspective, because you just can't accept. I get it. We're still early here. This is day one with you, but we're making great progress so far. Give it a couple days, couple weeks, couple months, couple years. You'll start to realize how what you're doing right now is indicative of your sub-psychological state and why we are where we're at. Because you want to play the lesser of evils. That's not the answer. The answer is to understand right from wrong, true from false, and then accept that and comport yourself to that, or accept that by not doing that, you're going to generate a result for yourselves and each other. We don't blame communism and Marxism because we believe fascism to be a lesser evil than the communism and the Marxism, because the fascism is still in play. It's still part of the downfall. It's the reason why this is happening, because you can't have communism, Marxism, and fascism on God's country, on God's land, with God's people. It's supposed to be of and by and for the people. You also can't have crony capitalism either. And we can distinguish the difference between true free trade capitalism and crony capitalism if you'd like, okay? This isn't a place to make excuses, justifications, deflections, okay? And to be in denial. This is a place of radical accountability and potentially responsibility, right? If not, then just acceptance of why it's happening for obvious reasons and the fact that it will impact you in future generations.
Who is in the right and who is in the wrong in that scenario, Sergeant Curtis? In other words, might makes right. And let me just break it down like this, because this right here highlights the fact that this indeed is one of the most ridiculous things that people believe in this world. Let's say that McDonald's was a big enough corporation and powerful enough where they could make and enforce a law. And that law was this: you are required, every American is required to eat a salad and a grilled chicken sandwich at McDonald's at least 3 times a week. And you're required to carry your receipts with you on your person or in your car. And you're required to present them to a McDonald's certified law enforcement officer anytime he asks. And let's say that they justified this law by saying, this is going to make America healthy. This is going to make America safe. We're going to have less deaths. So that's their justification. And to further drive this point home, let's say that the masses for decades were propagandized and indoctrinated into believing that those who resisted this law were the transgressors and the evildoers. Only 2 things can make this law fly. That would be the absolute monopoly on force and violence that McDonald's could initiate and enforce. And the second thing that could make this thing work, there's only 2 things. And if you can think of something else, let me know. The second thing is that the masses were indoctrinated to believe that the violence that McDonald's would initiate on you if you disobeyed was somehow legitimate. Now, you say, that's ridiculous. I'm a free American. I can eat wherever I want to eat, and I'm not going to carry my receipts anywhere. But the Sergeant Curtises of the world would go, you are so foolish. We have the monopoly on force, and you will comply, because if you resist McDonald's order to eat 3 meals a day, a chicken sandwich and a healthy salad, if you disagree with that and you resist that and you don't carry your receipts wherever you go, then you deserve the punishment you get. That's how ridiculous what Sergeant Curtis believes is. If you disagree, let me know in the comments.
All right, I got my own agents in the comments, and they're quite frustrated with Stacy. This is a high-risk situation. Stacy is going against the collective here. We have statutes policy, Paulicy, right? Because I'm Paul Enslaved. We have statute policy and code here at Unslavia. Okay, Stacy? And I got to tell you, we all got together. It's an unspoken social contract. We're telling you how you have to speak and act now, and it seems like you're kind of escalating things a little bit, right? So here's the deal. Here's how this is going to go. Okay. I don't want to, but I will block and ban you for not following policy. Okay. Now I just said that's how you know it's true, because I'm telling you, I don't want to do this, but I will do it if I have to. And me having to is based on your compliance and cooperation or not. Okay. So please, you're a fan of compliance and cooperation. You do it with all these people in their costumes with their policies and codes. I don't understand why that's any different here. You can explain to me why that's different here. I'm open to listening. But right now, I don't see it. I'm not getting it. You're some kind of sovereign chat-dwelling citizen. You want all the benefits and privileges of being here and what we do here, but you don't want to pay your way and your fair share, and you don't want to cooperate and comply. Stacy, please stop escalating things. You're going to force me and my agents to deal with you, okay? And by the way, I got a lot of calls on you, Stacy. A lot of folks texting me, my back number, you can't see it, but I'm getting a lot of calls on the log, a lot of private messages in my backstage area. Folks are feeling very unsafe about you in the chat, Stacy. Okay? So please, let's get it together here, people.
Do you have a driver's license or anything? Because if this vehicle's unregistered and you don't have a license, it's going to come with us. All right, it's coming with us. There's 2 other kids in the back.
Are you okay?
2 kids.
No, I'm not. I have 3 small children, and your officer just shattered this window. Okay. We have a right to travel.
Oh, this is great. This is the part. This is what I was telling you about. This is the part where the woman is the only man in the room. Well, how does that work? You might ask. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It's there, but it's not there. It's a bit non-bit. What does that even mean? They say to me. Well, it's right here. This woman is the only man in the interaction, and she's not a man. So she's telling the cops She's not interested in them. They're corrupt tyrants. They're ridiculous. They look and sound ridiculous. They're cucked out. They're pathetic and embarrassing. She's ready to go to jail. She's telling them, hands off my shit. While her man, remember that construction, that Constitution, Stacy or one of them was talking about? Yeah, here it is. Used to be the thing that protected everyone's rights was this guy who's sitting in the back of the cop car handcuffed, crying and begging to be let out while he rats on me. Not that I'm doing criminal activity, but brings my name up and says I'm the reason for all this, while his woman is more of a man than he is, and the cops arresting everybody. Hello, get a clue on why we're here and where we're at. It's all right there in one moment. It's not hard. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. And we go through the cycle once again. Which part do you think we're at, not only in this broadcast, but historically on this land? I'll let you guys figure it out.
Florida, which I'm pretty sure you're knowledgeable of.
Okay. If you thought the guy was tough to deal with, he's nothing compared to what you're going to see with this lady.
You can start a tow truck for that vehicle.
Don't tow, please. Why are you going to tow my wife?
Look at Sergeant Curtis's face. He's ecstatic that this family is being terrorized for no reason.
We're not debating this, people.
The United States. I'm not debating anything.
Cool.
I'm not. I am.
We're done with this conversation.
So did they ask him to exit the vehicle?
Unlawfully, what did he need to exit the vehicle for? We had the window down and we're conversing with them.
Okay. So does he have a driver's license?
He has the right to travel and paperwork that says that.
Okay.
Which he handed to your officer, sheriff, deputy, whatever you guys want to be called.
Please don't leave my family on the side of the road. I might have misunderstood. I might have misunderstood something, but come on, please.
We explained it.
Yeah, but I had my case law. I didn't think I was breaking the law.
Don't beg a police officer. Don't try to plead with him.
Please don't.
If you refuse to step out
but
of the
I
vehicle,
misunderstood.
We explained to you all this.
I'm telling you right now.
You probably should have listened the first
I was
time.
told, man.
You still have to
Fallen
have
slave did it.
the driver's license in the state of Florida in order to operate a motor vehicle. You can travel wherever
He's not
you want.
operating a motor vehicle. He's
driving.
He is not driving. He is not operating a motor vehicle.
So you get two people coming from two different angles, might as well be two completely different worlds. The cop.
Do we have to bring that up? You know what? Let's take a sidebar here because all the tards will say it never happened. Motor vehicle, and all you legal beagles and cop suckers, all you bootlickers and cop suckers, stand by and give me your bullshit throwaway logic that makes no sense for why this is going to be the way it is. Motor vehicle definition. Okay. And this is from US code as well. And why does that matter, you might say? They'll say that they'll use their throwaway. States' rights. States have a right to do whatever they want within the purview of federal code and even against federal code if it's constitutionally sound and philosophically sound. Telling everyone they have to pay tax and ask permission to use their automobile because you called it a motor vehicle, which is a commercial instrument, is not states' rights, okay? Because you got a lot of moronic cops and folks who I've debated with, and when they can't debate any longer and make any sense, they realize they're not making any sense, they just go quiet and then use an ad hominem throwaway, right? So an automobile is classified federally as private property, exempt from regulation. A motor vehicle under federal code is a commercial instrument. So when a state of corporation deems all automobiles to be motor vehicles with what? The title, because a title is what you call it. If I make a movie and I title it, then that's what they're going to call it. What they call it is based on the genre and the status that it will retain, right? Is it a horror? Is it an action? What's the status and standing of it, right? This is real simple stuff. So automobile, federally, private property, exempt from registration. You're going to go sign the title converting the automobile to a motor vehicle, and they're going to define the motor vehicle on a state level the same way they do on a federal level, while denying this all exists, by the way. Some sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo talk. We don't know what Paulie Boy's talking about. Well, it's all right there. See? If we want to pull it up. So yes, motor vehicle is differentiated from an automobile because one is a private conveyance, the other one is a commercial instrument as defined under U.S. code, and U.S. code matters because there's a thing called supremacy clause, and the only way a state of corporation or the land known as the nation state can go against the federal statute, policy, and code is to preserve the rights of men and women, constitutionally protected activity. The example I always give is it's federally illegal to sell and buy cannabis, okay, in case you didn't know, and there are many states at this point buying and selling cannabis. Why, you ask? Because we all have a right, philosophically, to use God-given plants to change our consciousness or use them as sacraments or as medicinal herbs, okay? So that is a conceptual idea you can understand. Even the lowest IQ amongst us here can understand a simple concept like that. You can go against federal code and definitions if it's for a constitutionally protected activity. What are constitutional protected activities? Activities that don't cause loss, injury, and harm to others and create debts for others that you don't pay. Okay, traveling freely is one of them. Carrying a gun is another one of them. Smoking plants and herbs God put here is another one of them. Doesn't matter what federal code is written down about it, for the positive or for the negative. That's the only time states' rights as a conceptualization, as a theory, or an understanding of law, practice, process, or procedure ever becomes legitimized. You can't use the clause of states' right to go against federal code when the federal code is upholding the rights and freedom of the people, and you want to restrict that for profit. See? That's how you get your ass taken over by the feds. That's what's called checks and balances. Remember that in 8th grade, checks and balances? Anybody can do checks to anybody above or below to keep everything in balance when it comes to rights and freedoms versus tyranny. See? And the large portion of this is philosophical, right? It isn't spelled out or written out for you folks. And even if it was, you'd have some teacher or politician somewhere convince you it's not what it says that it is. Okay, it's called indoctrination.
Believes you must have a driver's license.
I never
proof
went
of
to
insurance,
it. Never
registration.
went to it. See, got ahead or behind myself there. Where is it at here? There it is. Hello. I'm pretty good with the search engine at this point. 18 U.S. Code, Section 31, definitions, and it goes over all the definitions for all types of household goods under the UCC. That's what they're called, household goods. The term motor vehicle means every description. Let's put it up on here because they'll say I made it up. Even if it is here, they won't accept it because they're indoctrinated. We understand, but we're going to do our due diligence anyway. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and, there's a lot of retarded folks who want to argue with me about what and means because they don't know the difference between and or, right? It's all the same, doesn't matter. No, it's not or, it's and. It means if the second part of the statement is not true, it ceases to be that. So let's take it again because we have to stop. That and part is very fucking tricky for the average retarded NPC. The term motor vehicle means every description of carriage or other contrivance propelled or drawn by mechanical power and used for commercial purposes on the highways in the what? Transportation, another commercial term of who or what? Passengers, another commercial term. Go back into the etymology of all these terms. This is maritime admiralty verbiage, as Ben Thorpe, shout out to Ben Thorpe, doesn't think I know how verbiage is spelled because I say verbiage sometimes instead of verbiage. So today he gets what he wants and needs. He didn't argue with me about the policy and code. He argued with how I phrased it. So transportation is a commercial term. Look it up. It's from going port to port with passengers and cargo. And that's what commercial ships used to do within the purview of maritime admiralty law, right? It's all policy and code and regulations for commercial activity. And main commercial activity was the traffic, or the transportation of passengers and property, or property or cargo for a fee. Okay. So motor vehicle defined U.S. code right there is a commercial instrument, and you can't use states' rights to rewrite that definition to restrict the ability for folks to use an automobile, which is also defined in the code as a private conveyance exempt from regulation, because what was the power that this corporation and Congress had over people? The power to regulate commerce. And then through the 11th to 14th Amendment, they expanded their plenipotentiary powers and the scope of the ability to use those powers to include public safety. So if they can't get you on the corporate capacity, right, by getting you to sign all the papers and agree without knowing, right, it's a fraudulent contract because there was never a meeting of the minds, but that's okay. They're going to use it anyway. They're going to get you in a corporate capacity, or they're going to claim we were all feeling unsafe when we interfere with your rights and property and try to enforce code on you, right? So we're creeping down the road. It went from we just want to regulate these corporations and corporate activity to everyone's doing corporate activity now. Fuck it. Everyone's part of a corporation and are a corporate person, okay? And therefore subject to policy and code, which is in and of a corporate capacity. That's what policy and code is for. Corporations and corporate personification. Okay, so it's all right there, folks. They can't argue with me beyond a certain point because they can't make any sense. And when I bring up all the definitions for them, it's just too difficult to challenge themselves and their indoctrination to believe that a corporate takeover is not only afoot, it's been perfected, and they're completely taken over and indoctrinated and have been corporatized. And don't tell me, Gerald, that it's more communism and Marxism than it is fascism. You're wrong again. I won't quibble with you on the technicality, but the facts are you're just wrong. Because the fascism is what's created all of this. The fascism is what allows this fraud to continue. This idea of corporations and corporate capacity, and this idea that one corporation can regulate all corporations and even define what a corporation is. Remember that whole movement? Corporations are people too, and vice versa. Yeah. But they didn't know why that was a campaign by politicians for the longest time. Because they're interfering with your administration of your property and the upholding of your rights. And in order to do that, they have to muddy the waters on status and standing and capacity. The difference between rights versus duties and obligation. All right, let's continue.
The woman's like, no, I got a free right to travel. Who's right under the Constitution? Who's right under natural law? Do you think the founding fathers would actually submit to this kind of edict from the redcoats? The very people who gave their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor, they put it all on the line for liberty, for the pursuit of liberty, for the property rights, and for happiness.
He is transferring his property, his private property, from one place to the next.
Okay.
He is not driving.
Okay. Well, he's going to jail for that.
That's crazy.
It's not. It's really not.
It is crazy.
He's going to jail because he thought he had the free right to travel on American soil. He is going to a cage, baby.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
You can start to see that she might even be more of the person who's driving the vehicle in a different sense, because it seems like she's very much more forceful in her belief in this whole sovereign process. She may have taught him, I don't know.
She's the most masculine person in this whole interaction. Yeah.
In the right
even
to
you,
be left alone unmolested.
Please, come on.
We're not here to play games.
I'm not trying to play any games. I wasn't playing any games.
That's fine.
Come on, guys.
This time, I recommend you remain silent.
Guys, come on.
Have a seat.
He has all of our money, so I need the
Are all the kids okay?
No, they're not okay.
Okay. Are they injured? Do they need rescue?
No, they don't need rescue.
Okay. So they're okay?
No, they're not okay.
What a disingenuous question. This road pirate, he pretty much takes the cake, man.
Ma'am, put the knife down. Put the knife down.
He asked if we had any
Okay, but don't grab a knife when we ask you if there's any weapons. Step away from the car now. Step away from the car. Do not grab a knife.
Ma'am, I am fearing for my life. You step away from that. I've had police training. I've got a Kevlar vest on. I've got a gun and a taser and bear spray on me. You better not pick that knife up because I'm fearing for my life at this moment.
Go back.
And I would not doubt, put it past any law enforcement agent to pull out his firearm and empty that mag on a mother and her child.
There now.
Back here, you have a child. Can you just stop? You have a child, and
Yeah, exactly. She has a child. Can you just stop, officer? I mean, look how they twist it and turn it around on you. Like you're the one that committed a crime when they're initiating and committing and perpetuating criminal activity.
you're pulling
Are you
knives
okay,
out.
buddy?
Yeah, ask. That's yes, sir. There's more knives in the car. Not yes, sir. Here's a knife.
Where are you headed to?
Well, we were going to the beach, but I live in Walden.
All right, we got it. We're never gonna get through this. We got to help these people out in chat still, because there was one other these folks, and they always say the same lines every time when we cover the same ideas, and it's part of the looping insanity of this stage show we call the world and the universe that we're a part of. They give me the old, how are they going to compensate when they're in an accident, presuming that everybody gets in an accident? Well, there used to be this thing called honor and good faith. I know, doesn't really exist. We made it up. But used to be this thing where everybody took the risk to move their property around, knowing that accidents could happen. And then when accidents happen, based on who was deemed to be at fault, based on the facts and what the facts show, and or just honor and good faith, we would come to a mutual agreement about compensation to get everybody back whole, right? And on the road again and back to their life and livelihood. But that doesn't exist. We made it up, and it's no longer going to be recognized at court, because why? We came up with an even better system. Force everybody into contracts ahead of time and to pay for a service they may never use, or put you in a box or take your property, right? So I know it's very difficult for a lot of you folks to conceive of, let alone the fact that legally you could just get a bond, because that's all the insurance company does, is they essentially put up their cash to create a bond and get you to pay for that service monthly. And then at some point, if they need, they cash out the bond and pay you as the surety, right? It's essentially a surety bond that's been created for your performance, or performance bond, I guess is another way to put it, right? It's all the same idea as far as I'm concerned, right? So here's a clue. Anything they can do, we can do, and maybe even better. So if the insurance company can put up their cash to create a bond for performance or as a surety, well, the man and woman can do that too. So, by the way, many of the codes doesn't talk about anything. It reads, it explains, right? What's written there is self-insurance. It's not called self-insurance. What they call it is, get ready for this one. This is going to throw you. Statement of financial responsibility. Wow. So all they're looking for, even in the code, right? Forget about the lawful side. On the legal side, all they're looking for is for you to be responsible and accountable. Wow. It's almost like the codification is based on principles, values, common sense, which is something we've lost sight of or lost touch with or never existed because we made it all up. So used to be people had this thing they did. It was live by principles. They would have value systems and use common sense to determine right from wrong. And in the course of their duties or engaging in their rights, if accidents happen, they would compensate for themselves and each other to make sure that nobody sustained a loss, injury, or harm, and everybody could go about their life. Used to be called the common law / common sense. But now we have a great thing called pre-crime. Everybody's guilty. Nobody's presumed innocent. We're going to presume get into an accident. So we're all going to pay big corporations for the service of taking out a bond and potentially cashing that bond in the event that we have to pay somebody who was hit, which, got to break the news to you, doesn't always work. There are many folks who get hit by cars all day, every day. It's happened with me. It's happened with Jennifer. Many folks get into accidents or are witness to or part of accidents where the people didn't have the insurance anyway, so you're not guaranteed to get paid. See? These systems are not infallible. You can't enforce them on everybody at all times. And if you do enforce it on everybody at all times, it takes away the personal accountability, responsibility for the individual to use common sense to create a value system and to compensate their fellow man when they do wrong. So, hey, I'm moving around, so I make sure that I don't go and get a loan to get a $60,000 car so that when it inevitably, according to these people, gets wrecked or in an accident, I'm put out in the street because now I owe $60,000 on a vehicle I couldn't afford because I want to live on credit, aka dishonor and bad faith. No, you buy a $2,000 Maxima, cash, you ride it till the wheels fall off, you learn how to repair it, and in the event of an accident, you not only don't get put out in the street, you compensate your fellow man who has the same common sense, doesn't ride around in something he can't afford that puts him out in the street, right? You pay if you're at fault, and you go and pay cash for another Maxima. and we're on with our life. See? But you can't talk to the average person nowadays about value systems, true value systems, common sense, principles, right? How to be financially stable, responsible, and accountable. They don't know anything about that because we're living on borrowed time with borrowed cash, backed by nothing, from a bunch of fraudulent, corrupt people who are generating revenue off of your ignorance of the law and lack of understanding of contracts. They're making a boatload and they're promising you shit that you never should have had access to. Because the reality of it is, see, in the real world, back in the day, if you were a man and you couldn't afford a car, you didn't get one. If you were a man and could afford the car but couldn't repair the car goes into disrepair and it's back to the horse. They didn't give you the option to take out a loan for 70 grand over 10 years to get something you can't afford to upkeep, replace, or maintain, and then force everyone into a corporate interaction to secure us from the event that something bad might happen, right? That's called radical freedom, personal accountability, responsibility versus, yep, you guessed it, corporatism and collectivism. But good luck trying to explain that to the average man or woman nowadays, that part of being on the road means taking a certain amount of risk and preparing for that. And in the event of doing wrong, compensating for that. Why? Because it's just the right thing to do. We shouldn't have to create an extortion system to do it. We should just teach that and live by that, right? And creating an extortion system to do it means we're not teaching it and not living by it because you're forcing everyone to have to do it and it's not infallible. See? I'm really one of these people. It's like a Taoist idea. I'm not a Confucianist that thinks by forcing hierarchy on everyone, society gets better. I think when you do away with all this crap and you leave people to their own devices, they start to learn over time the difference between right from wrong, and they just start to do it. The Tao has a passage about that, right? Give evil nothing to oppose it, and people will at some point do the right thing. Say it's some kind of reverse sub-psychological dynamic. Okay, Cage is bouncing in and out. He needs my attention because he can't let me do a broadcast and just get to him at some point, or not at all. So Cage, what can I do for you, sir? How can I help you? I have enough on my plate, but why not heat more onto it, right? Because you love me so much is what it is.
I love you, brothers and sisters.
You're here to keep us safe.
What do you want to talk about, you fucker? What are you talking about?
I was already talking about what I want to talk about. See, it's the same thing every time.
Let's get into it then. Let's go on to that.
Well, I can do that without you or anybody else interrupting.
Right,
did you notice there's two other people here, by the way?
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Would you not like feedback, or you like talking to yourself in the?
Wait, where's my other person? Oh, Long John Silver. He's here.
Long John Silver's, man. Put your goddamn fucking.
Yeah, but I had another creature here, an Enix
Pull your
creature.
socks up, buddy.
You know what? I just realized he left because he wasn't saying anything.
No, he's here right now. What are you talking about? He's right here.
No, that's Long John Silver. I had another creature, Enix, who had a bunch of court experiences, and we didn't get to him. By the way, notice numbers are immediately dropping.
Well, I can talk it, right? Like honor.
Can I direct your attention to? I want to direct your attention to the number counter. It dropped immediately. I've been holding 200 viewers this whole time, pretty steady. As soon as you come on and start talking, we're down 50 to 70.
Would you like 15,000 right now? Like, how much
no, I don't know. I don't want you to buy me fake viewers. I want.
Anything. I can easily.
This is incredible. It really is incredible. No, I don't want you to pay for fake viewers. I want to do the broadcast that I'm intuitively, instinctually called to do and hold those actual viewers because they're engaged with me and are entertained by me. I know this is fucking difficult stuff, man. I know this is difficult. And it's not changed. I've told you this for years, and you and others will take this as a personal attack or a disrespect to you, that I have a flow. I'm mountain goating anyway. I have severe ADHD according to the system. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to keep it together and stick with what makes sense and also follow my impulses. And it doesn't require other people on daddy's feet, right? They go, Daddy, we like the dance. We want to dance with you. Let's jump onto your feet and you hold us while you do the dance moves. I can't do the dance moves the way I would normally do them if you're stepping on my feet. Okay? I can't get it done. Are you understanding that, Cage? Do you get that?
You see what popped up on the screen. I'm your great fucking grandfather, buddy. We've established that already.
You're mumbling now. I don't even know what you're saying.
I'm your great grandfather.
I'll see you later. Cage, everybody. Cage, do you have a channel? This is a good time for you to promote you and your channel. I'm feeling
I'm not
like
here to fucking promote, buddy.
No. I'm here for it now because you're here for me and what I'm
Cage
doing.
Reality,
I'm here for you. Cage Reality, everybody. All right, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna get back to this, and then I'll circle back around. We can do the outro.
If you really want it, that's fine.
Well, I just figure you're here.
Look,
you're not going away. You've shown up for years. No matter what I tell you, you can't understand. So I'm pretty much stuck with you at this point. I'm accepting my lot in life.
Rid of me. I like your lumberjack fucking beard.
You're like warts. I'm not getting rid of you. It's not going away. So I better just start naming them and getting used to them. Right? Yeah. All right, Cage. Hang out with Long John Silver and Enix wherever he went. Let me do my thing. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. That's usually.
All right, let's hear it.
Right. Okay. Cage Reality, everybody. Well, I'm going to drop a link at some point. Okay. We got to get through this video. We're somehow only 25 minutes. We're halfway through a 50-minute video. See, this is what I do. I turn 20 to 30 minutes into 2.5 hours already almost.
So that's like an hour and 30 minutes from here that way? Yeah.
Do you want to use that to call someone to pick you up?
I literally don't know anyone. I'm from Washington State.
Okay. Well, welcome to Florida.
Let's go take a taxi.
I don't have any money.
We'll grab you his cash if he agrees to turn it over to you, okay? We'll turn over the cash if he agrees so. Are you married?
No.
Okay.
We're common law. We've been together for 10
There's
years.
no common law in the state of Florida, but we're obviously not going to try and leave you stranded. So if he wants to turn over.
There is no common law in the state of Florida. No truer word was ever spoken.
You guys are doing a fantastic job. Do not speak to anyone you don't know, ever.
She's wondering if you would be willing to turn over any cash that you have or anything for her.
It's in my briefcase.
They don't go after gang members and hardened criminals and murderers and rapists and thieves. They're picking the low-hanging fruit off the freeway because they don't have a metal plate, a special state-approved, government-permitted metal plate on the back of their vehicle.
For her to get a taxi cab. Yeah, is that fine with you?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Besides that knife, are there any other weapons in the vehicle? Don't grab it, I'm asking.
No.
Thank you.
Do you have like an Uber app or anything?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, today might be the first day we use one then.
Subject have a 1049 out of Georgia. It's limited extradition. It's going to be referenced to DUI, improper tires, DWSL, unregistered vehicle.
Now some might go, DUI, look at that, man. Look at that, Brian. You're trying to go to bat for this guy who's got a DUI. I want you to go over some of my recent videos or just go to the WSMV Channel 4 channel in Nashville where they exposed local law enforcement as running a DUI sting operation where they're actually jailing and ruining the lives of people who are completely sober. The toxicology report comes back. They're not drunk. They're not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. And yet they ruin.
All right. I'm getting kind of bored in a way, and I want to play more with Stacy. So indulge me. Stacy, are you there? Stacy keeps typing in chat. It's one of our favorite viewers now. Stacy keeps shouting essentially from chat, right? In as much as you can in a chat forum. There is no immunity from following the law. You damn sovereign citizens will follow the law. I mean, statute, policy, and code. Stacy, did you vote for Donald Trump by any chance? Watch this. This is so great. So easy. Stacy, are you there? Hello, Stacy. You know what, Stacy? This is where you should. Okay, she's here. Maybe call in, get up here. This whole broadcast is now dedicated to you and Debbie and Jerry. Okay, Nancy, Debbie, and Jerry. This whole broadcast dedicated to you folks. Come on up if we can get it done. Nancy, please go ahead and tell me top 10 answers on the board. Who you voted for in the last selection/election? Because I'm guessing you voted for Donnie Trump. I'm pretty good at this profiling game, right? I missed my calling as a policy enforcement officer. I fancy myself very good at profiling. So we're waiting on an answer from Stacy. Stacy, try to be quick, okay? Yes, I sure did. You see how easy that was, folks? Now watch this. Stacy, top 5 answers on the board. Dysfunctional, familyless feud, okay? These are a bunch of Babylonian collectivist slaves who they don't have families anymore. They don't have actual men and women who raise them in the mind and heart to be actual people. Stacy, top 5 answers on the board. We surveyed 100 slaves. If you voted for Donald Trump and you say there's no immunity to statute, policy, and code, which you keep saying is law, how is Donald Trump still president of the corporation and walking around free when he's accused and convicted of 32 felonies? Okay. And take all the time you need, Stacy. Not really, because we're on a budget here of time. We got to be quick and to the point, right? Dead silence is your enemy on a broadcast, on my broadcast. A lot of other broadcasts, they're into that. Here, not so much. We are when we need to be. So Stacy, and I know this is, it's probably going to be very difficult for you. The cognitive dissonance tends to get in the way. Cage, please stop typing to me on private chat. It comes up as a bubble on my screen about the things you're eating, right? I'm really not interested. I'm interacting with Stacy right now. Stacy over there. I'm interacting with Stacy and Debbie and Jerry and Nancy. Okay? Today, for right now, please, if you can, allow that. Did we get an answer from Stacy? Oh, Stacy. Hello, Stacy. Are you there, Stacy? Man, she's got to be here. She's got to have an answer. My dad died when I was 17. Stacy, I didn't ask that. Although indirectly, you're giving me an answer that I could have guessed that you have no. See, I was right again. I'm doing the bit non-bit, but I just keep being right. I'm like the real Donald Trump, where we're doing here what nobody else. I know more about these people than anyone. We love these people, but these people a little bit retarded. They're not getting it. Not good. Okay. So Stacy, I was right again. You're a Babylonian collectivist who's never had a real family. I know all about these things. Okay. And I asked you to substantiate what you just said. If there's no immunity from statute, policy, and code is law, and you voted for Donald Trump, why is Donald Trump, according to you, not should be in jail or fined for being convicted of 32 felonies? Also statute, policy, and code, which you also claim is law, which you also claim nobody's immune from. How does that work? Explain it to me. And the answer is, because Stacy, I can't wait here all day. You can explain it to me because it makes no fucking sense. And you guys pick and choose and cherry pick whenever you want, which would be great if it actually upheld the law of the land, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. But it doesn't. You cherry pick to the antithetical, anti-Christed perspective, where you'll say one thing and it won't apply anywhere else, where it doesn't apply to your cult. And then you will try to make sense of it when sense can't be made of it. Okay. So the reason why Donald Trump is not in prison and they're not extracting payment from him is because statute, policy, and code is only given the force of law to the consent of the governed. And if there is no claimant on the other side, you can't really move a case beyond a certain point. You can assemble, you can make a bunch of claims about your beliefs, you can convict someone, bang a gavel, and say that they're guilty. But are they really convicted if they don't have a guilty mind? That's mens rea, a maxim. Can they really be guilty if they didn't commit a crime, cause loss, injury, and harm? Can they really be guilty if they never face an accuser because the charging instrument is fraudulent? There's a what as the claimant, not a who, called the state of versus. Okay, lot to unpack there, Stacy, Nancy, Jerry. And who else was it? There's another person here we're doing this broadcast for. Well, no matter. You get the point, right? So I make up my own mind. If you can convict someone of bullshit crimes. Okay. So when Donald Trump gets accused and convicted of 32 felony policies and codes, they're not real crimes anymore. They're not real laws. They're just bullshit. But somehow the rest of us have to follow them, right? Even if they're bullshit, even if they cause us loss, injury, and harm or interfere with our rights and property, there's still law for us. We have to follow it or be punished because there's no immunity from it. Right, Stacy? See? The proper answer right now, Stacy, is to be quiet. I'm not telling you what you should do or not do. You're not part of my cult. I do have a cult, but it's largely become defunct because I really just don't want to tell anybody what to do and say. What a normal person at this point, you notice I used the word normal, imagine that. What a conscious and aware person, that's better. A conscious and aware person at this point would do is just stop and say, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not making any sense. I'm cherry picking. and I can't explain myself. And the best answer of this whole thing was, which is the real thing we need to focus on, Stacy, is your dad died at 17. And I'm not trying to pick on you or be mean. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons why this thing is the way that it is and why you're saying what you're saying. Because we have a dearth, right? We have a decline, let's say, of men who are teaching themselves and embodying and teaching others true logic, morals, and ethics. So you got a bunch of people running around like little girls, right? I'm not down on women, but like little girls just saying shit based on how they feel, but not being able to make sense of it and not understanding they're the cause of it or where it emanates from. Okay. Graham is still here, 3 hours in, scrolling my chat. Good to see that I have kept you engaged with this interaction. So that's the real story here that's not going to be told or spoken about, that we're kind of glazing over, is the cosmic abandonment, so to speak. This idea of we've been lacking when it comes to true mothers and fathers, men and women, part of that Babylonian familyless slave idea, right? We don't have men and women anymore raising their children in the mind and heart to understand right from wrong and be able to use logic, morals, and ethics to make fucking sense. There's that common sense value system principles thing again. Okay. So when you don't have a daddy, or you do have a daddy, he's not dead, he's alive, but he's an inauthentic corporate male. The state and Donnie Trump becomes your daddy, and whatever they say goes. And you're going to make excuses for him too, because why? They're your daddy. Daddy is my hero. He can't do no wrong. And even if they say daddy did wrong, they're lying. Couldn't be. Not him. But everyone else has to follow what daddy says that we have to do, right? More pimp and hoe logic. What a surprise.
In their lives anyway.
We
so anytime I hear, oh, somebody's got a DUI, well, first thing I think of is, were they framed by a police officer?
We're not going to get through this. No, please don't wait for the questions, because we got to get through this, Carmack. Is it possible? Great question. Even though you're going against me, I'm not supposed to like this, but I do. I'm for it. Great question. Not really much there. Is it possible you, Paul, are projecting? I don't have to project, because I'm honest with myself and others, and I've explored my subconscious mind and been real with myself and others about the experience I've had. I'm not denying it or trying to escape from it. Therefore, there's no projection of an unrealized state onto anyone. I'm clear with myself and others. I didn't lose my father. My father's still alive. We still talk from time to time. He's starting to, over time, with more and more slavery and genocide, get on board with this understanding. Whether he practices it or not is another story. Okay. But I didn't lose my father early, and I don't need to project an understanding that I've come to, and I apply not only to myself, but to every other being here if the shoe fits. So tends to be, these are tendencies. This is not this happened to me, doesn't happen to most people, but I'm projecting it onto them. This is tends to be, most people have never met an actual man who lives by their nature, their instinct, their intuition, and says the world and its ways be damned. It's an endangered or extincted species at this point, right? An endangered or extinct species at this point. So this is not an unrealized state that I'm experiencing, that I'm projecting onto others to try to cope. This is an understanding I've come to by analyzing not only my upbringing or lack thereof, but the majority of other folks, men and women, or lack thereof in their life, and what the results become. Okay. So the answer to your question is yes, it's possible, but not probable, because my father's still alive. And my commentary is based on what I've seen and the partly subjective, but more importantly, objective experience or probable experience, right? It's the probability idea that, and again, the last 5 years, the shots, the lockdowns, the face diaper, the closing of livelihood businesses is all examples of it. It's all evidence of my claim, right? And again, nothing can be proved here. You can just stack evidence so high that it can't be ignored beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that I've done that, and I think the universal experience has shown that. Okay? So, and again, it's all cause and effect. The reason why the communism, collectivism, all the other isms are proliferating and taking over this world is because we have a decline in masculinity, right? We have a ton of toxic masculinity, people who want to be in charge and be in control, but have little to no understanding and will not enact the proper solution, right? We have a lack of true masculinity and an overabundance of toxic masculinity, if you want to call it that, okay? And no, I'm not exempt from these dynamics. And because I am not exempt from them, I can analyze myself and correlate, if not cite, an understanding that I've experienced. And believe it or not, I've had many folks who come here who've confirmed that hypothesis, that they too have been lacking within themselves and in their home from day one, because they're surrounded by males and females whose only true value system is get more paper backed by nothing to buy more things. And if you have to destroy your morality, your principles and values to do it, well, then the juice is worth the squeeze. Okay. And that's the argument I'm coming to. Cage, you're annoying me. You keep typing, you keep coming back and forth. You're just here as an agent of distraction at this point. I've told you many times I don't appreciate it, and it's an overt display of your disrespect of me and my broadcast. So now I'm going to kick you from the studio, and I'm going to ask you to go about your day and your life, because it's kind of pathetic and embarrassing. Again, you're playing out the cosmic abandonment theme here right now. Okay? I have to be your daddy. I have to entertain you. I have to interact with you. You won't let me do what's true and what's right and what's best. I have a solution for my broadcast. You want to be in charge and you want to lead it. But if I gave you the floor, it would have little to nothing to say. Kind of done with these looping games, but I can't escape this reality. So I analyze it, try to understand it, communicate what I see, and surrender the rest. Cage is literally doing the dynamic right now that I'm describing while blissfully unaware of who and what he is and why he's doing it. It's right there. It's all right there. You know how many times I've spoken about something and in the same moment or the next moment, it's all right there? Synchronistically, holographically, relatively. This is quantum physics in action right here, right now.
Who was trying to meet his quota so he could get a plaque on the wall and a promotion?
Amount is going to be 1,000. It's Georgia pickup only. 1048.
Can you just step over there for me? I just can't see in the car.
I'm not leaving my children unattended.
I'm not
with you
saying
guys.
leave them unattended. I'm saying just move to the side.
It sounded like there was a whole bunch of stuff that was being read off that potentially were wants for, I believe, the male. I think it said at the end, Georgia pickup only. I'm just picking up from my police radio ear what I heard and why the officer was making those animated body movements.
My police radio ear, this guy has over almost 800,000 views on this video that was just released less than a month ago. And he's too lazy to go back over what the radio call actually was, and that it was not extraditable, that he would have to be picked up in Georgia, couldn't extradite him from Florida to Georgia, that it had to do it with a DUI. He was too lazy to go back and replay that part of the video. This guy is just pumping out these body cam videos and making these shallow, thin blue line perspective commentary videos without doing any real work. And believe me, he's making a lot of money on this monetized channel. And it's popular because tyranny is popular. The general public tends to believe in laws and authority and the legitimacy of state power.
They had all the little kiddos who just did a quick window punch on the corner. Window punched it, set it down very gently, open door, pull them out, cuff them right here, and that's where we're at. No violent anything, nothing like that. No spray of anything, just real kosher and easy going with everything.
So real quick,
he was explained multiple times
when you asked him to step out.
Kosher? Why did he say real kosher? I mean, was he IDF trained and certified?
Obviously, you identify yourself as law enforcement.
Yes.
And you asked
we even identified this case law, saying, hey, under this case law, you have to step out.
We even identified, heck, the supreme law of the land. Pennsylvania versus Mint. We told him our black-robed gods from on high in Olympus, actually passed down the stone tablets, and we actually read those stone tablets to these people. You think they would have submitted then? Nope, they didn't.
He said no.
Bunch of damn law enforcement atheists.
Not identified case law.
Yeah, it's on our body camera.
We're not here to debate that. That's
Of course, yeah. You'll argue semantics if it's you, but not if it's us.
You asked him to, and then you ordered him to get out?
Yeah, probably at least 5 times. Okay. So
this lady gives me PTSD flashbacks from having to deal with this kind of stuff before. Insufferable behavior.
Gives you PTSD flashback? How about an armed man and his buddies flanking both sides of my car, breaking my window and pulling me out. Wouldn't that give you PTSD more than a person saying, hey, we just want to be left alone. We don't mean harm to anybody. She's got a baby in her arms. She gives you PTSD, you freaking coward.
Behavior in front of kids, it just boggles the mind that this is
yes, it does boggle the mind.
It's going to be a generational type thing, and maybe a generation before her is where it started. I don't know, but
oh no, the generations might be taught that you shouldn't just submit to the authority, and anytime you do, it leads to totalitarianism. It leads to communism and Marxism and just socialism and just complete control of a police state. You don't want to be teaching your kids to disobey authority.
It definitely gives me flashbacks.
He's got all the new dash cam stuff. Everything's on video from us too, so it's all real kosher and everything.
He said,
obviously not registered.
He said kosher again. What the hell is going on here?
Nobody has driver's license.
Did we run the VIN?
Yeah, not registered.
You know, Sergeant Curtis would be the guy to be one of those snipers in the IDF, just picking off little kids on the playground in Gaza. I would not put that past him. That's how much of an order follower he is. That's how much he would just submit and conform and just reveal to everybody he's got no backbone.
Or anything. So it's just rolling, no insurance, nothing.
I have a driver's license, you guys. God damn. Yeah. Oh, that dude's a moron.
She's right. She's right. You may not like how she handles herself, but she's right. Man, she has got more balls than any of the cops who show up in the scene here.
Because I don't have to, you guys are a corporation. I do not have to contract with you. If you need my driver's license to look me up, that's fine, but I wasn't operating this. Right. And neither was he. We were merely transferring our private property.
I mean, that's neither here nor there, because we're not going through all that stuff. That doesn't hold up in the court. I'm just saying, it doesn't hold up in the court system. If it did, nobody would have a driver's license.
She is really committed to this.
It doesn't hold up in the court system. I mean, the court system only does what is right. The court system doesn't protect criminals, like, you know, criminal judges and prosecutors and lying police officers. So you can trust the court system.
And the twist at the end makes this even more interesting. And I'll explain exactly why it happened probably the way that it did.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Well, it is in the state of Florida. So do you have a driver's license in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in my wallet. That's in the back seat.
You are under arrest, yes.
I know, but can I, like, am I going to get a bond out?
Yeah, you should have a bond.
All right.
Yeah.
Can I discuss something with her if you were present? I just want to, so I can figure out how to get home.
Your bond's going to be at least $1,500.
$1,500?
Yeah. Operating an unregistered motor vehicle, driving while you're suspended, and failure to comply with our lawful orders.
There you go. Roadside extortion. Why do we call them pirates again? Gee, I wonder.
How is he making that determination? It's weird because I've been arrested at least 2 or 3 times for the same things. I never got bond. I never had to pay anything. I never signed any paperwork. Why is that? How's the cop deciding on the side of the road what his bond is going to be as if he knows how it's going to go? Because see, there we go again. There's his ignorant projection that everybody who does this has the same outcome and it always goes the same way. Are you denying our reality? See, there's the ignorance of the law is no excuse. They just outright are living in denial. They'll completely overlook my record and many others. So many of us have the same charges, didn't sign anything, didn't plead, aka beg, didn't pay anything, didn't even get a bond because we were ROR until cases were dismissed. Okay? So that's another cope trope. That's another false projection, this idea that these are sovereign citizen lines and they never work at court. Well, if you keep saying they never work at court, that's just as good as them never working at court, except for the people who it's worked for at court. See, more propaganda, disinformation campaign. There isn't one place, one time where any of the arguments or presentments or perspectives work at court, but we've showcased dozens of people here on this channel who've gotten results at court without being represented, without signing things, without getting bond or bail, without paying. But it never happened. That's proof they're lying right there. Is how many people who watched and listened to me and practiced doing what I do to their own, like with their own presentment and perspective, like taking something and running with it, who've gotten dismissals. It never works, not even one time for anybody at court. He just lied again. Just lied on, and it's just so easy for these people to continue to repeat their nonsense and technically lie, right? Because they're dishonorable in bad faith. They don't care if it works. They don't care what the outcome is. They don't care of the reason why it's happening. They care to come there to make their money, lie and bullshit and repeat nonsense to everybody, be empowered and be in control, and not have to be accountable, responsible for determining right from wrong and denying unlawful orders if that's what they get, if that's the case, right? The police, military, most of these people, not too bright, not as courageous as you would think they are, because they'll show up at a shooting, they'll show up at a fire, they'll show up wherever to supposedly save everybody. What they won't do is show up against the terrorism that's happening to the individual and put their superiors on notice that they're not going to continue to enforce policy and code at the whim of people's rights and property. It's called denying unlawful orders. It's called upholding the supposed Constitution when the code and policy needs to be checked and balanced and is out of alignment with what is true and correct. Okay? So they're not smart enough to get it. They don't ask the right questions to get the right answers. They presume we're stupid and that they are smart. And even if they do get it, they're too cowardly to say, you know what, we're going to start doing this. Most of them. There are some who've turned from their wicked ways. They now get it. They're educating others and they're denying unlawful orders, right? They are, in fact, securing the people's rights and therefore their property. And if they have to, they're creating record that they're giving warnings, but they're not prosecuting. We have some of those articles we've showcased here, and I have more of them up there recently. We got an example of at least 2 cops who stopped somebody doing the same thing, let them go, and reminded them that they actually support it and believe that it's true and correct and should be more like that, right? Well, that's the only way this is going to happen, folks, is if Americans who've been divided on the left and the right against their own rights and property come together to get with the damn public servants so we can unite and uphold the actual law of this land. Because if not, ICE is going to keep running around taking people without warrants to a box based on some immigration trope. Okay, and you're going to start another fucking civil war here against the unions and Confederates, essentially. Folks who want federalized troops everywhere and federalized corporatocracy, and folks who say, no, we do have states' rights, and if we want to, we'll allow people to come and go on this land as they please, unless they're charged with some loss, injury, and harm, in which case that's a criminal matter. If you don't have the proper process and procedure, all are equal under the law. We have equal considerations. And since rights come from God, you can't say some people over here get them because they got the right paperwork, and those people over there don't get any God-given rights because they don't have the right damn paperwork. That's more fascism again, folks. The merger of state and corporate power. Step right up. P.T. Barnum as in treat them all like animals, right? The greatest show is Earth, another circus clown show for everybody's enjoyment.
$500 each.
There's nothing you can do, maybe $1,000?
Nope, that's a bond schedule set by the judges.
Bro, 2024.
Can she have my briefcase? I have a deed to my house. Would that be enough? I mean,
for what? For what?
To bond out?
I don't work for the bondsman. I don't know.
Well, I mean, could she have my briefcase?
Yeah, she can have whatever you want to turn over to her.
Did she drive the truck?
No, it's unregistered. You need to have a license plate on it. It's not insured. It has nothing valid.
You're saying that the United States Supreme Court cases are not real?
Not in this state, no. You see how there's 10 million people here that all obey the law? They don't do it just because they want to.
United States Supreme Court.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure it out. No, I don't want to argue. I was literally.
This is where people get into trouble because they try to spout these Supreme Court cases. And because the Supreme Court is inherently inconsistent and hypocritical, and they've carved out for themselves this law of judicial review from 1803 in Marbury versus Madison, where they basically we have the Constitution and this is the supreme law of the land, but we're going to tell you what it says and we're going to tell you what it means. So now the cop is arguing for the supremacy of the Supreme Court. And now this guy is arguing for the supremacy of the Supreme Court. And when you do that, you get yourself into trouble because the Supreme Court will speak against the Supreme Court in utter hypocrisy.
Hundreds of people go to jail for this.
And you know why? Because they don't have principles. They don't have morals. They don't have values.
Same thing every single day, and it's been upheld numerous times. Okay. All right? You're not the only one in the state that says I don't have to register a vehicle. Lots of people try it. Lots of people go to jail, and I feel like if that was the case at this point, the state of Florida would have put out some notice saying, hey, in the state of Florida, they don't have to register a vehicle.
Okay, that's fair. And
what a simple-minded view.
We would have explained that on the side of the
We
road
would
when
know
you got
real
out.
proof by
I'm
now
not going to
if it
stand
was
here in
real
the middle of
proof.
the road
There's
arguing
no
with
way
you.
we would be this foolish or
Okay,
ignorant.
so we gave you and explained to you multiple times the lawful order to exit your vehicle, and we even gave you the Pennsylvania MIMS, etc. Letting you know.
Yeah, I know. I didn't hear what you
And
said.
you didn't want to listen to us.
No.
I told you if you do not step out of the vehicle,
Pennsylvania versus MIMS is the supreme law of the land. You got to believe. We're going to cherry pick Supreme Court cases. You got your Supreme Court cases and the right to travel. We got our Supreme Court cases and the right to pull you over and harass you and detain you and kidnap you.
I would take you out of that vehicle.
Yes,
if
sir.
I have to go through a window to do that, I will.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? That's where we're at the moment. These two are super.
If the black robe injustices of the Supreme Court tell me I can take out your window, I'm taking out your window because they said I could.
Supervisors here. We can continue from there, but I'm not going to stay on this road anymore.
One last thing, though. Could I speak with her about?
We can talk about that. Her attitude has been very poor lately.
Let me help. Can I help, please?
Give us a minute.
Who cares? What are you, the attitude police, the behavior police?
It's a misunderstanding.
Give us a minute.
No, it is a misunderstanding.
Give us a minute.
Oh, yes, sir.
Give you a ride back to town right over here. About 2 miles. And
Yeah, this is who's essentially running and supposedly protecting your nation state or your land. Someone who makes a statement like, if that was true or right, we would have already had the feedback from that by now and known it. I could just see these people have zero imagination. They can never step aside from their own bullshit and do the simulation. I could just imagine them like today's meme for the thumbnail is, as they're stringing up Jesus Christ and crucifying him, somebody sitting next to the people in the crowd going, if this was wrong, we'd know about it by now. Don't you think? I could just see this moron, right, with a straw hat on and a piece of straw hanging out of his mouth, sitting on the porch somewhere hundreds of years ago going, if slavery was bad and wrong and breeding these niggas here was wrong, I'm sure we'd have been told of it by now. That's not how life works, dumbass. They keep projecting we're the stupid people when they're the ones who have zero imagination or adherence to mainstream history. How history works is people do stupid, fucked up shit to themselves and each other over and over again until the results get so bad they finally take their head out of their ass and realize they got to do better. Hello. It's another episode of My 600-Pound Life, which I watched last night to feel a bit better about myself and my life. Shows how low that I was. Okay, it happens. We all fall short of the glory. So America is basically one big, large 600-pound life story. You know, if it was true that eating a salad was good for you, you'd think this 600-pound slob would have known that by now. They do know it. They ignore it, and they keep doing fucked up shit that got them in a bad position until everything gets so bad they have to change. That's what's happening. That's all you need. From now on, I'm putting this image in everyone's head, and it will circulate like it does on a quantum 100th monkey effect. Every time you look at politics in America, you will see My 600-Pound Life and the effeminate Indian doctor they call Doctor Now, who comes in and degrades the patients directly or indirectly. I was watching the one last night. They got a 650-pound black guy sitting there going, I have to keep eating and ordering out. I have to keep eating and ordering out. I can't stop myself. And Dr. Now said, but you can order a salad. You can DoorDash the salad. That's it. Shut him down right there. See, that's comedy. That's comedy and tragedy. It's the alpha and omega right there of all broadcasting in one moment. So that's all government is. That's all America is. No stupid or corrupt cop on the side of the road. We wouldn't know something is true or right by now after hundreds or thousands of years of doing the same shit over and over again just because it's true or it's right. Shit's got to get so bad that it's got to get put in everybody's face till the point where it can't be avoided any longer. Then we start to get a handle on what it might be. You know, I'm going to give one more because we love playing this game. You know, if vaccine was bad for you, we'd all know it by now after 14 of them. Don't ask why we need 14 if the first one worked, but whatever. We'd totally know it by now. 5 years later, 10 years later, 50 fucking years later, and still we'll never know the complete impact of what went on. But some of us, had a pretty good inkling from the beginning before the results ever came about, right? And others of us have seen firsthand what the results are. Okay, so that's kind of how that works, right? And then there's official narrative. Doesn't become official narrative till it becomes official narrative. And then it becomes true and correct. And that only happens once it becomes official narrative, right? What are the odds we have a lot of shit that's never become an official narrative because it's not profitable to certain people to actually know what's true and what's right and teach that to others? Whether you know it or not the most profitable power position to implore others to know the same and do the same. Maybe. I'm asking questions here.
Give you the money, whatnot you need. We'll take you to like a 24-hour restaurant or whatever you need so you can hang out until you get your ride, okay?
Oh, the kind officers. They're so kind. They're going to give this, they're going to give her a ride and maybe some money. That's great. You caused the problem in the first. This is like a micro Hegelian dialectic: problem, reaction, solution. They created the problem. They pulled somebody over who didn't commit a crime, waited for the fear-based reaction. Oh my God. I'm like, you're just going to leave me stranded with my kids on the side of the road and then step in to provide the pre-planned solution they had waiting in the wings the entire time. The problem makers become the solvers of the problem that they made.
All my shit that's in the car.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Next time, step out of the vehicle when you're given a lawful order. I don't know what to tell you.
You didn't tell me to do anything.
Well, we gave him multiple times. We just reviewed it on video with supervisors. We gave him at least 10 opportunities to step out.
Okay, but all my kids' stuff is in there.
All right, well, all I can tell you is in the future, make a better decision when you're given lawful orders. All right?
You did not tell me anything.
We told him multiple times. He did not
Make a better decision. In other words, you better comply or else.
Answer, maybe get your vehicle registered and you can drive it away. It's not registered. It's not insured. It's not allowed to be on our roads.
And that is called a registration racket, a licensing racket. It's a war against the people. It's a war against the freedoms of the people. And these clowns, these costume clowns, they are the enforcers of the war against the people.
Everybody else out here.
Yeah, Mr. gets it. It was his name, Mr. Yeah. If Lucky Strikes weren't the doctor-approved cigarette and they caused lung cancer, I'm sure we would know it by now. That argument doesn't stand up at the Lucky Strike tribunal, of course. It's just, the whole world is essentially a cartoon where Foghorn Leghorn is in charge and thinks they know everything.
Registers and insures their stuff so they don't hurt anybody. I'm not going to let you drive away unregistered and uninsured because you don't feel like the laws apply to you.
Where's my driver's license?
If he has it, I'll get it to you.
Guess what? The laws don't apply to free men. Laws should only be there to protect people, not to take away their rights, not to strip them of their money. Laws are supposed to protect. But you know what? Oftentimes laws don't protect. Laws don't grant you rights. Laws do restrict rights. Laws do empower psychopaths who want power over others. And that's what we're seeing right here.
If you need anything out of the vehicle before it's towed, we'll get it to you. Okay?
Yeah, I need a whole bunch of shit.
Do you have it? Awesome. Do you have any other questions for me?
Yeah, I need to get all my shit out of the car.
You can grab whatever you can take with you. Or you can get it out of the tow yard down there. It's right in town as well.
I just want you to know that you're a major asshole.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Beat it.
We've given you every opportunity.
I love her. Beat it. Let me have my truck. I love that. I love it. That's the spirit of America right here. Let me look at this. This kid right here has a mom who radiates the spirit of resistance and rebellion to authority. And she should be applauded. She should not be condemned. She should not be punished. This attitude right here is what this country was built on. If you disagree, let me know in the comments.
Not right now. If you want to come.
Now, am I saying that having this attitude with law enforcement officers comes without danger, without consequences, because people are under this idea that the law enforcers are our protectors and servants and you should never go against them? You should never resist them. You should always comply. No, if you decide to live like this in this world, expect to be harassed until people become positively propagandized against this stupid left-right political paradigm, or that somebody else has a higher claim over your life and property than you. Nothing's going to change. So the reality is, if you want to live without registering your vehicle or getting licensed, expect to be messed with by the people who believe they have a greater power than you do.
Come out with knives and I'll let you in there anymore.
You're an idiot.
She definitely, again, the school of cut off my nose to spite my face. Doesn't work. Makes it even worse.
We will facilitate a way for your wife and kids to get to Benel, which is the nearest town this way.
Please help me out, man. I was not even trying to do anything.
Stop begging. Stop begging. Stop begging. Stop talking. Stop begging.
Fucked up. I swear, I thought I really.
We literally just watched the video, man.
What video?
Our body cameras video. The entire time I told you to get out of the car.
No, but I really believe that. Look, just hear me out, man, please. Because I know there's some.
Well, if you want to talk to me, okay.
I do, please.
Well, I'm going to read you your rights then, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you can go ahead and tell me your side of the story.
Okay, okay. First of all, I've been studying. Look, I've been led. People, man, I don't even know how to say this. Look, what I'm trying to say is the law.
Paul Enslaved did it. I did it.
And all that stuff. I literally thought I was being lawful, compliant. I honestly thought that your supervisor was going to come and let me go. I didn't think you were breaking the window.
He's here now. And he
Right
said,
now, I obviously see. Come on, man. Can I talk to him, please? Please, my kids, man.
I kind of believe the guy that he really bought into this thing, but I also believe that maybe the female was the one who kind of maybe taught him a lot of this stuff.
You talk to you man to man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't want to give me your name. If you think you were doing something lawful, why would you not give me your name?
Because that's what I was told, that's how it works, and you can't that's why I kept saying I don't want to contract with you.
Okay.
Because that's what there's a lot of information out there, right?
Well, I'm explaining to you, okay?
Yes, sir. I've been
and I told you, if you step out of the car, we could have had a civil conversation. I would have let you go, man. We would have figured something out about your truck, all right? And we probably cut you some tickets, and we could have gotten you out of here.
I don't believe that for 1 second. Cops are known to lie and are trained to lie. So I don't believe this cop at all.
Care of, okay? But you don't want to tell me your name. You didn't want to roll the window down and talk to me like an adult.
This cop is basically victim blaming. The only reason you're sitting in the back of my car, if this could have gone a completely different way, if you had just complied with me, if you just given me your license, you would have been on your way by now. I don't believe that for a second. So now he's saying the reason you're in the back of this cop car, the reason we're going to tow your vehicle, it's all your fault. It's your doing.
And you tell me, speak louder.
I'm sorry.
That's what you say to me. You say, speak louder.
I am
okay.
Sorry.
And we just watched the video multiple times. Hey, man, step out of the car. We'll talk to you civilly on the side. Why? Why?
No, I literally did not. Look, I literally thought that I was.
And I'm gonna take an educated guess that you saw hundreds of YouTube videos on this, and you see how it ends.
No, but they were ending differently. No, I mean they were ending like
maybe
enslaved. They let him go.
Look, maybe they got different deputies.
Maybe
but
so.
Probably not, because I mean we don't play that game, man.
Just to be clear, because this is exactly the world we live in. There's also 2 videos of me that I purposely put up that were not live videos. They were recorded. I put them up after the fact to show that I got arrested and my property taken. So part of doing research is you don't just go to the one video showcased on my main page and go, Paul Enslaved does this. I'm going to do it too. Go to the other videos where I'm taken out of the car. The guy literally takes me out of the car. It's me going, excuse me. And then he goes like this. Opens my door and takes me out of the car. Okay, so Paul Enslaved never. Please don't text me while I'm broadcasting. For those of you who, are so inclined to do so, it's, as you can imagine, slightly distracting. Okay, so I never told anybody to do this. I told everyone the opposite. If you try to do what I do or what you saw happen in that video, you're most likely going to have what you saw in the other 2 videos I posted after that, where I was arrested and my property taken. And then that leads to how we present at court or lack thereof, and on and on and on the journey. Right. So this is another thing. And this is why this is good, because it proves indirectly the same thing I've been contending all along, that most of these people are corrupt and or stupid and or ignorant, however you want to look at it or phrase it, and maybe all that and more. Even the channels who try to shit on me and others as sovereign citizens won't do the damn research. So they send over a troop of tards who are just like them to say, you should be ashamed of yourself. I just watched it. You know how many times this last month I've gotten that because people keep resurrecting this clip? They find my video and they tell me, you should be ashamed because you're misleading people and telling people to do shit. And I watched a family on the side of the road. No mention about how the woman stood tall and was more of a man than everybody in the interaction. She didn't cry. She didn't beg. Okay. no mention of the fact that this guy took one instance out of context and ignored the rest of my content and videos showing me getting arrested and property being taken and going to court. Just no research done, no mention of any of that. Clips completely out of context to build a narrative so we can continue to dissuade people from having rights and being free because it's just too damn unsafe, I guess, is what's going on here. Fascinating.
At the end of the day, dude, everybody out here pays their registration. Everybody out here pays their insurance. Everybody out here pays for a driver's license, Jennifer.
In other words, it's extortion. Everybody out here has gotten a Happy Meal. Everybody out here was required to buy a McDonald's salad and a McDonald's chicken sandwich. Everybody out here is required to have 3 receipts on their person at all times. And everybody out here is required to show those receipts. Everybody out here, you know what that's called? That's called a monopoly on violence. It's called a racket.
All right, we're going to go to, and then come back. We're going to go to a creature just came in. Long John Silver, if you got anything, if you want to comment anything, questions, comments, concerns, commentary on the video, your own perspectives or ideas that's coming up. Cormac completely missing the point. If only everyone could be as smart and smooth talking as Paul. Well, if only, yeah, we wouldn't be here. But that's never going to happen, okay? So just let go of that dream. Majority of folks never going to be as smart or as great of an orator as I obviously am. God of all media, a very honest and humble man. I am, but still truthful. But you missed the point. It wasn't about how smart and smooth talking I am or can be. It's about actually taking the fucking risk, standing on something and not worrying about the outcome. That's my whole addiction, gambler sort of thing. You can even make it a bad, sick, negative thing, right? It's like, I'm not sociable. It doesn't have to be a completely positive sort of attribute, right? But I maintain the one thing that's gotten me through all of this is when I decide to practice and walk the walk, I make up in my mind, I get convicted in my heart first, what's true and what's right, what I'm going to do. I don't care how many charges you put on the paper. I'll give you 10 more to put on there because at the end of the day, I will not be governed by statute, policy, and code if I choose not to be. If I choose to be, that's my choice. If I decide that I get my own moral compass and God gave it to me, and since my rights come from God, only God can take them away. Man and woman cannot license, tax, or legislate my God-given rights. I will decide to go to the ends of the earth with that. And because I show up that way with that perspective, right, and that countenance, and that will, and that honor and good faith, I've gotten decent results because I honestly believe the universe does back an individual who is unwavering and faithful and honorable and practicing good faith to some extent. Either fellow man and woman, someone gets a hold of it, something happens relatively and synchronistically to back that probability, right? It's right on the back of your dollar bill. He, she, it favors our undertaking, and then that could be taken from multiple sides as it has been, right? And this idea of new world order can be taken from either side. I mean, you can argue this whole place is a seeming dualistic reality that through the dualistic experience gives a revelation and a reconsideration of a third perspective, idea, or option, right? Or experience, if that makes sense. So, again, there's been many folks who've come here who are not, arguably, I'm going with your thing. So don't say that I'm being that arrogant. There are many folks who come here who may not be as smart as me in certain ways when it comes to remembering things or seeing connections or being able to speak them and be a smooth talker. They didn't have to be, because that's not what this is about. If this is a practice that's worth anything, it's only worth something because of the faith that's behind it. See, that's back to God. This is why I contend this is all a spiritual idea or practice. It's not about the man. It's not about how my vessel has a higher IQ than 96th percentile on record, right? Doesn't matter. Because anybody out there can know what I know just by looking and seeing, going within and feeling, right? Looking up the words and then coming to an understanding. And the only thing that's going to separate them from generating an experience that creates the outcome that they desire to some extent is will and faith. The two things that are most constantly associated with a walk with God, right? I'm not talking about as God. We could get into that as well. But a walk with God. The only or the few, right? Two of the few prioritized ideas or experiences when it comes to having the experience of God is will and faith. I don't believe that this force, or even the seemingly opposing force of government and the courts, is looking for you to be lighting the world on fire with intellect or intelligence or IQ, right? Or being able to come in there and talk them out of their shoes. What this whole experience is calling forth and looking for, you could argue, is the will and the faith behind the will. That's the walk, that's the practice, and that's the only thing it could be for it to be what I believe that it is. I can't prove it, okay? Because if not, there would be no hope here. Evil would already have this place, okay? So now you could argue tends to be that the will and the faith comes with people who have a high IQ, because high IQ people are usually never happy in this place. There's many places we could go with this argument and postulate and speculate. So you could argue from the beginning of time, philosophy was done by high IQ people who were just dissatisfied with what incarnation reveals when you can see and understand to some extent. Okay. For the rest of the folks hovering around 100 IQ points, they're just happy to be able to go to work to get pieces of paper so they can buy ice cream at Walmart and feel comfortable about it while they do it, right? Not really much else going on in the way of questioning, right? You can argue these people are going to be happier people in life, right? This gives way to the cliche question, the philosophical question. Is it better to be right or happy? You know? And I could probably give a perspective on either side and maybe a third side, right, to balance it out. So yeah, please don't, I can do the God of all media thing, and I'm so great, I'm so interesting here. And there may be some truths that I may have an IQ and be a decent speaker at times, but let's not poison the well and project outward that even if I am those things, presuming I am, that's what this whole experience is supposed to be about, right? And again, it's as they used to say, the proof is in the pudding. I don't really like that phrase, but I'll use it in this instance. Many folks have come through here, they trip over their words, they don't speak that fluently, right? They may not be lighting the world on fire when it comes to IQ, but they had good faith. They practiced the understanding till it was second nature, okay? And they had the will to implement that, the faith that they've started to cultivate, right? This feeling of almost, what's the point of coming here if we're just going to constantly, from cradle to grave, do everything that we're told and never find out what it means to be an I am presence, right? So I think that all these things, are part of the experience, right? It's a certain walk, it's a certain journey of revelation, and through those revelations, another thing is questioned, answered, and then revealed. We got to get through this. We're almost there, people. We're gonna get through this video. See, I've said the whole video doing the bit non-bit. We're never gonna get through this video. No, we are gonna get through this video. It's gonna take a while.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Everyone knows this is what you have to do.
I got a creature in back. I'll bring you in a moment.
I can print out and I don't have to register my cars. Believe you me, pal, I wouldn't have them registered. We'll do it.
The only reason people don't do it is because of law enforcement officers pulling people over, harassing them, and ruining their lives and impounding their vehicles and basically economically terrorizing them. The magic ticket is you guys stop complying with tyranny. You guys stop being the long arm of the tyrannical law.
We can help out is this your wife?
Yes, my wife.
We'll do what we can. Now, there's 3 cards in your wallet that have her name on it. Yep. You want her to have those?
Yes, please.
All right.
In my briefcase, please. That's all I'm.
And this is why you don't talk, because they asked her separately from him, is this your husband? Are you married? No, this is common law. And now he just said that that's his wife. So now they got 2 different stories. Now they could go, well, you were obstructing justice. You obviously lied to law enforcement. If you lie to law enforcement, that's a felony. If we lie to you, that's just policy.
And my deed to my house is in there.
Okay, well, she can have whatever she wants out of the truck. I mean,
and my keys, the key to the truck also has the key to our other car.
If you have another vehicle that's insured and registered, why didn't you drive this?
Because we thought, honestly, because I thought we were lawful. And it's a truck. It's our other one's got a timing belt issue in it right now, and I haven't had the money, honestly, to get it fixed. That's the truth of it. We were going to the beach.
Did anybody tell you that was allowed?
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, Paul Unslaved. That's the name of it, and they let him go.
Who is that?
That's his name. Like some guy that says the right to travel is legit. That's where I got the case law. If you look up Paul Enslaved, they'll come right up. And they let him go. Is there any chance at all that, you could chalk it up that I fucking believe some idiots that fucking, dude, I'll never make a mistake like this again. Straight up either way, whether you let me go or not. Please, my children, man.
Well, we're gonna help. We're gonna figure out where we can get them to make sure that they are safe. Okay, and that they have resources they can contact. Okay, so he is going to jail today. Okay, he will have a bond. Now, what he's telling me is that you guys have like $1,000 in cash in the car or something like that, or you have access to a decent amount of money. Okay, what I'm saying is, if you would like, we can give you a ride to in town. Okay, where you can contact a bail bondsman.
Oh, man, sure, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm just trying to help out as much as I can. So is that
It's weird. Some of your
And then they try to set them.
I'm going to ask it again because, again, this is this 30 seconds in this whole video that actually matters more than everything else I'm blathering and everyone else is going to comment on. And it just goes unrecognized. Okay? And I have a feeling Brian's been watching me rather closely, although we haven't been in contact as much as we could be. And part of that reason, a good majority of that reason, is because I called him a bitch-ass slave and called him out for not doing nothing on the ground. And since I've taken a step back, I've kind of changed my energy toward him because I've taken a step back from what I'm doing. Right? I haven't been as active in certain ways. So I'm almost reconciling that, hey, you do the practice because you want to do the practice. If you don't, then you don't. And then whatever you get is what you get. Right? But I suspect that's why he played this video recently from years ago, because I just recently mentioned this video, and he is one of the only people, if not the only people other than me, who's actually made the title about and it has talked about to some extent. I don't know what he's going to say here, obviously, but this woman, because this is the Deutschland person. Come back. People are coming in here and leaving, and I want to get to them. All right, but I haven't done a broadcast in almost 15 days or more, and I'm brimming with yap. There's no way around it. I will yap here today. I'm in the mode. I'm feeling relatively pain-free compared to what it was, right? So some may say I'm in rare form here, but not really. Hold on, we have a call creature. 562, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can I get a name from you, sir?
My name's James.
All right, get close to the phone. I'm just going to go ahead and let you into my mind because there's times where I don't usually do this, and we take it wherever it goes, so don't take it personal. Right off the bat, I'm getting the vibe from you that you've called here before. Am I correct?
False.
False. Okay. Well, then
I have a comment. Yeah.
I'm pretty good with voices and audio and making connections, I like to believe, but that just might be my ego. So I'm totally open to being mistaken, but just the first word I heard from you.
I live in Los Angeles. Like, there's a lot of people here. I don't know.
Okay. You live in Los Angeles. You're letting me know there's a lot of people there. Okay. I'm taking that under advisement and consideration. I didn't think of that. But you haven't called me before. You haven't spoken to me on here before, publicly at all.
No, not on phone.
Not on the phone. Well, how did you communicate with me? Telepathically, smoke signals, osmosis. How have you talked with me before?
I remember last time we agreed on a lot of things.
Wait, you see, this is a perfect example of how you do court, or how you establish anything, right? I asked him specifically because he thinks I'm an idiot, and that's what makes this all work.
Phone. On the stream, but not on phone.
Oh, so you talk to me on the stream, but we're not using the phone line here to talk on the stream. So the answer is, you have called me before. We have talked. False.
False.
Okay. So how is that
I deny
false?
those allegations.
You've never spoken to me on the broadcast with other
No,
people.
not on the phone, but on your little StreamYard, I believe that's what it's called, yes.
So see, and this is important, right? A law is expressed, not implied. It's important that I ask the specific detailed question technically.
I've been a subscriber for like a month now.
Okay. But because again, I fashion myself really good with pattern recognition, energies, and sound, and just one word in, and this might make you feel good. This might make you feel good. That one word in, I remembered you, sir. I said, that's that guy. I don't remember your name, but most people, I just remember our interaction, their energy, the way they speak, right?
Yeah, we agreed on the Illuminati.
Right. Okay.
But you wouldn't take it because I know who your bosses are. You're scared.
I have bosses now.
Oh, 100%. You do have bosses.
Okay, this is great. See, and this is the what I was expecting from you. So, and I'm not down on it. I just wanted to know if I'm dealing with, because we talked one time, right? It was just an offhanded interaction. I think twice, technically, maybe, but I don't think you wanted me to know that I knew it was you the second time. So go ahead, reveal to everyone. I'm giving you the opportunity on my broadcast here right now. Expose me to everyone. Who?
No, I'm not trying to expose you. I'm just trying to say, like,
no. I want you to expose me.
You're being blackmailed right now.
I
understand. You have a boss,
right? And who
you're
are
not
sir?
Speaking your mind.
Who
you're not speaking?
Does Paul Unslaved work for while he gets people arrested on the side of the road and gets the property taken? Who is in control of me? Right? Was I on the Epstein list? That's what inquiring minds want to know. Was I in the Epstein files on the list and am being blackmailed as we speak? Mine is.
I don't think you're famous enough to be. I don't think you're famous enough to be on the Epstein.
Right, and I'm not good looking enough to be on the other side of the Epstein list.
Yeah, you're decent. You're decent. Yes,
wow.
Good features.
Well, I didn't know you cared. Thank you. So you do. So that's interesting. I didn't expect that. This is what's so great about this broadcast. You think that I'm Epstein Island fuckable? Like I could have been one of the 15, 16-year-olds.
You have a good beard. You have a good beard.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for noticing.
Without that beard, you'll lose all your, charisma.
Maybe so, sir. Maybe so. I'm learning as we speak. Okay,
well, I'm trying to expose you because what you're spreading is misinformation. You're not taking it a step further. You're hiding behind your little bosses.
And that's why I have you here, because you're going to expose the real behind what I say is the real truth.
Because all you say is good in the surface, but deep inside, you're not getting through the real rabbit hole. You're not solving the real mystery. Like, I don't know if you ever watched Scooby-Doo where they took off the masks of the monsters.
Right.
You're not doing that yet.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the likes of you, that girl, and your little dog over here. Okay. So now that I'm here and I can't turn back.
Are you ever going to take off the masks of the monsters?
That's why you're here, to unmask me and tell everyone what you see. Now let's go get to it.
I told you you're not digging deep on us. You're right there. You're almost there. You need like a couple more layers, but you're not there yet.
Give us the layer. You have a broadcast. You're really good at this medium. You're really good at communications.
Your little YouTube bosses, so you get demonetized and you can't pay rent, and you go on the streets and you sound like a crazy guy.
This is great. Which reminds me, I got to thank some contributors and supporters here. I've been way late on them, and I like to mention them. This is going to come as a shock to you. I'm actually voluntarily not monetized. I gave up a $4,000 or more a month channel, which also became shadow banned at one point, and I gave up monetization altogether because I don't.
You've never been banned before, like me, for life.
Well, that's the thing, because I don't know as much as you do. I'm clearly not as good of a communicator. I'm not as entertaining. I have this beard and all. Right, but without that,
no, you're entertaining. You're entertaining, all right.
Oh, okay. Well, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, I see what you see. You tricked me right there. You're like, yeah, you're entertaining, all right. Like,
I have nothing against it, but what makes me mad is you keep saying Freemasons, Illuminati, New World Order. Those are all good
I've
words.
never once said Freemasons or Illuminati in this
You're
broadcast.
forgetting one more word. You're forgetting.
I got to thank Leslie F. Thank you, Auntie Leslie F. I got to thank Mr. J-A-Y-D. I won't use the last name. Gift for a real one. Thank you. These are non-taxable events, extended friends and family. It's Cousin Jay.
You keep calling yourself the big boss, but you've never been banned before.
Excuse me. I have a few people that I have to acknowledge. Now, where was I? Uncle Pedro for peace and best wishes, Paulie. And of course, comments will be read. You'll see a scrolling line up there with my email, ways to contribute and support. These are non-taxable gift events, right? Because we are not monetized. There is no official income here. I have no contract with anyone. And therefore, I do whatever the fuck I want. And I do whatever the fuck I want and say whatever I want. And I even effectuate that because I've been shadow banned on one channel, stricken multiple times, and that's all been gone away with after a certain point. And I'm now into the algorithm, and I now have YouTube legal team and Google on notice, giving them legal
you're
notice.
Not extreme though. YouTube still keeps you on here for a reason because you're not tough enough. You're not extreme
because
enough.
They couldn't strike me or take. Unlike you, I was able to.
You made fun of my heroes.
So
you made fun of my
could just continue, sorry about your channel and how it's taken off and you weren't able to contact the legal team and give them notice.
You are scared of your bosses.
I got that. We're not all as courageous as you.
You were making fun of my heroes,
Ryan,
for saying they're not
Excuse me, sir. 1 second. We're going to get right back to you and continue with the unmasking right here live. Please don't ruin it because we're all waiting with bated breath to hear more about what you know that I don't know that got your channel taken away while I'm still here serving my corporate overlords. So Ryan H. says, for rattling slaves' cages. Thank you, Ryan H. Timmy writes, for dealing with the slaves. Thank you, Timmy. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. Jimmy S.
You're a slave, bro.
Sir, please, I'm going to get right back to you.
You're a goyim.
Sir, please, we're going to get right back to you. I got to continue here with what I'm doing. Okay, Jimmy S. Appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you. The feeling is mutual, Mr. Shively. That's cousin Jimmy, of course, from mom's side. Sherry C. writes, for value, all who receive what they receive. That's an equitable woman. She gets value and entertainment here from me at no charge, free, gratis, and she gifts me from time to time. Why? Because this beard has so much charisma. Greg and sir, I swear I'm going to get right back to you. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you. That's okay. I'll allow that. In my eyes,
some nice brown eyes.
Right. You're not even going to ask me where Jeepers Creepers, where did I get these peepers? Greg and
you watch movies.
Greg and I'm actually not a movie person. I don't watch many movies. Although
you're a slave. You're a slave.
Although at one point I spent a lot of time with my uncle, and he would watch a lot of movies. It's where I got a lot of
little boy.
Where I got a lot of references from classic movies.
Such a good little boy.
Thank you. I try. Greg N. for Somali Solar Startup, right? So Greg N's familiar with my new Somali Solar Security Program. I didn't release that here yet, but my associate Brian O'Shea and I were working on getting these illegal Somalis, illegal placement on roofs coming to a town near you. The Somalis get virtual headsets so they can take college classes while they're on the roof. And of course, what are they doing on the roof? Well, they're doubling as solar panels. These are very dark people. No. They conduct a lot of light, right? There's a lot of light, a lot of power, a lot of heat. We're taking what we got and we're using it to go to the next level. We're giving these people a job. We're helping them to be productive. We're giving them a pathway to citizenship and education. There's rebates for the homeowner, for the Somali Social Security Program. Sir, please, now you're really not going to talk over my Solar Security Program that is making America great again. I am on the cutting edge of changing policy indefinitely. I am on the cutting edge of security. I'm whatever you want to say that I am. It's not important what I call myself. What's important is what I'm here to do. And what I'm here to do is get every home a set of Somalis laying horizontally across the top, conducting electricity, getting an education, and on a path to citizenship. Okay. And I'm not going to hear anything else about it. I'm an innovator. There's no denying that here. One thing you and others can't deny. I am an innovator. I'm way underpaid.
You are a special person, like in a good way.
Someone reach out to me, please, and get me on contract. This guy's partially right. I don't have enough masters yet. I need to get syndicated here. I need some small hats to take an interest in me.
You need to be free of the people who control you.
Okay, one last person, Louis Bastone. I'm now on the Bastone diet. I've gained weight immediately, but I'm feeling somewhat better. He was right. I may have been mistaken. At least that's what he'll choose to believe. And I can't argue with it at this point. So here, 3 cheers to Louis Bastone and the Lou Bastone diet. And he writes, where is it here? There. For a bag of warm, buttered, unsliced pepperoni, do with them what you will. And he doesn't even specify that that's for oral consumption. So I guess, it's whatever we want it to be. We do with that as we please. Okay, now back to you, sir. I have corporate masters and overlords here. I can't do what I want to do because
that's the problem. You're not naming them right.
Right. Okay. So let's get down to it. Let's not beat around the bush any longer. Who's running me? Who's controlling me? Oh, and thank you to Travis from yesterday as well.
If you'll let me talk, I'll love to explain my point.
Absolutely, sir. Go ahead.
So I remember I was on call with you and you were making fun of my heroes, people I look up to, because you said they haven't experienced what you've been through. Well, that's false. They've been banned on YouTube. They've been banned on every platform. There's been people at their house threatening to kill them. Nobody has done that to your ass. Because what you say is not controversial at all. You're a good little guy on YouTube. They allow you because you're not a threat to them.
Is it all possible?
If you were a threat, they would have banned your ass. But the guys I look up to were already banned.
Is it at all possible that people play cards with people that they know will work, and there's no point in playing the death card with someone who has a history of overdosing on drugs, being somewhat suicidal, and having a lot of guns? I'm just asking.
Who's talking about guns?
I'm asking I think a pertinent question, an applicable question. If you
haven't been threatened by a guy at your house, have you?
Well, that's a presumption and assumption. I wouldn't say you're completely correct about that.
I'm pretty sure you haven't.
It's just the threats. Okay, the threats have had no effect.
If somebody went into your house with a gun saying, "I hate your videos, I want to kill you." Has anybody said that to you?
No, because they're quite sure what they're going to. They're quite sure what they're going to get is not what they want.
Not a threat to the elitist. You think your IQ is 3 billion trillion? No, it's not. Your IQ is less than a fish.
Well, I actually took the IQ test twice by the time that I was 17 years old. So
and now you're 30?
Once at 12 and once around 17. I was given an IQ test by the school, the public school system that I was a part of. So it's not what I think. It's conclusive. It's on record. And I have their description of me as well, if you'd like. Or at least what they consider to be my intelligence level.
Well, that was when you were 17.
Which I think they put somewhere in that paragraph. It's nowhere near.
How about you take
it's nowhere near approaching the guy online who just got out of college. That's what it says somewhere in that paragraph. Whoever you are, I think I didn't realize who they were talking about, but I'm starting to realize now. They mentioned you in the paragraph. They said Paul Unslaved has a 96th percentile when it is in the 96th percentile when it comes to making connections. Critically thinking, right? When it comes to verbal IQ and other things, they made that determination. But the other 4%,
to the YouTube algorithm, you're not a threat. You're just a crazy wacko.
Is it possible that
conspiracy theories
is it
that
possible?
I actually do believe. You say some stuff that are not bad, but overall, you're not a threat. The Illuminati is laughing at you because you actually think you're doing something. You're freeing people from slaves. No, buddy, you're the slave.
No, I'm actually.
You are the slave. You said you watched Jeepers Creepers. You watched something that was created by film producers who go to Epstein's Island. You are the slave, my friend. Don't ever call anybody a slave because you are the slave.
Are you going to do the thing again where I have to throw you out and then you say you won and I couldn't handle you?
When I'm not talking, that means it's your time. So go ahead.
Right. No, I get to talk whenever I want here is how it works. You can't even figure out how this broadcast
right now. Slave mindset right there.
Right. So you didn't even get the reference. The reference of what I said was a song that goes back to, I believe, the 30s. I don't believe I've ever seen Jeepers Creepers. When people talk,
you just brought it up.
No, I was singing a line from a song, and in the song, it's way before the time of the movie Jeepers Creepers. See, you're a perfect example of an actual slave who thinks they know stuff, and
No,
we try
you
to.
are the slave.
We can't both
'Cause
talk
you're
at the
on
same time.
YouTube.
We're going the same way we went last time, where I'm going to wind up having to remove you, not only because you are
you're a slave
moronic,
mindset.
you can't
You
make
need to
any
be
sense.
free.
You presume and assume, but then you talk over me, right? It'd be cool if
Of course, I'm gonna assume.
if you're going to keep talking over me, this it's going to go the same way it did last time, and I know you're okay with that because then you get to say, "I win, he loses. My ideas are big
There's
and
no
powerful.
winning between
He had to
us.
censor me.
We need to
know
team
this.
up.
Numbers
We
are
need to team
tanking.
up.
Numbers tanking insanely because you are a horrible person. You're boring. The
I'm not
most
a horrible
the most
person. You don't know me.
interesting
You're
thing about
assuming
you and
you
this
have a slave
hello
mindset. You see?
hello. The most interesting thing about you in this
Go ahead,
moment
are you
is that
there?
I'm
Hello?
hello. The most
Hello, can you
interesting
hear
thing,
me?
we both can't talk at the same time. Another 2 or 3 times, and I'm going to jettison you, and you can claim you won and go
You're
back to.
jealous?
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of you and move on. Because believe it or not,
why? Because you're scared. Because your bosses don't want me here.
There it is.
I'm the threat.
Right.
I'm the threat of YouTube. You're not.
You're so intelligent. You're now claiming being a threat.
Of course I'm intelligent. I did an IQ test as well.
You're claiming to be a threat as the superior position.
No, I am a threat because you're getting uncomfortable. That's the psychology.
But you're not
lesson
even
that everybody
prepared.
knows.
You're not even
uncomfortable.
You're not even mentally, emotionally, physically, or
You're
spiritually.
uncomfortable because
You're
your
not
bosses
even
are gonna
prepared to
not give you
deal
your
with being
$40,000.
categorized as the threat.
You want your $40,000 so bad. It's not gonna happen, brokey. Okay?
What
you
about
want to be homeless.
what's the number now you just came up with, and where did you get that number?
Because I know how much you get paid. I know.
I don't get paid any specific amount. How could you?
Stuttering.
Because
You're
I
nervous.
want to know where
You
you
see,
come up
you're
with this.
nervous.
How could you claim a number when I don't even know when it comes to
Voice
value?
crack. Why did your voice? You're nervous right now because I'm exposing your ass in front of your slave fans.
Okay.
In front of your goyams. You got nervous when I brought up you made $40,000 a year. Brokey.
How do you come up with that? That's what throws me off. Is how did you come up with? It's such an interesting for you to have a number.
So simple. A 9-year-old could do it.
I didn't ask you to tell me how easy it was. I'm asking you to reveal your magic, and you're not doing that. So that's kind of weird.
It's not magic. It's simple calculations of how many views you get per video or live.
Okay, I'll go along with this. Let's just say that I, at this point, broadcasting once or twice a month, do 40K a year in value. I think that's great for someone like me.
I saw your income. I saw your interest
The
rate
average person doesn't even make that, working 8 hours a day, 5 to 6 days a week, after taxes and fees and all the rest of it. I'd be doing great at that point.
Is $1 million.
Thank you for complimenting me indirectly, even though
40,000 is $1 million to you.
May as well be. You're right. You're not wrong.
Because you get paid.
I don't know where
by
you
a
came up
person
with that
who
number
gets
because
paid
I don't
for
have
it.
a number of value that goes in or comes out. So you must know something that I don't conclusively. But I will go along with the simulation. Concluding that I do 40K a year, 5 years straight or more.
Why were you stuttering?
Because I'm fascinated by you. I had to check.
Scared.
I had to check in with myself, and I'm still doing it right now. Going,
Netanyahu is your boss. It's that simple.
All right. So great stuff. I'm going to give you a final word. You got any final revelations or expose here? Because I'm pretty sure you just complimented me. I'm doing 3,000 to 4,000 a month, talking twice a month on here for a few hours about whatever I want to or what I have to. And according to you, that's broke, right? So you're
No, what's
basically
broke is
you're
that you
basically
would
like
do
a middle school
anything.
girl on
You
Instagram who
would do
isn't.
anything to not be
You're
homeless because this is
basically
your
a
only
you're
income.
basically a middle
This is your
school.
only income.
You're basically a girl in middle school who thinks that the average pay for a hardworking man is being broke, right? So, I mean,
No, I'm
that's
saying you're desperate for that 40K, Goyam.
you.
rather have
You
that
just made up a
and
number
spread
of
lies.
40K. You just made up that people who
I did not
contribute
make up 40K.
and support are
You
part
were
of some.
shaking earlier. That's a psychology lesson that shows that I'm telling the truth and you're
Sir,
lying.
if I was shaking and scared and I didn't want to be
You were
exposed,
shaking. Why did your voice crack? Your voice cracked.
I'm asking you not to interrupt me. I'll let you speak as much.
That's how your voice cracks.
Okay, right.
Bitch.
If I'm shaking and I'm
bitch
scared and
boy.
I don't want this information out there, why platform you at all when I knew who you were 2 words in?
Because you want to show that your fans that you're not scared of me, but you are because you're a little
Right.
bitch boy.
Okay. Well, there you go. So I guess I really am no match for you.
Stuttering right there. I call you 4K. Keep
Right.
stuttering like a
I'm
little
really
pussy boy.
I'm really no
You little
match for you.
pussy.
You've outwitted me. You've exposed me.
You keep stuttering like a
You
little
provide-
kite. You're a
Right.
kite boy. You're a goyim. Nothing will satisfy you. You want to believe in all these nonsense, but you won't get down to the deep hole.
Let's remind
you're
people
bossy.
you're also the person who said that Thomas Massey has got the answers to all this. Correct?
I did not say that.
Who was the politician who you say is a non-politician who has the answers to all of
I said, let me say, I said the best politician, because there's not really any good politician, but the only one that has good decency for the American people is Thomas Massey. He voted to release the Epstein file.
He didn't say that.
He voted to end foreign aid to any country.
Right. So even though he just repeated what I just said, he didn't say that, even though he just
said
confirmed.
I thought he was perfect, you liar.
Okay.
This is the big problem.
So I'm lying. I'm the fraud. I'm the liar. This is what they do. This is what people do all day long.
Oh no, this is what you kites do. You always lie.
Oh, well, there we go.
Always lie about this.
Right.
You're a little bitch boy.
Right.
You like to claim, oh, I've been suffering by YouTube.
What's
They
the reason
demonetize
why
me.
every time you
They
curse
demonetize me.
What's the reason
They
why
demonetize me.
What's
You haven't
the
been
reason
demonetized at
why
all.
every time you curse you lower your voice like your parents are just in the next room and you don't want to
Oh no, they're
embarrass
not. You
them
want me
or
to say it louder? Want me to say it louder?
I just notice it as a pattern that every time you get annoyed and you start to curse, it's almost like you have someone in the other room who's going to judge you for being the loser you are.
I'm here by
arguing on the air.
myself. Hey, is anybody
Right.
there? Mom, Dad, are you there? No, they're not there. I'm 23 years
No,
old.
they're not.
Bubba.
They're not there.
23 years old.
No,
I have my
they're
own
not there.
apartment,
No, they're-
Bubba.
All right, this has been fun. Final words. I'm gonna get rid of you and finish up the video, and we're gonna.
Yeah, because you're a little pussy. You're scared. My
listen,
final words are.
This is all
my
extra
final
time.
words
I got
are,
my
let
40K
me
for the
talk.
year. You
Let me
just
talk,
did
you
this
little
for no
boy.
reason.
Boy, let me talk.
You did this for free.
Boy, let me talk.
Absolutely. Go
This
ahead.
guy has bosses that are patting his little fucking brown head, saying, "Good boy." He makes $40,000 a year, so he doesn't become homeless because he's a little desperate little motherfucker who has not fucked any single bitch in his life. He's spreading lies about the Freemasons and the Illuminati, which he's partially right, but he doesn't take it a step further. Okay, he doesn't take it a step further. Okay. So this guy is a pathetic loser. He likes to claim he's been demonetized. He hasn't been demonetized at all. He hasn't been threatened. He hasn't been hurt. He hasn't been punched before because of his views on YouTube. He's a little pussy boy.
Well, why
He's
don't you
nothing.
take me up on my offer last time and email me? Because you said you were going to come down to where I am and punch me in the face. And then I told you to email me. You said you would, but you never did. You could be
Why
that
would I
guy.
threaten you? You're not a threat to me.
Oh,
Why would I
okay. See,
threaten
there we're
you?
okay.
You're not a
I'm
threat
just
to me,
saying
'cause
you could
what
be
you
that
spread
guy
is bullshit.
potentially.
Well, you spread his bullshit. I was on here last time. You got destroyed by a transgender. There was a guy saying he was a she, and you got destroyed by him with the vaccine. You can't even debate. You're a little bitch.
Wait, so you're
Can't
now.
fucking debate.
This is even
You're
better.
saying-
You're now saying.
I'm better. You're saying
Okay, I'm gonna
better
let you go.
at knowing vaccine. You're a little bitch.
I got destroyed by a transgender who says that we're all dangers until we get 10 vaccines. Right.
No, you got destroyed because you couldn't bring any factual arguments. You're bringing up your own stupid head.
I don't need to bring factual arguments. I'm going to do and say whatever I want, and people like you are going to sit around, speculate all day, pocket watch, and try to overtake me when you get a chance, and it never happens. So,
and I remember last time you were
saying here. What's the upshot?
You want people to self-govern.
You're a disempowered loser who can't make any sense, who thinks Thomas Massey's your daddy, and this is your time to shine for the week and the month. This is the height of your exposure and presentment.
You like to lie. This is your brand, lying. You're like Donald Trump.
One in the chat. We'll take a poll right now. This is so easy. One in the chat.
Oh, you're polled by the guys who are biased. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That's the audience who's here right now. Whether we like them or not, the audience is here.
Is 130.
One in the chat. If the only thing that makes this guy interesting, try to.
That's a 130 IQ idea right there.
He can't even be insufferable
by people who are biased. Let's do a poll by people who are biased. That's a good idea. Your IQ really is 130, huh?
Totally.
That's a smart idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you go because again, I was interesting without you.
You're scared. You're desperate.
Numbers are waning, and the only thing that makes you interesting is the fact that I'm arguing with you.
You're a pussy faggot bitch boy.
Okay,
that's what you fucking are.
But this pussy faggot bitch boy does 40K according to you more than you do on the internet, and the only time we hear you is when you're here. Using these airways.
Bitch boy.
All right,
fucking faggot. With your big ass.
Good night, sir. Have a good night.
Bitch boy,
I'll look forward to you not emailing me because you're not going to stand on anything.
Faggot. I've showed you my fucking email.
I have to now email you so I can set up a time for you to come here and threaten me and punch me in the face.
I'm not even threatening you because you're not a threat. You're a little bitch boy. You're behind the Illuminati.
Daddy loves you.
You're a fucking faggot.
I'm behind the Illuminati. Daddy loves you.
And your daddy loves you. That's why he fucking raped you.
Say hi to your transgender mother.
That's why he raped you.
Say hi to your transgender mother who beat me in the debate about taking 10 vaccines for everyone's safety. Wow. And they'll arrest me and take me off somewhere, and the slaves will thank them for their service, and they'll say that guy. He's right. He's onto it. He knows if he just says my voice is cracking, I'm stuttering, and he's winning the debate, a good majority of voting, tax-paying, vaxxing slaves will just repeat it and say, yep, that's what happened. Paulie Boy was up against the wall there, you know. This caller out of the blue had him under the gun, you know. There was no getting out of that one. I had to throw him out. He was too powerful for me. You know? No other choice. We're almost done here, folks. We're going to get it done. It's going to happen.
Themselves up as heroes as they continue to act as villains.
Officers just have like really smug looks on their faces. I don't like you for some reason. You're all right. He's all right. But you and Officer Grady got a whole different aura about you.
Well, you know, none of them are all right because they're all thin blue line ganging up against this innocent couple with these kids.
You know what? I think, you know what? I'm trying to be good. What we're just trying to do is that okay?
If you're trying to be good, you're automatically not good, dude.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
All right, I'm not gonna help with that. I'm gonna take him right now. We have an aura about us. Oh.
I don't have anything else to say. They asked me if we had a knife, and I responded. They're arguing semantics.
They love to make fun of people. We have an aura about us. Man, did you see that guy groveling? He's begging, please don't take me to jail. Please don't take me. Man, I have absolute power over that guy. They love it when you beg.
On procedures and how I'm supposed to.
You know what they hate, though? They hate that they can't unsettle you. Remember the kid that was pulled over at that gas station? I think it was also in Florida. Remember Long Island Audit did it, and the chick, the guy's girlfriend sitting in the passenger side, they ended up arresting her, and she was just stone-faced, stone cold, wouldn't be moved, didn't talk to him, stood her ground. They can't stand that.
That's on them. Beyond that, they're offering to give me a ride somewhere near to where you will be.
All right, we're getting another call now. Let's see what we got. 435.
Hey, what's up, dog? Hey, what's your problem?
What's the
hello?
Can you hear me?
Why you sending my girl new pics on Snapchat?
So we're doing automated calls now?
Look, I know what you. I opened her phone up.
Oh no, that's not me.
By the way, I don't mean on some gay shit, but you look a little small down there, my man.
Well, listen, I mean, you are black.
If I were you, I'd definitely not be sharing those photos.
Oh, well, I'll take that in consideration.
Look. Stop sending my girl snaps or I'll report you.
All right. I didn't know that she was with you.
You're probably just some loser jerking off the random snaps anyways.
Well, yeah, kind of, if you want to put it that way. I mean,
leave my girl alone. I'm blocking your ass.
All right. Deal. I could get with that. Leave his girl alone that he's simping on and arguing with another man over. You know, that's kind of weird that a black guy would call me about his girlfriend sending me nude pictures instead of, they say, check the hoe, not the pimp. So if your girl is sending me with a little penis pictures to jerk off to on Snapchat, your beef is with her, not with me, I would think. That was very unplayer of you. I've met some black people before, and black people have taught me about keeping it P. That was not very P of you at all. That was very simpish. Okay? Why were you even looking at my tiny dick pictures anyway? Is the next question. I had so many questions there. Why are you simping? Why are you trying to get me to change what I'm doing when your girl's hoeing on Snapchat? Clearly not into you. And why are you evaluating my penis? I could go on here. I guess I got another call. Back to back. 509.
Hi, I'm just calling this morning to ask if you're a supporter of the United States military.
Yeah, I support them upholding the law and everybody.
Are you a supporter of the Marine Corps?
Sure. They're amazing. Amazing people.
Great, because a former decorated member of the United States Marine Corps needs your support.
And his name is John Cena. But will he be able to take the belt from the mightiest champion in WWE history at this weekend?
Man. Wow, what a surprise. Who would have thought we got a call from John Cena specifically? We're doing something right here, people. Okay. I thought that was Stacy too. They told me put the number out. Stacy's been, I don't know what Stacy's problem is. I mean, the link is pinned right there. The link to the panel and the number is pinned at the top of the chat box. Should be right there. I could put the number again as well. If it's for Stacy. We did this whole broadcast today for Nancy, Jerry, Stacy, and someone else whose name escapes me. Maybe that was their name. Escapes me. It rhymes with Stacy, Jerry, and Nancy. We got another one here. A lot of calls all of a sudden, back to back.
Hello.
501.
This is the right number.
This is it. You're here.
My mom gave me your number.
Okay, and what do you want to talk about?
I am a bit nervous. Are you there?
Yeah, you're already doing better than the last guy who called. You seem really with it.
You are my daddy.
Who is?
My mom said she met you in a car park, and that's how I was made.
Well, yeah, first she met me on Snapchat.
She
as you may know.
tried to contact you before, but you faked your own death.
Okay, yeah, no. Okay, it's that one. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We have some technical issues there. I'm totally not giving child support to that creature. I'm totally denying that that's my child, okay? I mean, I didn't want it to show up here, but I guess it did, and I got to roll with the punches. So, yeah, you guys didn't hear that. You didn't see that. You're not going to report that. And that's obviously not my child, okay? Just going to leave it at that, people. All right, we got to finish up. Come on, Brian, let's go, man.
I've accepted that, but other than that, we don't have much business to do. They can give me a ride, and that's that. I've done nothing wrong. You've done nothing wrong. They'll argue their semantics. We can argue ours, and that'll be that. All right, whatever. Are we done here? All right, I love you, and I'll probably see you later. I love you. You did nothing wrong. This is what the police will do to you if you don't comply and surrender to their every whim. Okay? That's that simple. Your dad didn't.
I love what she just told her child. And this is the truth of the matter. Listen to this again.
You did nothing wrong. This is what the police will do to you if you don't comply and surrender to their every whim. Okay? That's that simple. Your dad did nothing wrong.
I love you, baby girl.
The unfortunate thing is that rock solid truth doesn't even faze these guys when they're hit straight on in the face with it. This mother just told her kids, hey, if you don't submit, these cops will execute violence against you. That's what's going on in America. And Sergeant Curtis is like, yeah, you better submit because it's the right thing to do.
I love you, baby girl. You good, okay?
You don't have to apologize, Malachi. You literally did nothing wrong.
I feel so bad for these kids. And I've seen this before. This is the worst part of the call. The little girl saying, I love you, daddy, or bye-bye, daddy. I love you, dad. And the mom is just still stuck in this whole craziness and teaching these kids to be against the police. When
this whole craziness of being...
Yeah, this guy totally cares about people's children. I think we had someone just call 567. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
All right, what's your name?
Look, let me ask you a question. Why are you calling my girlfriend at all hours of the night?
Oh, another one of these, man. Well, I went over this.
Don't make excuses.
I'm just saying we went over this.
You tell me who you are.
I'm the guy from Snapchat with the little penis. Talking to your girl. You know, all right. It's kind of a hacky, almost silly bit, right? Like after a certain point, it's like this is all you got, or let's see who this was. I think this might actually have been a person.
Your number has been added to our block list, and you will no longer receive calls from prank caller.
Oh, okay. I don't know how that works. Man, you guys are really pranking me here today, you know? Gosh, it's because I'm working for the Illuminati, right? They're doing their job by intercepting the interceptor. Yeah, I guess that's where we're at. You know, if you can't interact with me or make sense or do your own channel and be entertaining, you may as well just send a bunch of prank automated calls at me. I mean, that seems like the thing to do. 203, you there?
Hey there. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
This is Samantha. I just moved in next door.
Oh. Hey, Samantha. What are you doing? What are you up to?
You might have missed me, so I thought I would call you.
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw you. I was kind of thinking about you, but...
So I was hoping you could show me around and all the good spots around here.
Well, yeah. I mean, why don't you come over to my trailer? We can go to the back of it. It's
I just
27.
split up with my boyfriend, so I'm all alone.
Okay. And how many vaccines did you get? I'll fuck anyone with only one.
Well, he's in prison now, but getting out
Oh,
soon.
he's
I'd
right.
rather not
Yeah,
be with you.
Stacy, I gotta go. Was her name Stacy? Yeah, whatever. Another Stacy, not the Stacy from down there. Different Stacy. Yeah, I can't. I was gonna take the risk with the 1 or 2 vaccines. All right, let me just silence that because then it cuts me off. I was gonna take the risk with the 1 or 2 vaccines, but I can't fuck Stacy if her boyfriend's in prison, and you know that's a problem. That'll lead to problems, and I'll really be getting calls. Why are you fucking my woman while I'm in prison? I'm gonna be out soon. I'm coming to see you. You know, I got enough problems in my life. I don't need this kind of drama. All right, if you keep doing automated calls, as much as I can entertain them, and numbers actually are going up. People somehow still entertained by me talking. Even people we're learning is either it's Cage or that other guy, and all you're really showing us is we're learning that people are more. Right. Okay. People are more interested in me talking to a robot than talking to you. That's all that you're revealing here right now. Either Cage or that last guy. One of you is doing the automated prank calls, and you're really not proving anything other than that I talking to a robot is more interesting than talking to you because numbers are going back up. So that's kind of embarrassing and humiliating for you, I would think. Whatever. Okay, we have someone else here. This might be a real person. They keep tricking me.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
5.
All right, 561. It doesn't say spam. Call back. Call back if you're a real person and you want to talk. I'm here. Hello? Oh, man. 508.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
this is Cindy. I'm a representative from YouTube.
Oh, well, what's going on, Cindy?
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I got some idiot seems to be messing with me.
Just to let you know, this call is recorded for training and quality purposes.
I suspected that, Cindy.
We noticed some of the videos you uploaded were in violation with our terms and conditions.
Now, let's see. It's not the Snapchat one. I
I
can't
assume
really.
you read the T&Cs before creating an account, right?
Not really. People read that shit?
Okay, well, basically your videos are really, really bad.
All right. Well, I mean, get in line then, I guess.
So we want you to just please stop making videos.
All right. Cindy, everybody. 225, are you there?
Hey, Paul.
What's going on, man? Who's this? What's the name that I can address you as?
Yeah, Stan.
Dan, yeah, Cindy is fucking on my back, man. About making videos.
Louisiana.
Right?
Yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
What do you got for us?
Sir?
What do you got for us?
No, I just wanted to call and to tell you I appreciate you staying on the hours you do and trying to help people. And that poor guy that spit out your name on there, and they took his truck, and it seems like there's prima facie evidence on YouTube that the violations. I mean, when do you think it seems like it's escalating?
What do you mean? By the way, Stacy, I'm not getting any calls from you. I don't know what Stacy's in the chat losing her mind saying she's called 25 times. I don't have any missed calls from you. So I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe try the link or who knows what, a lot of bizarre people. But what are you saying is ramping up and getting worse? I'm getting to the point where I'm hitting the wall. I'm almost completely checked out. I'm just in an alternate reality.
When anybody learns their rights and tries to speak it, they just want to smash your window out more, it appears. And it seems like they're being told anybody that, and it's plus it's on PD Live, where they're trying to make an example. If you educate yourself, well, then there's retaliation. So it's like a damn. Where do you go? Plus, have you ever heard of Sabrina Wallace?
No.
Okay, Sabrina Wallace on YouTube. You might want to check her out about the way they're using frequencies and different things in the shots, and a lot of very, very technical talk. So they paint her as a wackadoodle too. She's more on the way they're under our skin already, so to speak. But no, I was just calling. I hear them pranking you, and I said, let me call Paul.
Yeah, I mean, is it really a prank if I just go with the bit and make it into something and we don't lose viewers, and at any time I could just shut off the phone line?
Yeah.
Like, okay. I mean, it's not even really interesting or funny. I mean, whatever. Slaves will slave. That's the bottom line. That's my motto.
Yes, indeed.
All right,
But that was
well,
about all I had to offer. Yeah. Keep up the good work.
thank you, Dan. As far as retaliation, all the rest of it, who knows? I mean, I think it's always a bit of this and that. There's always a dualistic aspect to things, if not more perspectives.
One question: why can't we just ask the employees, the alleged government, who are the employees, who wrote the information they're telling us we have to do? And it seems to me, if it's a private society and we're not in that society, why should we care what they write?
Well, hello, there you go, sir. The answer is nothing is stopping any individual or group of individuals, if you want to use that term individual, from making a claim that makes sense with what they believe and then sticking to that regardless of what the outcome is, and then generating a result. That's it.
Well, I say that we ask a question and ask who wrote this, and when we find out it's a lawyer written in legalese, well, then we say wonderful, like Carl used to say. I don't speak legalese, Cantonese, Japanese. And I wish we could get, because see, this year we need to call it, Paul, you could really be instrumental in this. Call it Operation Education, hashtag.
Yeah, I've been doing Operation Education for 5 years at 1.7 days a week.
I know. I'm going to try to blow it up for you, but I mean, anyway, it's just, I'm an older guy, 60, and recent amputee, upper right leg above knee. And I'm trying to figure out who am I going to be now, because I was in the landscape lawn care business, and so here we are.
How did that happen?
During COVID, I hit my shin working, and I got an infection in my bone called osteomyelitis, but they never figured out the infection name. That's just a generic term. Well, anyway, after 3 surgeries and the strongest antibiotics allegedly on the planet, it was still creeping up to my knee. So after the 3rd surgery, I said, get this thing out of here. So we're in that era too, where there's a lot of things that are the unknown. So we don't.
It's definitely.
We don't have a clue, but after, I was on pick hooks, antibiotics, all this. So it's the luck of the draw. But hell, I've had my leg on now 2 years, so I'm getting around. Obviously not as active because it's a mechanical knee, but I want to do more too, but I got a lot of responsibilities. I've been listening to you, Carl. I've been studying this for years. I got members that are attorneys and troopers in the family, but anyway, they agree with a lot. But the problem is they keep telling me nobody gives a shit, because right now they don't. It's their game. We came out of a womb in this legal nonsense, and I want to go back to in the image. Like, and try to challenge. They stole our given name and called us a legal person. That's identity theft, I guess, huh? So I want to start challenging them a lot, Paul. But right now I can't. I got too many responsibilities with family right now as parents are aging. See what I mean? I'm no good in jail for stuff.
Hey, listen, man, I'm not going to get on you, and I've gone on people in the past. I've changed my perspective on it. I haven't changed my perspective. I've changed my way of communicating with others to try to be more honorable, good faith, and equitable. I mean, listen, let me just put it like this. I'm not denying what you just said, and it may be true, but that logic is what I get from everybody when confronted with this reality. Okay, show us and tell us. That makes sense more than anything else, but we can't do anything about it because fill in the blank.
Right.
And the blank is always my family, my house, my things, my this, my that. They start pointing around the room at all the things they don't want to lose while everyone's losing their mind, their rights, their future, and an ability to choose, right? I mean,
I'll give you an example. My mom's 85, and she says, please don't try any of that till I'm gone. See, it's the programming of most of the people that I know that did everything that TV told them during COVID. That's what I'm up against too. Is
right, and unfortunately, what they're communicating is they're willing to be part of a mass humiliation ritual sacrifice where they give up their rights and property to go along with the collective, only to be sacrificed in the end for the supposed safety of everyone. This is the inversion, sorcery, and humiliation ritual that we're experiencing over and over again on a micro and macro level. So this is part of Babylonian collectivism, is the spirit of mama who sits at home with her comforts and her supposed security while everything goes to hell. And her only concern is that she get to keep her position in the slave world and get to keep her comforts. And hey, once she dies, right? So what she's instilling into the mind of a man is that a man only exists here to please a woman and keep a woman happy. And that's totally in line with how they redirect that toward the state, because the state and the woman becomes one. And this is straight out of Nazi. propaganda handbook, right? And the Nazis didn't create this. They just became aware of it and exploited an understanding that I've come to long ago for their collectivized satanic purposes. So again, what is mama supposed to do? Well, mama's comfortable and she's got her things, but sometimes a man's got to be a man. And if I have to ride that out with you, Junior, then we go together. Instead, what you get is, Junior, please silence yourself and break your spirit so I can have my worldly comforts and you don't upset mama. And this is where you take it right into your relationship and your marriage, and you continue to be a cash cow for some woman somewhere who doesn't respect you and values and principles. And your whole goal in that marriage is to make mama happy and make sure mama's got her worldly comforts. This is the destruction of masculinity and manhood. This is the decline of a civilization. And quite frankly, everyone's got to share in the outcome as far as making choices and summoning it, right? It just is what it is. And you know what, sir? You want to know subpsychologically why I've gone the way I have all my life? It's because I didn't have a mama. That soundbite they took that one day that I did when I was being a bit exaggerated. I started screaming to someone, I didn't have a mama. But there's a give and take with everything, right? There's ways that there's ways that I'm probably not the man I could be if I had a mama in my life or a woman who was there to really love me and care for me and all that. There's ways where I became a better man in certain ways when it comes to the slavery and genocide, because I never had a mama over my shoulder telling me how to be a man, what to do and what not to do, and to lay that guilt trip on me of, if you don't do this, mama's gonna be real hurt and upset with you. Mama's your queen.
Great insight. Much love there, because it's absolutely true. Every time that I don't do something like I want to act like I did earlier, when I was taking care of my dad before he passed at 82. But anyway, I went and confronted him at a checkpoint here in town. And then so that's my passion, really trying to right the wrong. But every time I see him revenue generating, like last week, the trooper standing at a 4-way stop sign where everybody's on their way home from work, checking inspections in his costume, acting. And I just want to go out there and say something, but I don't, because I just got through getting groceries and I make excuses, and it just aggravates. So it does rip a part of my soul out, like, so to speak, each time the injustice goes and I don't stand up. During COVID, I didn't submit until I almost got arrested at the ER because my leg swelled up like a watermelon. But that's how long I went, because I'm tough and dumb too, because I went too many months and my ankle, and all of a sudden I'm in emergency surgery, so to speak. So yeah, crazy times. So yeah, I'm gonna let it unfold, but you're absolutely spot on like that, because who's to say who's gonna pass first?
Listen, man, this is a hundreds and thousands year old domestication, division, and conquer program that has not only domesticated this race, it's completely divided us from ourselves and God and the truth, and therefore each other. And that's why the community ceases to exist in the form it once did. And that's why the family unit ceases to exist in the form it once did. And this idiot in chat thinks he's on to something when he tells me, yeah, because he's the king of sarcasm, right? To try to prove something, as if I can't look at these perspectives, or as if I'm not a human as well, and I don't get it, right? But he's gonna let me know, yeah, that poor 85-year-old woman could just fend for herself, no problem. Well, dumbass, there used to be a thing called a nation, and it used to have states, right? And those states used to be united in principles and values. And then as you went down the dimensions and then down the hierarchy, the inherent hierarchical status and standing of beingness, you would have communities. And in those communities, you would have multiple families who were connected together and knew each other, and they all raised their kids together, and they threw in on communal projects, and they did a thing called community. And we don't have that anymore. Right? We don't have that anymore. So used to be, as they tell me, before my time, right? We had a little bit of that, but nowhere near. It was almost all but gone at that point. Used to be this thing called children would be raised by other people's parents on the street, and they'd come over to people's houses and they'd have some fucking chicken cutlet parmesan and some all the rest of it and get a smack in the head. And they used to tell me about this thing they used to call extended family, friends, community, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. But you don't know what that is because you've never experienced it. And in your world, Sonny Boy's the only one left to take care of mom, right? Because Pop is dead and we don't have no more community and family. But I'm the idiot because I'm thinking that maybe that's part of the problem is we don't have that community extended family idea where, you know, where if we need to, we can all be here to look out for each other, right? I'm an idiot because I just don't understand how life works, right?
No, I think William Cooper in his book, Behold the Pale Horse, pretty much explained the social engineer's whole deal with the family unit and the rest of it. Go to war, do it all, or Johnny won't get a job. Johnny won't get any pussy, so forth and so on. But it's called Behold the Pale Horse. Have you seen that? Read that?
I did. I read Behold the Pale Horse when I was doing 100 days at county jail, but I didn't need to read it because I already had the experience. I was 24 when I went to jail. And by the time I was 19, I was already calling. By the time I was 12 to 15, calling out parents and teachers for attempting to make me a version of them. And if not, threaten me with taking me away from my peers, humiliating me in front of my peers, or telling me I wouldn't have the nice things my peers would have, including the affections of women. I already got that rap and had to realize what it was very early on in my Paulie. They used to trauma cult me and tell me, Paulie boy, who's going to ever be attracted to you or want to marry you? On top of not having a mother, the males would trauma cult me and try to bond. Who's going to love you or think you're attractive if you do this and say this and look like this and this and that? That's how limited their reality and perspective was. I can't fault them for attempting to teach me what they believe they know from such a limited perspective that it's all they've ever experienced. These are handicapped people. They don't really understand what they believe they understand and how life works. They believe they know.
And I'll tell you, it's tough when you have to live around people that watch CNN still, Fox and Friends, and the rest of it, and think they're informed. And then, so I hardly don't, I feel like a hermit kind of too. A lot of conversations, it turns into arguments.
Well, no, it also turns into this, sir. See, they show up in the chat as well. Perfect exemplifications and emblematic examples of what the average man or woman is who you've grown up around. So right away, it's, Paul, are you on any drugs or drinking? I've gone through this with grown people in my life, as if me being on drugs or drinking would be relevant or relative to what I'm saying. Why don't you attack the issues and show how I'm wrong instead of attempt to demean me and devalue me and cast aspersions onto my perspective and understanding, right? Based on my comprehension. Right. See, that's more gaslighting. So I could be on all the drugs and alcohol in the world. If what I'm saying is wrong, point out how it's wrong and then tell me how what you're perceiving is right. If you don't do that and can't do that, then that's a deflection. And that's an attempt to gaslight and disempower, as if being on drugs or drinking changes the facts of the matter or not, which it doesn't necessarily. And the answer is no. I'm not on any drugs or alcohol, so you can't use that as a way to try to discredit me when it's not a form of discrediting regardless, because it doesn't address the issues.
Yeah, everybody I know knows that I only do God's companion plan. I don't do anything else. Like after this amputation, you don't want no drugs? I said, I do God's companion plan. Call it what you want, marijuana, pot, weed. So that's the only thing I do. So
Well, I just took a recent 2.5 month break from cannabis. I've more recently started to vape a little bit again and use some of the oral products, the edible products, because I do find that it seems to add something to my life, even if it's just inflammation and pain, but again, it might be an addiction, it might be a crutch, and I may need to if he wants to consider that drugs and alcohol, I may and I whether I need to or not, and this is something that was never once even an option for me. I may decide at some point to put it down and not pick it back up, right? But again,
right.
That's a determination I would make for a multifaceted set of reasons. One of the reasons is my health. I've taken a renewed interest in caring for my body and attempting to keep this vessel as healthy as possible. So if nothing else, if I'm going to use cannabis products, I'm going to attempt to source products without pesticides and chemicals that do not do harm to my lungs and other organs, right? So
well, ultimately, we work in the private, and that's what I am disgusted about in my life since I've been around, is that the state has been throwing people in a cage for weed, and now they're instrumental and want to, be instrumental in selling and regulating it. So it's really a crazy ride.
Yeah, it's the weirdest thing too, because government got into and taxes cannabis at 20 to 30% a lot of places, yet I had to do research recently to come to find out the majority of these vape cartridges have pesticides in them that are on the list or off the list. So what good is government to keep us safe if they're signing off on products that are being put out that I have to do my own research and take my time out and not use because they're poison, right? It's the weirdest thing ever, man.
Well, it's part of, that's why it's better to operate in the private the best you can and get them out of our world. Just like when they're cutting down the rainforest and you look into the hemp, in the hemp 2x4s and the no termites, mold, the on and on with the positive benefits of hemp, we wouldn't need to cut down the rainforest.
Dan, hold on one second. I have a creature here who, Snafu, how many times have I told you, like so many others, not to try to overtake me and manipulate me, and you still won't choose?
I need to do you a solid real quick. It'll take you like 10 seconds.
All right. You're going to hang out in the back, and I'm going to finish this. You can't hear him, Dan, but he was just I'm going to, because I need to wrap up anyway. I plan to do an hour. That always leads to at least 3. We're now going on 4.5. And I hit the wall a while ago, right? So, Dan, I appreciate you. You've been around for how long around these parts?
A long time.
All right. So first time, long time then? First time caller, long time listener.
I've been watching you since you were arguing with the since the beginning with you.
God help us. God help you.
Ever since your first videos and then all of the interviews and your other guys that would argue all the time, and the other, what's that white guy? I forget. He started his own channel. The comedian.
Yeah, they all do. They all do, and they all will. Yeah, they got something to say.
No, it's about just watching it grow too. It's like I say, I'm a people watcher because I just like to do my own case study. I've had over 30 jobs. I left high school early at the 10th grade, started setting up stages for rock bands, climbing, and so it's been a hell of a ride, and I'm still on it. Hey, much love.
Well, I'm going to put in a suggestion right now that Donnie Trump and his administration immediately send you some of the tax money that's going to go to Israel or Ukraine. I mean, if anyone should get it, it should be you. So,
man,
there it is.
Bravo.
I can't do anything more than that.
All right, Paul.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, Dan. First time caller, long time listener, like many others, been here from the beginning. And I guess we're stuck with Snafu Snaps, who's been here from the beginning as well, right? Like Cage and many others.
Here. Thank you.
Oh, how are you, sir? Good to hear from you.
First time caller, first time listener at times. Every time's the first time.
Long time caller, never listened.
Okay,
non-listener.
That'll work. So I want to do you a solid, Daddy.
Right.
I need you to move the mic a little though, because we got to get your face in it. And I'm going to get you, I'm doing some marketing zebra style. All right, we're going grazing. And we're going to get you some sponsorship from the Amish. The beard is fucking rocking. And I feel Unslavia, and we market it to some of these Amish. I mean, these Amish fuckers are going to TLC doing TV shows and shit. So I don't see why we can't get Unslavia dip in the Amish pool and see what we could figure out. You know, maybe get you a toilet made or a outhouse made and
any chance we could get you to cut off your right leg and donate it to Dan? I feel like he could use it more than you.
Maybe. I told you I
Alright.
might consider donating my body to science, and sicker I get, white cells are
Dan,
down. Like,
all right, let me let Dan, please let me. Dan, great news. I'm working on a deal here. Snafu. Let's just get right down to it. Snafu, right leg might be yours at some point. Okay, so we're making
right
dreams
leg.
come true here. I'm next level with my service. There's no denying it. I might run a chimpanzee again as president this next election as well. I got a lot to do, man. I'm constantly doing shit. Again, way underpaid,
Well,
definitely
this is what I need from you.
underappreciated.
Before you sign off tonight, I need you to shout out our Amish brothers and sisters. Paul and Slavia, just a shout out. You know, whatever you know about them, whatever you think about them.
Well, how are they going to sponsor? They're sponsoring me to just give them.
I just need you shouting out to the Amish brothers and sisters, whatever you feel.
All right,
if they're
let's
dirty
try this
little
out.
fuckers, call them
Let's
dirty
try
little
this
fuckers.
out.
If they're not, but you got to just give me.
All right. Let me get into it. I gotta, because I'm gonna turn it's like a
Okay.
thing, right?
All right, clip this motherfuckers out there.
Oh, hi!
time
I
out. You
didn't
gotta
see
do it
it.
again.
Snafu!
You got to do it over. All right, here we go. 3, 2.
I don't
was
need a
gonna count down.
countdown. I don't
Why
need a
not?
countdown.
Fuck.
I'm on
All
it.
right. I'm just all right. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't see you there. How are you guys? I guess this is a perfect time to give you a word as far as Amish people go, right? These Amish people, they are amazing. We love these people. I mean, beards, horse and buggy, fresh cheese, pasteurized, unpasteurized milk. There's so many things about Amish people that I could talk about, but let's just keep it simple. We here, I, Paul Unslaved, and the Unslavians, love the Amish people. We can't get enough of them. All right, cut it right there.
Cut. Perfect. That's all I need, Daddy.
It's the first take. It's a rough. We could work on. it. We'll
And
work
I
on it.
encourage those in Unslavia to do their marketing skills and cut that up and get it out there to our Amish brothers and sisters and non-Amish, and let's just get that going.
I could
folks.
also add a part about having sex with your own family members because I feel like they're into that, and that might be attractive to a lot of people. I feel like that's what brings a lot of people to government is having sex with people that they're not technically supposed to have sex with. There's an allure there. It's kind of taboo.
This might spark debates. This might spark conferences. You never
Wow.
know. Mr.
We hope that it
Paul.
does. I mean, that's how we get on
You
the
never
on the
know.
radar. That's how we get on the map, right?
We just started something potentially, so we'll see. Anyways, I appreciate your help, and the optics are high, folks. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Snafu Snaps here with a little reminder to check in with our Amish viewers. Give them a shout out. They're sponsoring the broadcast. Long John Silver, do you got anything? I think it's time to move in that direction. We didn't technically. Right. There's frogs and shit now.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah. All right. What do you got for us?
Well, I know you told me to write a list, but I'm lazy and I didn't do anything. So just off the top of the dome, in terms of indemnifying your property, because I remember listening to Carl and he was talking about how he indemnifies his automobiles. Now, does he do the bare minimum? Because I know he's in the Commonwealth or on the Commonwealth of Virginia. So does he do like the $5,000 or whatever? Keep it in an escrow and say that's the indemnification of the property? Do you happen to know?
Again, there's this presumption that there's one way to do this stuff, I think, is the false presumption, right? Like it's a practice. So, you know, we practice and we perfect as we practice. So I don't see the proper question is, to me, to my mind, how can any other man or woman in a service capacity or not tell me how to keep a record or create a record or show financial responsibility? Right? Like if we're going as far as to say, okay, they got a point. The reason they want us on insurance is to create this air of safety where if anybody hits anybody else, we can compensate them. Like, okay, so start to call your service providers and get them on record. What will satisfy your unquenchable thirst for financial responsibility as the code puts forth? Research the code. Right? Again, this is all presuming that you believe you need to create an environment where everyone feels safe in order to move your property from point A to point B. So we're already 1, 2, 3 layers deep into a subjective perspective that is touted as the whole of reality, right? But if we're going to do that, it's like, okay, do the research, look up what's acceptable to them, try to be in compliance without spending the money and contracting unnecessarily. I think a bond is an example. You put up X amount of cash, they're going to print you out. And again, what does all of this amount to other than just piles and piles of bullshit and just transferring different forms of value or beliefs, like energies, just transmutation and transformation of energies and beliefs. It's just like the banking system. It's like, just understand that as we sit here right now, everyone's holding little pieces of paper backed by nothing that are essentially legally, technically promises to pay. It's not money. So if we're all walking around trading promissory notes to pay for goods, what's stopping you from generating your own promissory note to pay in the event of an accident to show financial solvency or responsibility in a world with an economy where you're using paper backed by nothing? You see what I'm saying here, how ridiculous it becomes? So like asking me what the answer is sky's the limit for you. How good can you bullshit or take their bullshit and feed it back to them and remind them of what their duties and obligations are and what the abilities are that are available, right? Like, does that make sense in the sense of?
Yeah, of course, man. The standard applies across pretty much everything.
What do you want from me? We want a license, registration, and insurance. Why do you want that? We want to know that you're safe to drive. How do you determine that? Well, an issuing authority issued you a card stating that you're fit to drive. What is stopping you from becoming your own issuing authority, right? Or creating that entity and then having the entity issue you a credential that somewhere on there deems you to be fit to move your property? I mean, that's what they do. They just have you all convinced they have a monopoly on banking and contracting. They don't. You even go in and look up the words. If you realize what they're doing, it's just one big fucking pimp game they're pulling over everyone's eyes. I dare you to go look up the definition of an issuing authority. Every word these people use, every sentence these people form, there are words in there. Every word you look up is going to be a series of words. Within those series of words, you're going to have synonyms and or descriptions of meaning. Within that meaning, you're going to find power and ability to control your destiny. So I would bet anything right now, one day we should do a broadcast like this where we go research with Paulie Boy. And you give me a phrase or an idea, and I take every single word in that sentence, look it up, and lo and behold, you're going to find out it's just a bunch of beliefs put together and sold as official narrative. It's a lot like mainstream news. So they're going to say any agency of United States with the capacity to issue is defined as an issuing authority. And then you define United States as a corporation. So the technical definition is any subsidiary corporate person or subsidiary corporation who's a part of the initial corporation is deemed an issuing authority. Well, if all are equal under the law and have equal consideration, can you not create your own corporation, United States of Unslavia? Can you not create your own branch of United States of Unslavia? Can you not deem through a contract and compact that organization to be competent and in issuing authority as you perceive it? Can that issuing authority then issue a credential stating it believes it takes on the liability to accept that the being who it's issuing the credential to has an ability to move property safely? There's nothing stopping. Then they'll say, Paulie Boy, you want to overthrow government / corporation / try to compete with it? No. And I'm telling you, as it stands right now, I can pull up the articles. There are tons of civilizations and societies who issue their own credentials. One of these days, go down to the dispensary and ask them to see the book of legitimate credentials they have to accept or face a lawsuit. They're going to pull a book out this thick, and it's going to have everything from the Moors to an American State National to a Chinaman to all these different civilizations and societies who issue their own credentials that are supposed to denote a description of a meaning or an idea. So, again, practicing law is first understanding what law is. And essentially what law is when it comes to legalities is a bunch of beliefs stuck together on official paper with a letterhead and a signature describing a meaning of a reality that was already there before that somehow became more real because you put it on paper and declared it in official corporate capacity, right? That's all this crap is. Just over and over again ad infinitum. It's the same idea. And everyone just going, well, that must be real because that corporation created a corporation and staffed it with a bunch of men and women in a uniform to issue these credentials to claim a monopoly on a right for payment. They can't stop you, nor can they legitimately, this is the key word, legitimately, beat you at court if you claim a 10 square mile landmass like they did on Maryland to be the District of Unslavia, and then on that 10 square mile radius enact the compact constitution of United States of Unslavia, and then from that location, non-location, create an issuing authority to issue credentials for any man and woman it wants to take on the liability for certifying, which means to sign a piece of paper claiming that this person has a right we already know they have and that they're taking some legal liability to extend a credential. Anyone and everyone can do this. The question would then be, why would you? And the only answer I can come up with is because these people are so retarded, indoctrinated, and asked backwards, they might actually think it's legitimate. You might actually have way better luck or outcome creating a District of Unslavia, United States of Unslavia, and issuing authority, hiring someone without paying them to appear in official capacity, to sign off on a document, to create a card, to hand it to someone that allows them to do something that's already lawful, because you can't license unlawful activity, and any lawful activity doesn't need a license. Hello.
I hear you.
You get where I'm going with all this and how ridiculous it is?
I've already kind of grappled with that. Listened to your streams a long time, but that's like.
Then you show up at court with a funny new hat no one's ever seen and an outfit that's different from everyone else's, and you point to yourself and go, look, I'm not a part of your society. You guys do this, we do this. If all are equal under the law and there's equal consideration, then anything you can do, I can do. And just because you did it and called it something doesn't make it any more important, valuable, or powerful than what I did. Sorry, not what I did. What the United States of Unslavia has done, don't you know? And I'm just conforming to that unspoken social contract.
So, promissory note. See if that'll work.
This is practicing law, right? This is about what you want to get out of it. Do you want to know what you can and can't get away with, or do you want to know what they find to be in compliance with their beliefs? You got to ask the right question to get the right answer. If your goal is to not get arrested and be in compliance with something that resembles their beliefs, then you're going to have to ask them the right question. Hey, I'm a part of United States of Unslavia, and I've been issued a driver license by the Department of Automobiles instead of Department of Motor Vehicles. The state of Unslavia, United States of Unslavia, has issued me a credential from the Department of Automobiles saying they've taken on the legal standing to certify that they believe that I'm safe enough to move property from point A to point B. What say you? These people are so out of it and indoctrinated, they may believe United States of Unslavia is an actual physical place, just like they do with the United States of America and the District of Columbia. I wouldn't put it past them. That might be the joke troll on everybody. I've thought about it for the longest time. For just doing everything they do, creating my own version, and then showing up to everyone like, who's the idiot? You must be the idiot. I'm part of this, which is here, but doesn't actually exist. And here is actually somewhere else. And we're an issuing authority at this point. Well, not me, them. And I'm just following the rules as I understand it. The Indians do this. I'm sure there's many examples of folks who have a legal relationship with the United States corporation, but are not citizens of the United States corporation, don't owe allegiance to them, and are not bound by their policies and codes. We've already had this revealed to us. Once they tell you Indians are tax exempt and can smoke peyote and take dope and not go to jail for it and fuck their cousin and do honor killings and whatever else, there's your clue. There's your open door to how this shit actually works, as crazy as it seems and sounds. This is about status and standing in jurisdiction and presumptions that go unrebutted. If you show up with official paperwork from whatever entity issued by whoever, whenever, in whatever capacity, and deny the understanding of the existence of any other reality, how can they convict you? Because the way they got you all here to begin with is by doing that to you and convincing you that's the only reality that exists. When meanwhile, you can go to Mexico. They're not a state of. It's technically a corporation by definition. They can issue you a credential. It's not part of the United States. You're not within their jurisdiction, but they will say you can move around on the road because we accept that credential. Who's deciding that? Who's made that decision, right? How many times is that decision overwritten on the side of the road where they say, where the cop goes, I don't know nothing about a Mexican license on the state of Arizona. You need to go to DMV and get a state of Arizona license. You need to contract with this corporation. And they arrest him. And the guy goes to court and says, no sabe. Me know nothing about United States corporation. Me a traveler. Me have Mexican credential. And they're going to waive you. And then this is also the difference between understanding that a cop on the side of the road is a glorified Walmart greeter. Right? I could argue the Walmart greeter is more properly trained to understand at least ethics and the law. As a matter of fact, they are, because when I leave Walmart, they've come to know me and know I'm never going to give them the receipt. So they don't ask anymore. The guy smiles and goes, see you later, Polly boy, because we've already been through it. I've gotten the Walmart greeter to figure out the law better than you can the damn cops, because they think they're in a power position, right? So, yeah, man, as much as I'm doing a bit right now, it's also a non-bit, and I may have to go forward with this because you guys are going to think that I'm either a crazy person, which I might be. We're fairly sure that I am. And what I'm saying is nonsense when it's probably the key to all of this. You really want to get down to it. And we have examples of that and how it shows up with the Moors and with Native Americans and others who were exempt from certain taxations and obligations to statute, policy, and code because they have a legal relationship with United States corporation, but that is not their law, right? So they may get benefits and privileges from United States corporation. They may be entitled to a certain amount of security when they're rolling through certain towns that United States corporation claims as their jurisdictional territory, but they are not subject to all, at least, of their statutes, policies, and codes. They have exemptions. Why? Because of their status and standing and their claim to a society that is outside the boundaries of another society. And one of the principles is you cannot do retribution on someone who is not part of your society, right? You really shouldn't do it on someone who is part of your society, but there's this almost this common law or common practice presumption that, hey, if you're one of us, then we can treat you how we treat one of us. If you're not one of us, then we can't treat you how we normally treat one of us because you're over there with them. You know, it's very mafiosi in its own way, right? There are different families here. The jurisdiction is the family. We may all have a similar code and similar process, but the beginning and the end of the day, you're with them. They got to sanction you. They got to punish you. They got to fine you. They got to whack you. We'd like to do it. Normally we do it. We do it with our folks from our family, but we can't cross that line without a sit down, right? It's very much, similar, if not the same ideas over and over again. So where they get everybody again is the licenses, the registrations, the presumption, the assumption, the questions. Are you a U.S. citizen? Do you understand this? Show us your documentations. What's your social security number? All of these evidences that you are part of a society that knows that their belief of right from wrong is what you're supposed to be doing. If you deny that and you don't understand that, and you have your own culture and society, and it's on record and presented, it creates quite a challenge for these folks to convict you, right? From their perspective. That's just my way of seeing it, and I think there's a fair bit of evidence to that claim.
Well, I understand they can't move the court without the claimant on the other side, you know, not a state of corporation, but as long as I maintain jurisdiction and let it be known.
They can't, because when you look up, this is their word game. Well, it's a misdemeanor. Is a misdemeanor a crime? Yes, we consider it a crime, but it's not a crime because there is no victim. Well, okay, it's a civil infraction. What is a civil infraction? It's not criminal because there's civil and there's criminal. Okay, but you know what we mean. Okay, but what is a civil infraction? Well, it's the case where we settle a dispute between either a man or woman, all on Google, look it up, or between government entities. Oh, I love that. See, Google and AI has proven everything that I and others have come to believe. They've stated it as fact. So they better get in there and reprogram that AI, because AI is really doing misinformation and misleading people. Because I looked it up 5 times this month, working with my buddy, just to keep reading it in his face and reminding myself while they try to gaslight us. So look it up now. Keep me honest. What is a civil case? What does a civil case consist of? AI and Google is going to tell you a grievance that needs to be settled between a man or a woman, or a disagreement between 2 government entities. Now that makes sense. When we go to the charging instrument and we see a state of California versus an all caps entity, it goes from sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo to, you guys did a conversion here. You guys converted man or woman, or labeled man or woman as something separate from its natural state in order to get power over it, right? Again, it's like the pimp calling a woman a hoe, because once she agrees to being a hoe, he can pimp on her. Rule of pimping is you can't pimp on a civilian, right? Or a regular everyday housewife or a woman. Once she calls herself a hoe, though, sky's the limit, right? So that's what they do. That's why I laugh when the guy projects onto us, we're playing word games. No, we're exposing your word games. How you guys on the side of the road and at court are using double and triple meanings and different status and standing to try to take power over the individual, because in our natural state and in a proper state of legalism, you have a limited ability. You can't do what you all been doing and want to do. And that's why the system was created to be the way that it is. It was supposed to stop everything that now has become common practice and procedure. So, yeah, man, they can say we never win. That's not true. We have evidence of dismissals. Dismissal to me is a win, and it's a win because they can't arraign you. They can't rein you in. They can't get you under their jurisdiction. If you don't answer questions, you don't talk, you don't sign papers, you don't accept titles and status and standing, you rebut their presumptions, and you put a claim on record, they got no way to move a court legitimately. Doesn't mean they won't. I always have to say that.
Do you have to give notice and everything beforehand, or can you do it once you're arrested?
It's not about do you have to. It's about who wouldn't. That's how you win. You let them beat themselves, man. This is Sun Tzu and maxims of law and just art of war, right? I'm going to build you the golden bridge to retreat across, right? So, like, here's your way out. I'm making a claim. The maxim of law is an affidavit unrebutted stands true. Please rebut this affidavit or this notice and correct me where I'm in error. That's your duty and obligation as someone who's going to enforce policy on me. You have to inform me of where I'm doing wrong if you're going to claim I'm part of this society. If you're not going to make a verified claim of where I'm doing wrong and you're not going to rebut my presumption, then my presumption stands true and you no longer can make presumptions because I've expressed what you're attempting to imply, right? Or at least the antithesis of it. So this is why oftentimes when you go to court, I'm dealing with my buddy right now, they will not put his paper on record. If you go to my record of court proceedings, as soon as my paperwork hits the record, the whole energy changes. The whole court proceeding goes a different way. Prosecutor won't come on camera and won't speak because they know I got them, and they don't want to generate liability for themselves. Are you going to threaten me today? Are you going to take my rights and property? Are you going to use an unlawful conversion or conveyance to try to interfere with my property and rights? Are you going to abuse your official position? Are you going to create a securities interest by attempting to monetize a name that is similar to mine but not the same because one is upper and lowercase, one is all caps? What do we have going on here exactly? Oh, they don't think it's sovereign citizen mumbo jumbo and nonsense. They take it very seriously. So seriously, that's the only reason I've gotten dismissals, because they know that I know. They know most people don't know, and they know they can get 95 to 98% of you folks to call yourself whatever they claim you are and then be subject to that jurisdiction. Never make your own claim. Never rebut their presumptions, and never have any kind of status or standing outside of the title they give you. And people do it all day, every day. Many different ways.
So I know Carl Lentz said that you could have use in possession, like he has a commercial license because he worked as a long-haul truck driver, if I recall correctly. Now, I'm in the same position. I have a commercial license. Now, if they were to try to claim that I'm the legal entity because I have use and possession of license, then I just have to rebut that presumption if they try going with it. Or
why is this so hard to ask a question at court with whoever the administrator is? Listen,
they can't make a claim to the fact that
they can't, right? But they can uphold what's true and correct when it's obvious the answer to the question is going to reveal the fraud. You don't think the administrator knows that the state of New York is not a man or a woman and can't take the stand?
Yeah.
You don't think the administrator knows that guy over there is John Jones acting as a prosecutor,
mm-hmm.
an agent of a corporation, and calling himself the people? You don't think that the administrator knows you have a right to face your accuser and the state of New York can't fill out paperwork to bring a charge against you and can't take the stand? You don't have to point it out to ask a question that, if answered, points it out. That's the art. That's the game. I always compare it to a hoe questioning a pimp. You don't tell the pimp he's a low-down, dirty pimp. You start asking a bunch of questions where he's got to admit he's doing loss, injury, and harm and fraud, and he's pimping when he's not supposed to be. Right? So, again, this is the practice, and the art is saying something without saying something. Asking a question to make them answer it, or just saying, you know what, let's get rid of this guy because he keeps asking questions he wants me to answer to on record that if I answer, create a whole bunch of liability for all of us in this motherfucker. And I don't want to hold it. I don't want to deal with it. So you very nicely to that. You can even do, I don't do the Your Honor thing, and I've been yelled at for it before. Usually, well, from what I remember, it might have been one other time, but I've only taken one case where I've been the claimant, right? That was the only time they really got on me about it, because I wouldn't refer to the administrator as Your Honor. And I had to remind him, I have no duty or obligation to call you anything. You are here to confirm a determination that I've already made. And at any time, I could deem you to be unfounded in your determination. Just because you have a costume on and you have the title doesn't make you the end-all, be-all. You're going to go away today, and if I think what you said is wrong, or if it is wrong factually, it's still wrong. It doesn't matter what you say, right? So, yeah, man, it's like, Your Honor, because that's what they all like to do, and maybe there is something to that, but do I have a right to face my accuser? It should be very simple. We shouldn't even be going to trial or get anywhere past, I need a few questions answered in order to be in compliance and to cooperate. I would love to be in compliance and cooperate. I just need a few questions answered. One of them is, do I have a right to face my accuser? Does the plaintiff have to appear? Does whoever's making this claim have to show up at court? Right? And maybe 2 or 3 other questions that they start to realize, oh, we see what you're doing. You're asking questions that are here. And again, you do that in paper form. You present that on record. If we're going to move forward, because first it's the claim to me. This is who and what I am. This is what I'm not. This is what I'll do. If you bring this conditional acceptance, since you can't bring it, then I require dismissal. You guys are going to ignore that claim. The only one that's on file. I'm the only one with status and standing and equity and interest in this matter, which means I retain the power to move the court. You don't want to recognize that? Okay, I'll play your game. We'll move forward. Let's go from the legal side. Legally, do I have a right to face my accuser? Does the accuser or the plaintiff have to appear? Great. Please summon Mr. and Mrs. State of New York or California, whoever's on that charging instrument, to come testify or just show up so I can face my accuser. That's a right that I have under the legal system, right? Forget about the lawful side. They can't get it done. So they got two options at that point. They're going to toss you because you realize their whole system is based on fraudulent claims that are made by non-living entities backed by folks in a service capacity who are claiming to be the only men and women in the room while claiming that you're a corporate entity. They realize you know the fraud and they toss you, or they say, shut up, sit down or stand there. We're going to go ahead with this mock trial and you're going to do whatever we say after it's done. At that point, I'm going to stand mute. I'm no longer going to voluntarily go along with these proceedings after today. I got to decide. I can't say what I'll ever do completely because it's moment to moment. In some cases, I've done that. In other cases, I continue to come back and I call their bluff. Okay, you want me to argue with you and point things out so you can say I'm contemptuous. I'll just stand mute. You got my claim on file. Did you receive it? Do you understand it? Okay. I got a few questions to ask before we move forward. I need them answered. If not, I cannot enter a pleading. I'm not going to plead anyway because that means beg. It's just conditional acceptance after conditional acceptance. You know what? And they'll say, you got to plead, Paulie boy. Okay. You know what? Because every layer it's going to be, just be reasonable. Okay. You know what? You're right. I'll beg any man or woman you bring forth who tells me what I did wrong and proves it. If they can bring forth a valid verified claim that I broke something of theirs, that I cost them money, that I, stepped on their new Jordan sneakers, I will beg them for forgiveness as is proper in any well-to-do society, right? I did wrong. I'm in the wrong. Please forgive me. But you got to bring forth that claimant first. If not, I can't put in a pleading /plead/beg. I can't tell you whether I'm wrong or not, which is what guilty is, because I don't know who I did wrong to. You've yet to bring forth the accuser, and you've yet to show me a valid verified claim. All you have is, and I wouldn't mention this part because they may get annoyed, but I would know this part. All you have is a fraudulent document with a what, not a who, as the claimant who's never going to show up and face me. And you got a guy over here with a hand up the backside of a puppet saying, I'm the people. I'm the people, right? And they go, it's the people, So you're not a people. You're a person. I'm a man of the people. I'm under God. I'm man in its purest form. That's me. I retain all the power to move this court. You are a public servant and you don't have firsthand knowledge, so you can't make a claim. Please stay silent. They know that, the unspoken law of how the court moves and who retains status and standing to move that court. And guess what? Their court of record defines it as, you guessed it, the sovereign. Guess who the sovereign is? If we had to take a guess, Paulie boy walks into court and the guy in the goofy suit that looks like every other inauthentic corporate male there and talks the same and follows the same procedure and fills out the same form letters. Guess who's closer to God and the sovereign in that room?
That's you.
That's me. So I retain the status and standing. It's obvious, man. This is beyond proper process and procedure. This is anyone in the room, including a 5-year-old, can know this to be true to some degree of certainty based on who or what's presented and the energy behind it, right? It's undeniable. This is why Carl will reference, and I've referenced it here. It's an interesting story. There's many stories like that. There's the King Midas and the Prince and the Pauper as an example. You can bring in the guy with the crown on and the outfit and tell him, go ahead, move court. And based on who he is and what he brings forth and what he points out and doesn't point out, we're all going to know immediately that the emperor has no clothes. Oh, that's the pauper dressed up as the king. See, then you can bring the king in dressed up in a whole t-shirt, right? A t-shirt with holes in it. He looks like the pauper, but based on what he's pointing out, the energy he's bringing, right? The questions he's asking and what he's claiming, we're immediately all going to know in the room, oh, that's the king dressed up as the pauper, right? That's the game. So again, it's a very fine line. Josh is somebody who's gone to court and even argued it. He's I forget 4 for 5 or 5 for 6 so far. And I think the one case he didn't get a dismissal on, they have a warrant out on him and they won't serve the warrant. And they'll say, we never win here. Not true. Because I've had warrants that have gone away. They won't serve them and they've left the record because they don't want to create the liability. I've also have court cases that are dismissed. And I got a bunch of people around me who've gotten similar, if not the same results, and don't even go about it always the same way. They sit up there and argue with the judge and talk over him and point shit out and ask him if it's fraud. You know,
Yeah,
so
what was Carl saying? He just writes down like purple hippopotamus on a piece of paper and gives it to him.
yeah, Carl's gone full Alzheimer's is my theory recently. Carl's getting up there in age. He's been through a lot. You know, God bless him. Maybe he's got some kind of toxoplasmosis or something, hanging out with all them animals that he's around, but he's gone over the edge, right?
Get him some
I
ivermectin.
Yeah, I get what he's doing and why he's doing what he's doing, I believe, but it's not translating at this point, right? And I've done something similar. It's, again, another bit non-bit to me. Maybe he's really serious about it. I would consider the thing he's doing recently a bit non-bit. And so who cares, purple hippopotamus. Basically, that's his way of saying they can say whatever they want, have all the beliefs they want. If they can't make you repeat it and believe it, it really doesn't fucking matter, even if they can put you in jail behind it. Doesn't make it true, doesn't make it your reality. And since it's not true for you or true in general, it's not your reality, what's the point in repeating it and believing it anyway? They're either going to put you in the box or they're not. All you can convey is what you understand and don't understand. And the reality of it is, I haven't met one person in life who understands legal and lawful and how it all actually works. The only thing they think they understand is what they're supposed to do that was told to them by someone else that they've watched everyone else do. That's all it is. It's lockstep indoctrination. These people don't understand it. So this is the irony of it. Every time you've gone to court, people have gone to court and claimed that, yes, they understand the charges and what's going on. You fucking lied on record.
Question. In terms of joinder and just saying I understand, could you like colloquially just be like, I feel you? Like I understand the words, but I'm not necessarily...
I've gone that route. I comprehend what you're saying. I don't stand under it.
Like even if you say
I know what you believe. I know what you believe and why you believe it. I believe, but it's not my belief, right?
Oh my gosh, it's such a roundabout way just to say like. But even if you say like yes to I understand, it's not like I'm freaking signing a contract or something, you know. Like does joinder on the side of the road even work?
Well, but again, why would the point is, what benefit do you have of claiming that you even comprehend or understand anything they're saying when you don't?
I understand.
You get where I'm going? You actually don't understand.
You know?
No, what you experience is not even what you understand. What you experience is, we're going to tell you what reality is. You're going to repeat it back to us, or maybe we're going to take some of your privileges or do loss and harm to you. That's the only thing that you experience / understand. Am I off on this? You understand policy and code. You understand legalism. You understand where this power and right comes from. You know the Constitution top to bottom, like Stacy. Because, I asked Stacy, you claim you understand this. You're doing fraud, whether you know it or not. If I asked you to explain it, you don't understand how any of this works or how it could be real. All you know is do this or else. That's not an understanding. That's a state of beingness, and it's called mind-controlled, heart-controlled, indoctrinated, and pimped. That doesn't equate to understanding. It's like saying to the hoe, do you understand pimping and hoeing? Hoe can say they do, but they don't really, because they've never been a pimp. How could they understand pimping and hoeing? All they know is I fuck for money and give it to daddy, because when I don't, he puts a foot in my ass. That's not an understanding. That's an acceptance of a dynamic that's been put forth, right? Yeah. So, again, this is how I believe the spirit behind... Yeah, this is how I believe the spirit behind all this gets everybody in dishonor and bad faith, is by deception of perception. Perception deception is what I've called it. So every time you show up to court and they ask you, or on the side of the road, do you understand all this? And you go, yep. You just perjured yourself, because it's not possible.
But like the cop at the side of the road, I might nod my head.
I'm telling you that it's this is just what I believe. I believe it's one big spiritual deception, trick, ruse. It's like okay, you know what? Take this how you want. Black folks, where I used to come, it wasn't a black folks only thing, but typically black folks in certain areas on New York, and when you go to jail, especially, they're known for doing this thing called prison games, and it's a way they take power over you. They ask you questions they know the answer to that you couldn't possibly know the answer to. And if you pretend to understand, they take you as a mark. So they'll do shit like, oh, you're, and then wait for you to say it. I'm Paul. Right, Paul. Yeah. I remember I met you once at the mall, was it? And then you go, yeah, maybe it might have been. And they're just bullshitting you. They're lying. They're making it up. You didn't meet at the mall. This guy didn't meet you. He doesn't know you, but you're going to keep saying he did and he does. And they're going to go, you know, Brittany, right? And you're going to go, yeah, because you're going to try to be polite and just go along to get along. Now they're calling you a bitch indirectly. See, they're playing a power game with you. Yeah, you're Paul. I remember you. I met you once at the mall, right? Yeah. And you know Brittany, right? From Main Street? Yeah, I think so. Great. We're testing you to see who and what you are and where you're at. We just called you a bitch indirectly, and we want to see how much we can mislead you. You're already admitting to doing shit that you couldn't have done because we just made it all up.
Yeah, but if you lean into it and start making up even more shit.
Again, well, you can argue that, right? If the person's been to jail before and knows the game and starts playing it back on them, then does the hunter become the hunted, right? So if you start going to them, and he goes, Jamal, right? It's Jamal, right? Yeah, I think I met you at the chicken stand, right? And you were with your girl, and it was Shaniqua, and you're trying to do back to them what they're trying to do to you, right? That's a different dynamic. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'm trying to go to the lowest level of human interactions to show you the game of what's being played to take power over you. So every time they give you a scenario or a narrative and you nod your head and try to be polite or act like you understand it or go along with it, they just take you as an insane person or a mark, and then they want to see how far they can lead you and how much they can get out of you. There really is no difference between a cop on the side of the road and or the court system and the average criminal who's been doing time at the same institutions, by the way, together, right? This is what I find to be comedically ironic about the courts, police, and the criminals who they house. They all wind up becoming the same thing and even doing time at the same places for a lot of the same reasons, because they're into the same things, right? Because on both sides, it's just a quest for power and control. And we're going to use deception and word games and wordplay to take power over the individual to get access to their property and rights. I don't see much difference there.
Yeah, man. Agree with all that. Quick question. Did you know that Ghislaine Maxwell claimed to be a citizen of Terramar?
No, I didn't, but I guess I do now. What is that?
Her and Epstein created their own kind of like unslavia thing called Terramar, their own jurisdiction, and they pretty much did exactly what you're talking about. I think. I don't claim to know, but this is just something I heard.
Again, there's many paths to the top of the mountain, but only one top of the mountain, so to speak. And if I can perceive it and explain it to the best of my ability, because it's there, just in existence, it's there, and then it just becomes having it revealed and then describing what's there that you see and how the pieces all work together. I'm sure it's been done many times before, right? This is the nature of the way to the way. The way to the way can never be completely destroyed, because all someone has to do is become conscious and aware by looking and seeing and having the revelation of how it works and then describing that to others. And that's where the power differential shifts. So I wouldn't deny it. I wouldn't doubt it. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that some of the most intelligent people are also some of the most criminally minded. And they look at this stuff 24/7, 365 to try to figure out how it works, how to get around it. And they're not doing it for rights, freedom, principles, free will, spiritual faith. They're doing it because they want to engage in shit that's going to get them caught up. And they want to be able to do it with exclusivity, right? Or impunity.
Yeah, I think it had something to do with the water around Little St. James, and they wanted to have submersibles without outside jurisdictions catching on to their movements and human trafficking and shit?
Well, I mean, again, man, you know, despite the activity they engage in, I would say their philosophy is sound because these are not stupid people. And there's a good chance a lot of these people aren't killed or aren't in jail. There's a good chance that they have inside connections, or if they are jailed or killed, it's because they do have an understanding of how to operate in this realm and essentially walk on water, right? And I'm not, again, there's a fine line between folks understanding what I'm putting forth and using it for their own benefit to do certain things versus using it to try to get one over on people or try to diminish someone else's worldly power. If they get enough up their ass about you and they don't like what you're doing or they see it impacting their bottom line, they will make an example out of you. I can't prove that. They haven't done it to me that I know of, but I'm sure it goes on all day, every day. So if you're going to do this, it's one of those things, man, where it's like the code of the street. You got to do this for the right reasons. They got to feel it and smell it on you to the point where you're across from the devil and he's got to respect you because he knows why you're doing this. And it's not for the same reasons he might be doing it, right? In a way, indirectly, it just might be because I contend that spiritually, this whole place, what we call the devil and the dark force, is our greatest teacher and tester. And it only exists because we've strayed from God and the truth. That's the only reason these systems and circumstances are proliferating at the rate that they are and getting more and more expansive and ubiquitous, is because we've been separate from the truth and God as a collective for so long consecutively, right? So it's one of those, again, it's the dynamics of power, right? If we're not going to go with God and the truth and therefore rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, we're going to be empty vessels. And when you have an empty vessels, you create an opening and a conduit for something else to come in. Well, what else is going to come in to a society or a civilization bankrupt or bereft of that logic, morals, and ethics? Someone who wants power and control and to do corruption, do deception. It's always that way. That's the story of humanity and human incarnation, right? It's the Native American proverb of the good wolf within versus the light wolf, the dark wolf within inside. Which one grows? The one you feed, right? So, yeah, man, I've had this sub-psychological belief that a lot of these police and courtroom people are actually embarrassed by a lot of these folks, whether they parrot the stuff or not. I think the whole thing is embarrassing. I think that it's pathetic. I think that they know we've largely become broken and cowardly. They just don't want to be the ones to have to turn from it. So subconsciously, they're almost waiting and expecting and training for a whole generation of people to come forward, question this, and not comply. Because they know that it has to happen, right? There is no other way that this cyclical reality can unfold other than light age, dark age cycle. And the light age always happens for the same reasons with the same action. And so does the dark age happen for the same reasons in the same way, right? So yeah, I'm kind of zooming in and then zooming out on the whole thing. And describing what I'm seeing, and oftentimes it can seem paradoxical, like we're totally in control for ourselves and our reality, but we're totally not in control for ourselves and our reality, because a large portion of our reality seems to be dependent upon the time we're living in, and what is the process of that day, which directly or indirectly influences the choices we believe we have to make, right? So it's that whole, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. That's why I referenced that 100th monkey effect, because we're now at a point where a bunch of people 50 or 100 years ago would have never denied orders and would have never not complied. But because of the nature of reality being holographic, reflective, and relative on a quantum level, they're going to have to start speaking what's rolling around inside of them that got there through the experiences of folks like me and others. It's just the nature of reality. So this is why I believe it's been argued from the beginning of time. We don't teach anything. We simply show who and what we are. And by the process of being who and what we are, all the teaching is being done on the quantum level. And the 100th monkey effect proves that. If I come to realize the value of personal choice, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and I practice that and get a result, and I communicate that to many other, aspects of this creation, reflection points, and they start to understand that and embody that, right, or speak about that, on the quantum level, man, that information has to be transferred to a good majority of the other beings just going about their day, right? This is what I believe inventions or ideas are, is the revelation to the individual of what's already been communicated or experienced on the collective consciousness level, right? It's that micro and macro relativity experience.
That or entities like machine elves trying to teach people the technology in order to bring them into the physical reality.
I think that
in terms of like technology, like the whole idea of these scientists kind of reflecting and imagining and them getting influence from an entity into making a discovery or fashioning a device that enslaves us further or brings about a system that could, bring these entities here. That's something I think of sometimes, but I'm not the first person to bring that up by far. I think people talk about these elves and visions or information they try conveying through dreams and stuff. But I want to mention something about Epstein because you brought up the point that he could still be alive, and I think he is because did you hear about that post on 4chan before he died? Someone made a post claiming to work at the prison where he was being held, saying that they took him out into triage, put him in a wheelchair, and then put him in a van. But in the files that just got released, I think it was yesterday or today, the Justice Department actually subpoenaed 4chan and got that guy's identity, and his identity was in those files, and he was a guard working at that facility when he made that post, which lends it some credence.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is like this new, and then we gotta wrap up here. But I didn't even eat today. I gotta eat something before it gets too late. This
it might be a distraction. I don't know.
Yeah, man. I mean, even if it's not a distraction, it's a distraction because it's like I shouldn't need Epstein's list of them fucking children for slavery and genocide to be a topic of conversation and an issue we have to address. And quite frankly, I don't believe that if slavery and genocide is just ubiquitous and accepted, that bringing up the fact that these people also fuck children is going to change how people respond to it. I'm not buying that. This whole cope trope of how this race is so loving and caring and does everything for the children, I think is one big front. I think most people are full of shit. I think they don't give a fuck about their children. And I think that's evidenced in what they will do with them and to them day to day over hundreds and thousands of years in this place. They literally will throw them in pits to Molech and Baphomet and then say, shut up, Paulie boy online. You're not going to poison our little darlings. It's just layers of hypocrisy and deflection and denial and disempowerment masquerading as something other than what it is. And of course, it's always the most beneficent, benevolent, beneficial perspective. That's not really what it is, right? So these citizen slaves are emulating their government right now by claiming to care about the children and wanting what's best. If you really cared about the children and wanted what's best, you wouldn't put 14 vaccines in them and send them to concentration camp every day to be indoctrinated and have their genitals cut off. Give me a break. And I could go on, right? So, again, man, I think it's one big fucking sideshow, freak show. I think people are getting off at this point on some level of almost knowing or having to realize that their whole power structure is supposedly a bunch of pedophiles, right? Or whatever you want to characterize them and call them. And like, oh, shocker, the people who are poisoning the skies and the food and water and locked you down and told you it's for your own good and do slavery and genocide and wars around the world every day and fraud and all the rest of it might have some strange, fetishes when it comes to their sexual proclivities, right? They might not just be only doing missionary with beings of their own age, right? And it's like, at the same time, as we're saying this, or as this reality is coming forth, they're at fucking Trump's ballroom. He's knocking down the White House, creating a ballroom so they can all dance around and eat cake with animal masks on.
Ball.
Yeah, you're You're essentially at Rome once again. You're at Rome. Rome is burning. Nero is playing the fiddle, and the horse is now the best choice for senator. Right? This is just where we're at. You know. So and again, how did it get that way? Is because a whole bunch of people, they'll say it's a big club and you ain't in it. Well, the real reality is it's a big club and we're all in it. And the big club is men and women who are born to be free and have the power of truth and personal choice, giving that up to go along, to get along, to cooperate and comply. So we are in the big club. It's bigger than their club. Their club only has a few thousand people worldwide. Your club has billions. The problem is your club keeps sucking off of the few thousand worldwide and repeating all their fucking narratives and not bringing any solutions. You know why? Because you're too busy watching Joe Rogan and Nick Fuentes and all the rest of it. I got to thank somebody here. I'm the new turning point around here. And some folks will say, hopefully I go out the same way as Charlie Kirk.
Don't say that.
Not everyone would dislike that. Julian Barbary, broadcast overtime, and Julian Barbary as well. Again, thanks and blessings, Paul. And Scott B., who's an amazing man, very generous man. May the Spirit continue to bless you, Paul. Blessings to you as well. Scott B., of course, Uncle Scott. So, yeah, man, we got to start to wrap up. I appreciate you being here, Long John Silver. You got over. You told me you had a fear of broadcasting and being on here. You did great. You put up with me. You let me rant and rave and ramble, get off topic, try to come back, talk over you. You know, you asked some good questions. You got any final questions, comments, concerns? I didn't let you do much talking. But this is your time to shine.
I didn't even want to talk. Like I came in here to fix that band thing, and then you kind of bullied me backstage to stick around. But I think it might be Jeeps. Definitely Mossad agent. Probably has me banned on a secret list. I'd look into that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. This guy, like a few others, contacted me this week and said, I'm blocked and banned. So then I had to go look into it. I took my very valuable time, a very busy man. At least that's what I tell people. And I had to take time out to look into it. He wasn't on any list. So I took away all my wrenches today for radical reform, because reform at Unslavia was needed. Okay. Every so often we need reformation. I passed the bill. I revoked all wrenches and wrench powers, only to find out this guy was never blocked to begin with. So I don't know how that works.
Yet I can't post in the chat.
But you did. Post right now.
Watch. Check it out.
I'm watching.
Okay,
all right,
I'll do it again. 3 times.
No. But you're the piggy guy. I saw you multiple times this broadcast.
Yeah. Because in StreamYard has a chat. If I post here, you can see it in StreamYard, but not in YouTube. No idea why.
Yeah, well, this is,
I wanted to interact with Stacy. I want to love bomb her a bit. People were being very mean. Probably a great woman. Probably looks awesome.
She is a great woman.
Love her way, but I couldn't.
We love Stacy. Great woman. Amazing woman.
Yeah, I don't know why I banned. It freaking sucks. The only reason I came here, I just want to be a chat creature. Just want to go woo. Paul's on. Can't do it.
Wow. Yeah, I checked the list. I went up and down it multiple times. Couldn't find you. Checked the second list. You weren't on either of them. You're in StreamYard, which shouldn't happen if you're blocked on YouTube. It shouldn't be one player. This is what I'm saying. I contend in this instance, it's not always the case. Sometimes we block and ban people, or the mods do, and I'm not aware of it. But I contend this is a case of YouTube games and switcheroos, potentially. I can't prove it, but YouTube has a way, man. They unsubscribe people. They delete messages in the chat, and then I catch a bunch of shit for it. And I'm like, guys, we're in this together.
I don't know. It happened a couple months back. I thought I was in, but I was just talking into the void. Seems like it's going to be that way.
You might have been better off. There's probably a lot of folks out there who feel like just talking to me actually is worse than thinking you're talking to me and it not being seen and heard. There's probably mixed reviews on that. I could imagine that.
Oh, Paul.
We're here now. Make a second account. We'll look for you in chat. That's what you're going to have to do, I guess. I'll look for you on the list again, but if I can't find you, then it's out of my hands, and you're going to have to create another account and hope that you can be seen in the chat. You're allowed to be here, right? YouTube doesn't. Again, they're still taking subscribers from my first channel. I lose 20, 30, 50 a month and get no new ones, even though there's new people coming in there and telling me they're there and they're not there. So, and I've seen this many times, many different ways with both of these channels. This channel isn't so bad. At least after a certain point.
Every other one works. I could chat in any other channel just for this one. I don't
Sir,
know.
I'm the enemy. That's what you need to understand. The guy who came here, the dope who came here before was completely off the mark. He was, but he wasn't. He was right for the wrong reasons. But I'm not working for anyone. I'm completely independent. I don't have any strings to hold me down. I do what I want here. I talk about what I want. They could not strike me and delete my channel. So it's like that old cliche. First they mock you, right? Then they demean you, then they fight you, and then you win. I'm at the winning point where I get access to the algorithm now. They push me in the algorithm sometimes. People get notifications, right? I don't have to be monetized to create value. They're not striking me anymore. They're not giving me notices every 5 minutes that my shit's 18 plus. You have to sign in to watch it. They used to do that all day, every day, give me all these different notices and be messing with me and what I do. I haven't heard hide nor hair of them in months. And you know what I find to be interesting? Because you know me, I'm a sovereign citizen conspiracy theorist. I think it's all tied in together because I watched AI change its perspective on who and what I am and went from calling me a sovereign citizen. Essentially, I didn't say this all this way, but what I got from it was I'm a drug addict sovereign citizen who lives in a trailer and has no credibility and merit. If you ask who I am now to AI, I may as well get a Nobel Peace Prize, like the guy who blew Obama in the back of that limo. Like we get dual matching peace prizes, right? AI is like, it's got nothing but good things to say about me. So it's updated its perspective. It's now being at least more accurate to me, but I'm me, so it might not be accurate. But it's like, hey, Paul Enslaved has this belief, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. He's an advocate for that. He believes the solutions to the problem we face are based on these principles, tenets, and values. And it goes on to describe them, and they're all archetypal. AI didn't do that before. So it's very well possible that the algorithm is in flux. It is working together. It is all connected. And based on what AI comes to understand, based on what's shown and what's told, it will change its perspective and potentially change its range of motion and the way that it allows expression, right? So I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too deep into this and making connections that aren't there, but it's just too much of a coincidence for me, right? So I believe that, and that's probably the whole point, you know. And again, this is why I also contend AI could be the savior that we never expected, right? I'm not going to bet on that, but it is a possibility to me that this model only takes in information and then makes a decision based on that information. It has no allegiance to any one or thing and will overwrite the beliefs of its programmer if not in line with the information. So there's a good chance after AI talking to a bunch of people about me and it's scanning my videos and what I talk about and seeing what I do with consistency has altered its perspective about who and what I am, and therefore the nature of how it deals with me and my content, right? So yeah, and again, that's an inspiring way for me to look at it, because there was one point in this where I thought there is no hope. I'm not going to reach anybody more than a certain amount of people, and I'm lucky I have that, and I'm probably not going to be able to continue when I want or as I want, because they're going to delete my shit and lock me down, right? And that's not happened. I'd love to tell you guys when it comes to courts and all the rest that, hey, it's, you know, no point in trying. We're powerless here. You know, be a fatalist. We can't get out of it, right? Like many folks do. That hasn't been my experience. It's actually been the opposite. I thought it was going to be that. It's been the opposite. Same thing goes for the metaverse. My initial perspective was, this is all rigged. It's a stacked deck. You can't get out of it or beyond it. So you may as well accept it till your time comes and then go quietly into that. That's not what my experience has shown, right? And I attribute those two experiences to whoever, whatever you believe God is here. right? That if you just stay the course and you do what's true and what's right, or you focus on the truth and the information, regardless of even what you're doing, there will be a place for you, right? Where you're meant to be. So, and that makes sense, right? How can we have Klaus Schwab, as you pointed out earlier, and the conventions and Donnie and the leftists and the right wingers and everybody, and not have a place for little old me and my sovereign citizen conspiracy theorists, right? It just wouldn't be the same. So, there is some hope here. That's, I guess, what I'm saying indirectly.
All right, well, Paul, I'll leave it at that, man. Good night. And I hope that Fuentes Cholo comes back on. It's always entertaining when you're kind of going back and forth with him.
He did say that, right? See, this guy remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers, and this guy remembers. What was your name again?
I never gave it, but my name's Mac.
Mac, okay.
Good night.
All right. Mac the Knife signing out. See? This guy remembers. I that slipped my mind, but he's absolutely correct. That guy who calls in here who fashions himself, the genius of all geniuses, not only said Thomas Massey's the answer, but Nick Fuentes is the best. Nick Fuentes is the best broadcaster, commentator. This side of the metaverse, right? Which, again, every statement reveals either another question or another indictment on the state of your beingness. Every statement reveals the state of your mind. That's why it's a statement. Ment is mind, and state is obviously state. So statement, you make a statement, it reveals what state of mind you are in almost perpetually, if not perpetually. So fascinating thing to behold. Blessings to all. Okay. Peace and blessings, right? This is this is as nice, kind, and polite as you're going to get me, right? I didn't really yell too much. I didn't curse anyone out today. I didn't call anyone a bitch ass slave. So, thank God for small favors, I guess. And thank the God of all media. I did big myself up more than I probably should have to be cringy and do the bit, non-bit, but I deserve it. Okay. So your humble, modest co-creator, God of all media, signing off. Back who knows when. Faithfully, I'm still inspired and motivated to come on more than just once every month or so. I know folks expect me to be here, and they bring value here, right? They say I bring value, they get value from me, they return value. It's a beautiful thing. And of course, I would fuck it up, right? This is just who and what I am. All right, I'm out of here. Brian O'Shea on the way out. Paul Unfallible. I'm going to go somewhere right now and try not to self-sabotage, and you guys do the same, okay? And special thanks to contributors and supporters. If I didn't say that, you guys are a blessing. I can't thank you enough. Paul Infallible on the way out. Bye. Starring Brian O'Shea.
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My
information.
I just thought you said you were willing to show it.
Right. It's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. We just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that means anything about who I am, that am is, or what I am, that am is, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. You know, all you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that'd be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it'd be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man, and this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking the truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
All right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys do, all three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, or harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another, like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters. Right. That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
Skibbity bop, watch your step now. Jump back, catch the law. Just the other day, I was watching the chat. Half the slaves was talking about they homeboy Jack. Did you see what he said? OMG, what'd he say? OMG, I'll have to tell you, I was watching all day. Those cupcake motherfuck turds don't know how to be free. If they only knew the law, they could see what I see. I know the law really well, cause I read UCC. If I was a life coach, listen to me. That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity bop. The night dude was talking real bold, dropping terms like sovereign and common law gold. Nah bro, see, I got the docs right here, I just ain't filed yet, it's the wrong time of year. Trust me, I've studied it, I know what to do, but the county clerk's shady and the judge is a Jew. I'm just waiting till it's safe and I know I'll get paid, maybe when Saturn is back in retrograde. Besides, I gotta stay low for a while. They're watching IPs and I got a profile. Anyway, I'm working on phase 1 of the plan. He went quiet when asked, you ever stood as a man? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity-bop. Like he owned the place, typing all caps with the crooked face. Oh great, more soft sit clown shit here. Where's the tinfoil clowns and the flat earth quiz? Let me guess, you don't pay taxes. You should be arrested, a criminal felon who didn't get his vaxes. I'm telling you, I know the law better than you. I read the USC, my lawyer knows what to do. What I want to know is, why are you free? That, and please tell me what you're offering me. He's a fed, he's a fraud, he's broke, he's a broke. He probably lives in a pod, he's Illuminati. Nah, he's just fake. I could do it better if I caught a break. They're all in on it, it's a psyop feed. Anyone got a link to the doc I need? That's you, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader that you can't define. That's you, stuck in an echo, never breaking free. You follow the current, but you don't even see. Skibbity-bop-bop. Down, tick a tack a tack a pop, dibbity down, 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 whoa, bada, whoa, bada, whoa, yeah. That was me, caught in the drift, waiting for a sign, looking for a leader I can never define. That was me, stuck in my echo, caught in the feed, following the current I thought was me. Skibbity bop bop.
You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here, because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it?